Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into two powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul, only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Santa Cruz and Scotts Valley. Are you ready for a weekend of magic, healing, and transformation? Step into the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair. happening September 27th and 28th at the Hilton Santa Cruz Scotts Valley. Discover psychic and mediumship readings, energy healing, aura photography, and powerful tools to support your journey. Shop high vibe crystals, wellness products, and unique artisan creations that carry the energy of transformation. Throughout the weekend, enjoy transformational talks, workshops, and experiences on intuition, ascension, frequency medicine, and conscious living. Raise your vibration, connect with community, and experience a weekend you'll never forget. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Save your spot today and join us for the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo.
Good morning, everyone, here at our beautiful Rohnert Park Enlightenment Expo, our first day. Good morning, everyone joining us via live stream. Hello, you are in this room with us, no matter where you are in the world. My name is Barbara, and I am so proud, so happy, and so grateful that you are all here, that you're all here live with us in the live stream or whenever you are watching. And I'm very proud to introduce our first speaker of the day. It's my joy to introduce Priestess Christy Michaels. Christy is a priestess of Mary Magdalene and a devoted mystic of the divine feminine. Guided by visionary experiences, she has traveled on pilgrimage to sacred sites of the goddess Magdalene and Mother Mary and studied with leading women scholars. Christy is the creator of the Magdalene Moonrise Easter Celebration, an interactive 6-station ritual that invites participants to walk in the footsteps of Mary Magdalene, fulfilling the gospel prophecy that her story be remembered wherever the good news is shared. Her writing is featured in the anthology Magdalene Unveiled, Discover the Way of Love, Healing, and Holy Fire. Today with Christy, we will discover the way of love, healing, and holy fire as we explore the legacy and brilliance of Mary Magdalene. Please join us in welcoming Christy Michaels.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here with all of you, and thank you so much for coming. I know who you are, because if you're attracted to the Magdalene, you have been called to the most awesome and most dynamic revolution in our culture, in our society, in our time now. And I say this with all my heart, having been ordained into the Lyceum of the Holy Sophia, not knowing that this would happen to me, that it's a glorious, glorious adventure. It is so filled with fun and joy and delight, the uplifting of women, the returning of the sacred feminine, and the restoring of the sovereign holy woman. And why do we need her? Why do we need sovereign holy women? You know, when I started doing the Magdalene Moonrise Easter service, which was 15 years ago now, and 200 people would come at a time, and we would have a 6-station ritual. And we called it Easter Through Mary Magdalene's Eyes. And the reason why it happened was I received a vision that I was to do this, to give women an opportunity. And so they would walk in. And of course, what was the first thing that happened to Mary Magdalene was that she was anointed, right? I'm sorry, that she anointed Jesus. Now, they talk about it in the Bible that she came in with this jar of spikenard. The Bible says that the jar of spikenard was worth a year's wages. So it was worth about $50,000. So how did she have the money to do that? Well, the Bible then says in Luke 8, chapter 8, it says that she was one of the financiers of his ministries. So she was a wealthy woman. Well, come to find out, she not only was a wealthy woman, but she was an incredible businesswoman. And the way that legends go, in the olden days when people couldn't write things down, the stories would be passed down from generation to generation. Unfortunately, hi, welcome. Unfortunately, what happens is that the people in the academia world, it's like if it's not written down and they can't document it, then they think it doesn't exist. But what we have learned is the folklore has wisdom beyond belief in it, because in the folklore, the stories that are told from generation to generation is how they preserved the truth without it being watered down or disappeared, was family to family, generations to generations telling the stories. So what ended up happening was she was found to be one of the most powerful women. And it turns out now that we have her gospel, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, which is what I base a lot of my work on. If you haven't seen it, I recommend this version, which is Jacques Leloup's version. It's called The Gospel of Mary Magdalene. And it's a very short book. It's only like 18 pages. And some of the sentences are fragments because they haven't found the full entire, there's pages missing and whatnot. But we have enough in here that the whole story can be told. And the whole story is that she, the one who sat at Jesus's feet in the Martha and Mary story, where Jesus was trying to teach the gospel, and she was sitting at his feet, and Martha was in the kitchen, and she goes, "How come Mary's not helping me in the kitchen?" And Jesus said, "No, she's doing the right thing, because she was paying attention. She was absorbing and bringing in the knowledge of what Jesus was trying to say." And so she went and practiced and did what he suggested. What does he say? The Father within does the work. In other words, we are the spirit of love, and it's the spirit of love within us that is the only thing that's really real. It's the only thing that's really alive. And so if we can connect with the love that we are, then we will know the truth. We will know God, because God is love, right? And so that's what happens. So anyway, in the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, first off, when I grew up, I was in a Protestant church. There were no statues. There were no acknowledgement of the divine feminine. It was dry as toast. It was so boring. I was like, really? Is this what it is? It's like, there has to be something more. And then, watching what the struggles of women, my mother was a real champion of wanting to break glass ceilings. And so she broke some glass ceilings, and she became the first woman to become a principal in the state of Hawaii. And women were always teachers, right? But did they allow them to go into the higher administrative positions? No. To get the better salaries? No. They kept them. Well, she fought for it, and she won. So she showed me that. And then she would always say she kept her sovereignty. She kept her own money. She really forged her. My father was spending like a wild man, drunken man, which he was. But she was the one that kept the family solvent, because women are often the ones that keep the family solvent. And so she had money in her own name. Mary Magdalene had so much money in her own name that she could help finance the ministry of Jesus. I mean, when you think about that, yeah. And so come on in. All right. So anyway, we have lost so much. And I was beginning to tell the story about this vision that I had about the Magdalene Moonrise Easter service, which is fulfilling a prophecy. Because what happens is Magdalene comes in with this jar of spikenard, and he talks about it in both Matthew and in Mark. The prophecy specifically is Mark 14, verse 9, and also in Matthew 26, verse 13. So she walks in, and she's coming into a room that's hostile against her. None of the disciples want her in that room. They are not about, let's bring the women in and join our inner council. They are not doing, they're very upset about this, and they're very angry and frustrated. And so they start really giving her a hard time. But she knows the truth. She holds the truth, that she is love, and she understands that she is one with God. She is one with that love. So that for her, there is no separation from her and the Christos, that she has been appointed as, because she embodies the wisdom of God. What is God without wisdom? You know, we're now seeing a world where men are just raging wars, killing children. You know, we had all this stuff going on, and nobody bothered to ask, well, what did the survivors say? What are the thoughts of the survivors? 3 Congress people said, no, let's listen to the survivors. You know, let's see what those women have to say, right? They know what's going on. They know who did what to who, but they have not been given the freedom of their voice. So this is what happens, is the return of the divine feminine to the voice. And one of the ways when we have these folklores that are passed down, stories that are passed down from generation to generation, we also have the artists who are what we call, Margaret Starberg calls them heretics. They were believers in the real truth and the real stories. And so they were being commissioned by the church to paint the paintings. So what they would do is they would paint the story of the truth about who Mary Magdalene was right under the church's nose. So it just like go over, because the patriarchy was like, oh, this is good enough, this painting. She's down on her knees, she's groveling, or she's doing whatever in submission, right? But then they would put symbols in. Now the people knew what the symbols meant. And one of the symbols was a symbol of a cross, of an X. And so they would have her legs crossed. Or they would have a flower that looked like a little cross next to it. And this is documented in Dr. Margaret Starberg. I mean, she's not a doctor, the Margaret Starberg's work. She was the woman who broke this glass ceiling, so to speak, of suppression. In her book, The Woman with the Alabaster Jar, which I brought this book. These books have been foundational. So you'll see on this one, the cover of the book, it says the Da Vinci Code featured. Now, how did Margaret Starberg's book get featured in the Da Vinci Code? It was the other way around. What happened was Dan Brown, who was a very successful author, he sold about 20,000 copies of his murder mystery books, that he was quite prolific, and not compared to the 20 million copies he sold of the Da Vinci Code, but good enough. was sitting on an airplane, and Margaret Starberg tells this story about the woman who was sitting next to him was reading The Woman with the Alabaster Jar. And Da Vinci sorry, I'm a little nervous. Dan Brown looks down at her and says, "Oh, what is that book?" And she says, "Oh, this is Margaret Starberg's book, The Woman with the Alabaster Jar, which is the story of Mary Magdalene." And he was intrigued by that, and he told his wife about it. His wife ordered the book and read it. And then she came to him and she says, "Dan, you need to weave the story of Mary Magdalene into your current mystery novel, because I think this will change everything." And Margaret Starberg was an army wife, but she was also an academic scholar. And so she was bound and determined to prove these heretics that were trying to say that Jesus and Mary had sex and that they were married, and she was a good Catholic woman. No way, you can't do that. So she was bound and determined to disprove them. And doing the incredible depth of research that she did as an academic scholar, she actually found out there was more evidence that they were married than there was evidence that they were not married. And so she begins to put this together in the story about the woman with the alabaster jar. And of course, you saw what happened. This book just exploded onto the planet. So one thing that's really good about, we have seen the suppression of the divine feminine, right? We've seen women who've been marginalized, devalued, not given opportunities when they needed to have opportunities. And this was rightly so planned by the patriarchy that was not interested in us knowing the truth about who we are. We're not interested in this revolutionary model that Jesus was bringing forward. When Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene at the resurrection, it was very significant that he appeared to her. Because if it was true that men were really far more superior and women were less than, then he wouldn't have appeared to her. He would, because he's about the truth, right? But he appears to her. And in appearing to her, he's able to substantiate the truth about who she is and mark her, put her in the story, make her solid in his eyes and in the world's eyes, that he respected her, he loved her, he was one with her, he supported her, and he did this to elevate the status of women. Because if you go on and study some of the other Gnostic Gospels that, of course, did not make it into the Bible, because they actually explained why, the reason that there's one passage in the Gospel of Thomas, it's so funny. It says, Jesus comes in and the disciples are all upset. And he says, "So you want her to be a man? Okay, I'll make her a man." And they're all like going, "Wow, he turned water into wine. He's done a few miracles. Like, what is he going to do to her to make her a man, right?" And then he goes, "It is her breath." We are alive because of the breath of God, that we breathe in spirit. If without the breath of God, there is no life, right? If a baby is born and you can't get it to breathe, what happens to the baby? Does it have life? No, it can't live without breath. So it is our breath that makes us come to life. And so, but we are equal in that breath, is what he goes on to say. The breath that is breathing you and breathing any other man is the same breath. We are all one in that life. We are in the one breath of God, that one life that is what the Chinese might call the chi. It's the life force, the prana, the kundalini. There's various names for this aliveness, this energetic vibrational field of love. And we all have it in us. And just because you might be a different race or a different color or a different culture or whatnot has nothing to do with that your breath is different from mine. It's not different. It's the same breath. and your value of it as a being is equal to anyone else because of the breath. So the breath is the critical part, and he basically confronts the disciples. Peter goes ballistic on this idea. He says, "You mean to tell me we're supposed to love, we're supposed to accept her in our inner circle?" I'm paraphrasing the actual passage, but it's basically the gist of the idea. He was like, "What are you talking about? She's lower than life. She's a woman, and women can't be equal with us." And Jesus is saying, no, she is equal, and we do need to accept women in. And so Jesus had a circle of 12 apostle women, and Magdalene was the leader for it. And finally, in 2016, Pope Francis finally acknowledged Mary Magdalene. They had already acknowledged her as a saint, but they had not acknowledged her as the apostle to the apostle. And so Pope Francis elevated her status and put her as the apostle to the apostle. But we're not done yet, because this falling out of that the church did not honor what Jesus was trying, his primary purpose, which was that women are equal. And he was showing us that women are equal by his actions and his words, and bringing her in to join with him. And then what happened was he transferred the most important teachings of his life to her, because she actually had what they call the eyes to see and the ears to hear. She had been able to open her heart, to open her mind, to be able to really understand and fully accept and integrate. And that's because she was, as many would say, the embodiment of the Holy Sophia. Now, how many of you know the story, the origin story of the Holy Sophia? I've never had anyone go, "Oh, I know the origin story," because she is probably the most suppressed of the women on this planet that have had an impact, on our society. And what is the Holy Sophia? The Holy Sophia is this feminine aspect of God. See, everything at the level of God, at the level of love, at the level of ultimate creation, it's all love. There is no hell, there is no separation. But what happened was, if you were to say, was there any fall of any kind, it was the notion or the idea that we are separate. And so when we took on that idea and became separated and separated out ourselves, we also entered into the 3D realm, which is called duality: black and white, good and bad, right and wrong, all of the things that are literally judgments. And so to unravel this and to get us to live in a world where we live seeing the love of God, we live seeing and knowing the love in ourselves, it takes quite a bit to unravel all of that, because the conditioning is fierce. And one of the ways to do that is to suppress women. If you suppress women and you get women fighting over each other and bickering and over the man, and the man is the only one allowed to have the money. I don't know if you all realize, it took until in the early 70s before women had the right to have money in our name, where we could get a credit card in our name, that we could actually have our own bank accounts without our father or mother, our father or brother being the one. So it's like, and now we're seeing this pool of patriarchal conditioning where they want us to go back. They want us to go back to a time where women are less than, where women are in the kitchen having babies and not going out into the workforce, be doing their creative work, leading countries, because they know. And you look at any of the countries where women are leading, like New Zealand or Iceland or Norway, whatnot, what happens is they have paid family leave. They have 6 months they have like real benefits because women take care of women. The children are nurtured and they have full health care. They don't have to worry. And this notion that we shouldn't have health care and all of this. So you can see, to me, it's a real social justice issue. Now, one of the things that happened for me is as I got the eyes to see, as I began to learn and study with the scholars like Kathleen McGowan and Elizabeth Kelly, who is the priestess of the Holy Order of Mary Magdalene, was the woman who ordained me. And she had an apparition of Mary Magdalene appear to her. And the apparition identified herself as Mary Magdalene. She said, "I will be rising, and I was wondering if you would agent my message." What is her message? We are equal. And really helping people to embrace and understand the equality of women. Now, we had in the United States put everything in place. Every state that needed to ratify it, the Equal Rights Amendment for women. How many of you think that passed? Does anyone know if that passed? No, it's dead. It did not pass, even though every criteria required to pass the Equal Rights Amendment, to have it be a part of an amendment to our Constitution, had happened, was in place, and there was a final formality in Congress that just had to get it in, like vote, yay, we passed, we've done everything that's required, and it should be in. But did it happen? No, because who happened to be in power at the time that everything was met was the people that had no interest in women being allowed to have equal rights. So that means that we don't have the one sentence in our Constitution that is critical. It says women are equal. And part of that falls on us. Now, why does it fall on us? Because we are the ones that have to speak up. But it's not been easy for us to speak up. In fact, when you look at the famous painting of Da Vinci of the Last Supper, you'll see Peter's hand is across Magdalene's throat, because they've now identified that the person sitting next to Jesus in the Last Supper painting is Mary Magdalene in partnership. And they mirror each other because, right, we're in 3D world, male, female, black, white. So there's and she has the pink over her heart and the green outside, and he's got the green over his heart and the reddish robe on the outside. So it's a mirror image of the two, the male and female, because ultimately there is no gender at the level of the all. There is no gender, right? It's just we're all one vibration of love. But it takes, in this realm, on this earth plane, it takes the outpicturing of that feminine quality of extension of love to go out into the world so that we can have love and so the Holy Sophia story, which nobody really knows, and I give a shout out to Dan Morris, who wrote a book called The Divine Spark Within, was sent here to help put the spark of love, to help put that spark, that divine spark within us, so that we would be able to carry that spark of love and tap into that. So anyway, if you have any questions as I go along, you can stop and raise your hand, because I'm on fire when I start telling this, and it's my favorite thing in the world to talk about. And I have to tell you, I just got published my own book, which is Magdalene Unveiled. And this is the story of the Magdalene Moonrise Easter service. And in this chapter, I call it the peek behind the veil. my story is an anthology of different women who are writing about their Magdalene experiences. And so I outline the whole story about how the Magdalene Moonrise Easter service came about. And I'm hoping to inspire all of you out there and women who are circling up all over to begin to explore how to fulfill the prophecy. And the way we do it is through the storytelling and establishing the truth, because unless we're going to, I have 2 grandbabies now, girls, female, and 2 grandsons. So somehow I have to impart to them, inform them of the knowledge to become the sacred masculine, to become their divine feminine self. And as they grow into their divine self, then they will know how to be in the world, how to extend love, how to be forces for love. But it takes a sovereign woman. It takes a woman who understands the sacredness of life. And, this is what we have lost. We have lost the sacred holy women. And, some churches are now allowing women to become ministers. But the only model that they still have is they have to call themselves priests, and they have to step into it in a masculine way. They don't get to be bringing forward the feminine way of love that is different and contributes and helps to balance out, between the male and the female. So the council in the Catholic Church is still all men. And I don't know if you know Barbara Marx Hubbard or not, but Barbara Marx Hubbard is probably one of the most famous evolutionaries. She ran for vice president of the US back in the late 70s. At one point, she's a futurist evolutionary thinker. And if you Google her, Barbara Marx Hubbard, you'll see she has extraordinary writings and has published many things. But anyway, because she's about consciousness and evolutionary consciousness, she has become quite famous because we're trying to raise consciousness, right? That's what this whole soul search is all about, is opening people to a higher level of consciousness. And why do you want people to have a higher level of consciousness? Well, one thing, it's a lot more fun, because when you need something or you want something, or you open your heart and you allow spirit, you allow your guides, you allow the love that you are to guide you, your life, the quality of life is going to be 10 times better than if you don't allow that. So how to access that when we've been in a culture that has dumbed down women, has suppressed women, has not allowed them to become the truth of who they are. So anyway, this is a big work that we all are needing to do. And I have been on the path championing for this to come about. What's beautiful, though, is that we don't really have anything to worry about, because you cannot not be what you are. So if you are the love of God, then you have to eventually come to the recognition of the truth of yourself, that you are love. And all you have to do is, if you ever watched a movie and something adorable happens and somebody's really loving to somebody and your heart just goes, oh my God, that was so sweet, or that was so wonderful. And you notice how you react. That's because that is who you are. You are that love. And so naturally you lean into it and you respond to it. But we've been so conditioned to not be standing and walking and talking in the sacred. And so this was the beauty of what happened with people like Mary Magdalene, Mother Mary, and a lot of the sacred holy women, is that they were in a lineage of women who understood their destiny, who had honored the sacred within themselves and within each other and supported each other. And so they were able to achieve levels of consciousness that we saw for a while. And then when the witch burning happened, and all of that got dumbed down, it shut up America and shut up women because it became very fearful. Marianne Williamson, who just ran for president of the United States, used to have these big conferences called the Sister Giant conferences. And one morning, in sitting in meditation, I heard, when I was asking for some guidance, I heard, go to Marianne's website. Now, it's not, I don't like go to Marianne's website on a regular basis, but I had seen her website. So I thought, okay. So I went on her website, and what should pop up was her conference called Sister Giant. And she was calling women from all over the United States to come and join her so that she could begin to help women to understand how to become a political voice. Because, you know, when you realize that 51% of the population is women, and you ask any woman, are you okay with all the starving children? Are you okay with how women are being treated? Most women will say no. So, but if we're 51%, why is our voice not honored? Why is our desires not being met? And that's because we don't have a unified voice, and we aren't empowered and haven't been able to empower ourselves to be forces for good. And so she started the Sister Giant conference to bring it. So I come to the conference, and the first night she had a professor from the University of UCLA, and she says, we're going to talk about witch burning, because witch burning shut us up. And witch burning in Salem, Massachusetts, you know, had an impact. And she said the threads of that, and I wish I had taken notes, or maybe I have notes, I don't know. But she was showing how even in our languaging, we still have the threads of the impact of witch burning from Salem, Massachusetts, and what happened to us. And it shut us up. And because we've lost our voice, you know, we have not been able to speak up and unify and collaborate together and say, no, I'm sorry, we're feeding the babies. Starving children are not happening on my watch. I'm not okay with this. And we have the resources. You know, if we can spend $200 billion on ice, we can spend the money needed, which is a lot less, to feed children. So anyway, when I came home from that conference, I have a cousin who's a genealogy nut, and he had written a book that's twice as thick as this book. And he said, Christy, you'll never believe what I found. He says he's been threading through my father's mother's line back to the Salem witch burnings. And he says, I found a cousin of yours who was there at the witch burning. So he connected me to some relative, some female relative that had to stand there and watch another female relative be burned at the stake. And that has carried all the way down through my line. And this is why I call myself a mystic, because, and this is the good news. The good news is that as consciousness opens up, as we raise our consciousness, as we open our hearts, as we let more light and love in and connect to each other and support each other, what ends up happening is the knowledge, the gnosis, that they say in the Gnostic, of the truth of what is happening begins to come in. And so the fact that in my meditation, I was told to go to Marianne Williamson's website and to her conference, and then got informed about the impact of witch burning. And then, so now I have the awareness that the women in my family line have been impacted directly from the impact of witch burning. So it's, I can understand now why, you know, we were subjugated to not really having our voice. So that's why I'm very grateful when I have an opportunity to speak. The other thing is, people will wonder on this book, which is Magdalene Unveiled. There's the cover of a veiled woman, and she's a Black Madonna. Now, when people said, well, this is the Magdalene book. How come the Black Madonna is on the Magdalene book? Well, for me, it makes perfect sense, because when I received the vision, as I started to receive visions, in fact, I just discovered this week, I didn't even realize it. Elizabeth had her apparition. She started telling her story. I became on fire with it. Like, whoa, Mary Magdalene can speak to us from beyond the veil. And she's telling us that she's rising, and suddenly the Da Vinci Code is released, and you hear everybody's talking about Mary Magdalene. And then Elizabeth had gone on her own adventures and journeys where she through her guidance had found out that St. Francis of Assisi loved Mary Magdalene. And so he had sent the Franciscan monks to Magdala, the town on the Sea of Galilee, to take care of Mary Magdalene's home. And so Elizabeth was like, I want to go there to see that. So she goes to Magdala on the Sea of Galilee with a girlfriend, and she's driving up and down, and she cannot find Magdalene's home. So like, there's no sign that says Mary Magdalene's home is here, or no chapel, or no. So she just surrenders and goes into the Sea of Galilee. And she said, well, I'm going to swim in the Sea of Galilee. And so she starts swimming, and she's praying as she's swimming. She said, I'm here, Magdalene. I know you walk this land. You have to show me, guide me. And her Jewish girlfriend is sitting up on the beach. And there's this, looks like an Arabian man is walking towards these two American girls on the beach, right, in their bathing suits. And her Jewish friend is getting really like nervous. And Elizabeth looks over at him, and energetically, he looks fine. Like, he doesn't look like he means any malice. There's no. So she goes up and she tells him what she's doing. And then he goes, oh, he says, my family, we are connected with the sheiks that take care of the monks. I will take you there. And he takes her to meet the Franciscan monks. She gets to walk the land. They show her the excavation papers. Turns out there's all these streams that run through Magdala underneath that provide the water for the prolific growth that allows these plants to grow, that Mary Magdalene was able to then develop the tinctures and the herbal balms and things like that that were used in those days for healing. And she had the brilliant idea of, according to the legends, the stories that were passed down within the family from generation to generation, because his grandfather and the great-grandfather, they had all been part of this support of the Franciscan monks. They learned, and they found out that these tinctures and whatnot, it was on the caravan route. She was able to sell them, and then she hired widowed women to help her develop it. Why widow women? Because if you were a woman and you could not marry the brother or into the family of your husband who had died, you were out of luck. And so by hiring women and helping them get their own money, she was able to bring them in. So anyway, we've got just a couple of minutes. So my whole chapter, and here's the magic that I discovered just in preparing this for you. This is page 222. And on page 222 is a rose. And when I received the full-blown vision one morning sitting in meditation, and I knew now, exactly what I was going to do, and I had the power to carry it out, and I knew I would be able to carry it out, I stepped out of my back bedroom door, and there had been a bud that was like super tight. And when I went out that day, the bud was wide open. So the page before my story in the chapter is the rose. And of course, Magdalene, why the rose? Because the rose is the highest frequency, is the beauty, the love. And when you smell a garden rose, that you have the scent of the garden rose is so beautiful, it opens your heart. It removes your resistance. And it gives you the allows you to level, to come up and to bring yourself into a higher state of frequency, a higher state of consciousness, and removes your resistance to doing that. Because sometimes we well, I don't want to be the speaker. I don't want to do, we're all so conditioned to be dumbed down that what's being called of us, what's being activated. And so here's a clue. You have to use a garden rose, because in American rose market, they have completely removed the smell of the rose. You go to the grocery store and buy commercial roses, you smell nothing. And that is by design. You have to smell the rose of the garden. So please plant your roses and bring that. So thank you so much. And yeah, we are ending. So get my book, Magdalene Unveiled, and my website is gospelofmarymagdalene.com. See you there. Bye. Thank you.
Oh, well, don't maybe have 15 more minutes.
Do I?
Oh, I have 11.
No, it's 52. So I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any questions. Or
Yeah, I was wondering, you said a few times about sovereign woman, right?
right, the sovereign woman.
Yeah. Could you tell me like what qualities of sovereign divine woman?
A sovereign woman is a woman who is whole. So when you're whole, when you feel whole, then nothing's missing, right? So if you need something in life, you have the sovereignty, the wherewithal to figure out how to make that happen, how to bring it in, how to get it. And you're not worried, you're not afraid. So you're living from a place of sovereignty. And so it's done unto you as you believe. So the more you believe in your sovereignty, and of course the beauty of it is when you're guided from spirit, then and you're following with your heart, then you're going to be led to that which is good and nurturing, that which brings the good among us. And that's the power of what she did. Now, what we have lost out on is we have lost out on the modeling that, Mary Magdalene was probably the most powerful model. I got 3 minutes left, she said. So, and, a lot of times because I'm like on fire about it, it changed my life. It was just the most amazing thing that ever happened to me. And when I talk to some women, they kind of like, oh yeah, there she goes again, and da da da. Mm-hmm. But, in order for my granddaughters to understand their sovereignty, they need to be informed. Now, informing comes from an energetic of truth, an integrity, of real life things. So if I am not fully sovereign, then they're going to notice that. They're going to feel that. So how do I inform them? See, but if you and I and all the women are gathering together and we're coming together to support each other, becoming whole, becoming sovereign. And this is why it's so incredible. In fact, some people feel this period of time is called Gathering of the Forerunners of Mary. It is so important for women to gather with other women and to be supporting each other. And when you have an open heart and you're sitting in circle with other women and somebody is talking about something they need and your heart is open and you're going, oh, I know how to get that for them, then you share, right? And then as you share, suddenly they are made whole. They get what they need, because generosity is the nature of spirit. And so as we're looking into these more scary times, we're going to need the generosity of the community of sovereign women who are able to stand in our truth.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So,
Absolutely.
and the other thing that is so critical, which is why I love that the Black Madonna is on the cover of the book that I have my story in, is that we need diversity. We have to have diversity. We have to have the indigenous women's voice. We have to have other cultures' voices, because everybody brings such warmth, such wisdom, such experience. Some of the African American women in my community are the most powerful sovereign women. They have gone through unbelievable stuff, but they've also made their way through. They've been able to restore themselves. They have, and they know the truth about who they are, and they share a profound level of wisdom. So thank you.
Great.
Go to my website, gospelofmarymagdalene.info, or you can just Google it. I'm sure it'll come up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul. Blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters, Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts. Healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Santa Cruz and Scotts Valley. Are you ready for a weekend of magic, healing, and transformation? Step into the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening September 27th and 28th at the Hilton, Santa Cruz, Scotts Valley. Discover psychic and mediumship readings, energy healing, aura photography, and powerful tools to support your journey. Shop high vibe crystals, wellness products, and unique artisan creations that carry the energy of transformation. Throughout the weekend, enjoy transformational talks, workshops, and experiences on intuition, ascension, frequency medicine, and conscious living. Raise your vibration, connect with community, and experience a weekend you'll never forget. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Save your spot today and join us for the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo.
Check.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guide.
Welcome, live streamers. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone in this room here for our next amazing speaker. Can everybody in the room here say hello to all of our live streamers? Hello. Beautiful. We know there's no such thing as time or space. We are all connected. We are all one in this amazing space. And you are very, very fortunate to be in this space today at this time. Perfect divine timing for our next amazing speaker, who happens to be one of my favorite humans on the planet. Just saying. And I'm sure in the next 50 minutes, you will decide that she is also one of your favorite humans on the planet. Excuse me, I swallowed something wrong, so that's why I'm not really choking, so don't worry. Reverend Annie Batchelder, again, one of my favorite humans, with over 34 years of experience, is a gifted channel, psychic, medium, and spiritual teacher. Annie's natural psychic abilities have been further enriched through her amazing teachings, Awakening Your Light Body, Opening to Channel, How to Read the Akashic Records, and Healing Self-Doubt. Despite overcoming many personal challenges, including multiple sclerosis, tubal pregnancies, and adoption experiences, Annie masterfully channeled the transformative book, Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness. She just happened to have it here, offering guided exercises and energy skills based on the Akashic Records to help you live a soul-fulfilled life. Her daily practice of embodying her soul's light guides her in serving students and clients, providing greater calm, confidence, and clarity through Akashic record readings, and empowering others to explore their own records with depth and ease. Today, Reverend Annie will lead us in a process to compare our intuition with our Akashic records so that we can decide which has more energy and which has more information. Very interesting. I like how you're switching it up a little bit.
I'm
today.
switching it up.
Woo, it's exciting. I wish I could say.
It's so I could be interested. I didn't want to be repeating the same thing over and over again.
I know, but every time people hear you say even the same thing over and over, they hear it a little differently because she's so much fun, and
Well,
that's
it
just
comes
what
out differently.
Yeah,
You know,
it really
depending
does.
on who's here.
But today you are in for this treat, so let's welcome Reverend Annie.
Thank you, Barbara. Hi. Thank you, folks on SoulSearch TV. I really appreciate it. So, my name is Reverend Annie. You can call me Annie because I don't really believe a lot in titles. I thought I was going to need the Reverend in case I needed to start a nonprofit at some point in my life. And so far, I haven't had to start the nonprofit, but maybe it'll be later. Anyway, I am here to let you know a little bit about myself. I'm from Marin, so that kind of my consciousness. I grew up there in the 60s and 70s. I my greatest aspiration was to be a hippie, and I'm still working on it. As a little too young to really go after it altogether, but it still appeals, something about that. Anyhow, I had a first therapist who was a psychic, and she had me sit in an orgone box. That's something invented by oh dear, a famous guy who's long dead. But anyway, you get in this dark box and you come to terms with your feelings. You can't see anything because it's a blackout box. And by the time I was ready to come out of it, according to her, when she let me out of the box, it was like I'm crying like crazy. I needed Kleenex beyond belief, and I had met my inner devil, and I had come to terms with it, and I was ready to be free, and it was great. It was worth everything. And what it did was it taught me at 17 that no matter how deep inside I go, like looking for in my interior, like what's the source of whatever my upset is, or why am I reacting this way to somebody else? I never really met the inner devil that I could not become friends with, that I could not come to love and bring into alignment with what my higher purpose is. And so that's a long path of therapy to get on. I want to make sure that a few other people who walked in have pens and a prayer, because we'll be using this Akashic Records prayer later on. Would you hand one behind? See the woman behind you right there? Thank you very much. Anybody else need a prayer? You can have one more. Do you need a pen?
No, I don't. Oh, yeah, an extra pen. I got a pen. I'll bring one.
Great. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So I ended up learning to channel in 1988. I learned because my teachers, Sanaya Roman and Dwayne Packer, who have written a lot of books. Sanaya's channeled a lot of books, very fundamental for folks of a certain age. And they wrote Opening to Channel, Personal Power Through Awareness, Spiritual Growth, Soul Love. I think I'm missing one more. But and the energy in those books is amazing. It just comes through. And I was lucky enough to have a reading with Sanaya early on in about the mid 80s. And it was so world changing. I got a picture of my energy and who I am in this world that was so far removed from what I thought I was. And it really changed my perspective about myself. Didn't mean it cured all my ills or fixed all my character defects. They were right in there doing their thing, and had to come to terms with over the years. But it just blew my world open, and it set the bar really high for a good reading. This is what a good reading does. And so I try to hit that mark, wherever that mark is for the individual I'm reading for. And along the way, I learned to channel. I did their courses, like Awakening Your Light Body, which taught me how to read energy and to sense energy, and just to be able to say one in the reading, like, oh, did you feel that coming in kind of on the left side of your head? Maybe put a little pressure, on the side of your head, and like have that come through and have that be part of the reading, because that really helps make that heart connection with other people, and it lets them know that I'm tracking what's happening to them and their experience, and it sort of makes us connected in a beautiful way. And I always try to connect through the heart, because that's the connective tissue really that I want to be in. So I had to deal with my alcoholism and my addiction. And so in 2000, I finally got clean and sober, and I have not needed to take a drink or a drug since then. And the way that it worked for me was, substituting a substance from outside me with the connection with the divine inside me. And that finally filled that hole inside of me, filled that inner need that I want, why, and that sense of dissatisfaction. And it helped me to face myself and to become friends with myself. And let's see, what else happened? Oh yeah, along the way too, my first marriage, I couldn't have my own children. I had 3 tubal pregnancies and a miscarriage. And so I couldn't have my own children. So we decided to adopt. And so we were introduced to a young couple, very young. She was 15, big chip on her shoulder. and the baby's father was 18. And so their children, I wasn't much better. I was in like 25. And so we adopted this baby, and 28 days later, we had to give him back because she changed her mind. And it turns out her mother changed her mind. And here, you're going to need these for later. Make yourself at home. That's beautiful. I'm glad you're here. It turns, I learned in my Akashic records, I said, well, what the heck was with that? How was that supposed to help me evolve? How was that painful, torturous loss and grievous event? How was that supposed to be spiritually evolving? You know, because that's really where the rubber meets the road is, you know. And what I was told in my records was the mother of the baby, who was 15, was raised by her grandmother. And because the mother of the baby her mother was not available. It wasn't up to the job for some reason. So she was raised by the grandmother. And now that this little young 15-year-old had a baby, her mother wanted the baby back for a do-over. And I was just like somebody to play my part in the intervening 28 days. And it kind of took this personalness out of it. You know, like it wasn't like I was, you know, picked to have something crushingly awful happen, or we could torture this woman and get away with it or something like that. It was really not that at all. It was just some family doing their historical pattern over and over again. And when I was a soul setting up this lifetime, I said, oh yeah, I'll play that. I'll do that. I will never volunteer for that sort of thing again, I don't think. But that's what happened. But I could get that in my Akashic records. I never got that in all the years of therapy or seminars, you know, all other ways I was exploring knowledge and beingness and consciousness. But when I got to my Akashic records, there it was, that information. And that was really empowering. And it let me actually forgive her and the baby's father. The kid was raised by the baby's father and the birth mother's mom. So, you know, in a way, it fit with everybody's values, that the birth family should stay together, and that's how the law is written. And I actually agree with that law, but it was a tough road. Anyway, so I'm doing Akashic record, or I'm doing psychic readings and channelings and stuff like that for people. And what was fascinating for me about channeling was what I didn't know, my guide did. You know, people would ask me questions where like stump the chump over here. Like, did I ever have a life on Venus? And I'm going, uh-oh, I know nothing. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea how to approach this. And Anuba said, oh, just send your consciousness out to Venus and go take a look. And like all of a sudden I sent my consciousness out to Venus, and I was like, oh, yes, you're there. Okay, and you're with a group of these people, and you're working on these experiments, and you're trying to grow society in this way, and you're doing this and that and the other thing. It was all about consciousness and connection in a whole different way, and it was really relevant. And I don't know, it was like 15 minutes worth of information. It was a while back, and sometimes I don't store all that, you know, like your personal information is secure with me because it's on. You know, like, now let's get to some of this information about the Akashic records. My book, Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness, teaches you how to open your Akashic records. This came about, I took a writing class because I thought, I'm going to learn how to write, you know, marketing materials. So you'll all come and have readings for me, and I'll become a wealthy and famous psychic and a channeler. Well, I got to the class, and the first day we're doing writing, I get to channeling the introduction to this book by the Akashic beings of light, and they are the ones that are my guides in the Akashic records. Hello, how you doing? You're going to need a prayer and a pen. So let's make sure you get that right here. Come on in. That's okay. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Find yourself a spot. So then it just kind of went on. Every time I sat down to write, I would get another chapter. I'd get the end of the chapter or whatever. And it just grew and grew and grew. And it was 52 or 54 chapters to begin with. Now it's only 40. But they're all different topics, and they're relevant. They're, have to do with regular, ordinary people feeling extraordinary things. Like loving your fear. What? You can love your fear? Yeah. You wanna get over something fearful? Love it. Send light to it. There's how healing transpires in the Akashic records, because every time you open your records, it's a healing. The Akashic records are a soul level plane of consciousness that you have every right to access, because it's got everything that your soul has ever thought, said, or done in any lifetime, past, present, or possibly in the future. So don't you think you're deserved? It's like you get to read your medical records, right? You may not understand the language in the medical records, or get somebody to
I have a meeting signed up.
Okay, good. Say it. Thanks. But regarding your own soul, like I kind of felt like I grew up knowing I had a soul, but it was sort of the shadow that I was responsible for. And if I didn't take care of it, I was going to go to hell. And I kind of figured it can't be much different than a lot of things I've experienced in life. But, why am I responsible for this thing? And I don't know what it is, where it is, and why I got saddled with this. And so opening your Akashic records, you get to meet and understand and have a real relationship with your own soul. And that to me is really satisfying, like that's grounding. That's like where the rubber meets the road, and where I can become illuminated. Why did my soul choose this for me? Why did my soul choose that I should have 3 tubal pregnancies and miscarriage and have to give up the adopted baby? And go on to have multiple sclerosis, which I don't have anymore. How do you heal that, right? Nobody gave me a handbook for that. It was just sort of like go day by day, and I ended up finding out. There are chapters in here, like how the soul is constructed. And some of these chapters, I would sit down to write a chapter, and I'd say, okay, what are we talking about today? How the soul is constructed. And I'd go, oh, listen, I know some people you should probably get to channel this chapter. I don't really know anything about this. And they're like, oh, that's okay. You just follow the energy and keep writing the words down that you hear. And I would just write down the next words I hear. And pretty soon I got this whole chapter on how the soul is constructed. And I'm like, really? But just going word by word by word by word by word by word, and sticking with it and trusting. And it never takes me wrong. And so in here, the Akashic records are explained in chapter 2 about how they are the soul level plane of consciousness with all of your soul's records in there. And some background information about them. And this will get you grounded so that when we do open your records, you have kind of an idea of who the players are and what the heck we're doing. The Akashic records are the vibrational record of all souls. So even if we're not doing a reading for your brother and you have an issue with your brother, we can look at how you chose your brother to be your brother and what it's teaching you and why, or if there are past lives involved and that sort of thing. Okay. The Akashic records are spiritual, not psychic. So you do not have to have started channeling for 25 years before you're introduced to the Akashic Records. You get to just dive in right as you are. You know, everybody has already earned their ticket in. And so the Akashic Records are spiritual, not psychic. 3 principles govern the Akashic Records. And I love this. Judge not, resist not, fear not. And that means when we open your records, we're creating a sanctified, sacred space where it's safe for you to explore very difficult subjects, you know, very chargy subjects. And so that you can come to peace with them. The whole point is to come to peace basically with everything. You know, as far as I can tell, how can I find unconditional love for this person or that person? And it can be done. Okay. In the Akashic Records, the order of importance is energy, then information. So number 1 is energy. Second is information. So be aware when we open your records of any sensations you might be having physically. Did you get warm on one side of your head? Did you get a twinge over here? Did you feel like, ooh, something there? Did you have a vision? Did a flash of a vision come through and you need to like go back that slide up and look at it again? And tune into that vision and see what's in that, unpack that vision for you. You may be hearing words. You may be getting, or a phrase, you know, there's 3-word phrases that come through all the time that seem to be really important. My experience of the records is it comes in very complete packages. Sometimes I get, it can come as a download and I have to go through and really explore it a lot or unpack it, as they say. But it's, if I explore, then I'm choosing to have fun and do it from a lighthearted space rather than unpack. I just moved, so it sounds like another box, right? So, you know, concepts and symbols are often used as communication devices, and they're probably going to mean something to you. They might not mean anything to me. So when I'm doing a reading, I'll get this symbol or I'll get this image, and I'll have to say, does this mean anything to you? Because you know, and people are, you know, 95% of the time they're nodding their head and they'll explain it to me thoroughly. And if you're not understanding what you're getting, you might say, help me understand. So we're going to do this. I'm just trying to make sure I stay on schedule. Let's put my how are we?
11:22.
Thank you very much. You're the official timekeeper for this show. We are going to open your Akashic Records with my Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness Akashic Records prayer. And this prayer is going to evoke some really powerful beings that are helpful in your Akashic Records. They already love you exactly the way you are. It's no wonder that you're here. It's not a mistake. There you have it. Make sure that you get a prayer, and those who just entered the room late, make sure you get a prayer and a pen so that you can do the exercise that's going on. Oh, you are good, girlfriend. You want another one? Pens? Thank you very much. I have unofficial assistants helping me out on this. I really appreciate it. Okay, so there are beings, the Akashic beings of light. They are some of the beings in your Akashic Records. And they are my guides. They're the ones that gave me this prayer. They're the ones that really oversee the work we're doing and make sure we don't get too far out of whack, or, you know, stay true to the energy and the information that's coming through. There are also there's the Great Creatress. And when I was writing this book, I had to go all in on it being a female divine. And so that was the name that they said they used for the Supreme Divine. You're welcome to substitute anything that works for you. I'm not looking for converts. I'm here to respect your understanding of divinity, yourself, your soul, like that. You don't have to buy into my whole playground, right? But so the Akashic beings of light, the great creatress, and then there's your masters, teachers, and loved ones. And these are a group that commonly work together. And masters are beings of pure light who came to your side when the divine said, I'm going to use this piece of my light and create you as a point of consciousness, you as a soul, you as an individual. That point of light is in you. And those beings of light, the masters, come to your side and they are with you for your entire journey. It doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing, if you're being good or bad or nothing, or you're going to sleep through this lifetime. They don't care. They're with you. And they're even with you if you're like between embodiments on the earth. You may be doing a lifetime where you're studying with the XYZ people on planet number 857b, and they're with you. And so that's the masters. Teachers are lesson specific, and I always say, if I need a teacher for love, complicated subject, guilt, complicated subject, money, terribly chargy subject, time, sometimes twist you up, right? Anyway, whatever the issue is, there's a teacher for that. And you'll probably run into them now and then. Loved ones are people you've known in this lifetime who are now dead. And so sometimes your ancestors or your ex-somebody, so I have a couple of dead ex-husbands now. That's so weird. And they could be my loved ones, because I've known them in this lifetime and they're now dead. And sometimes they have something to say, sometimes nothing. Maybe they're not participating, or they're just maybe holding, a loving, supportive space around you so that you can stay true to your own journey. A lot of times the loved ones are like, oh, I just loved her so much. I lived down the street and I thought this kid was so cute and just want to keep an eye on their progress. It's like they don't necessarily have to be the grandmother that you always counted on for a soft landing or something important like that. So that's the masters, teachers, and loved ones. And this prayer is constructed in a particular way. So in the Akashic records, the spoken word is the most powerful. The second most powerful is the written word. And the third most powerful is thoughts. As we know, our thoughts can mess us up, right? So that's why you have the prayer in front of you written out, and you don't have to remember it because it's kind of long. And we're going to read out loud all together this prayer. But look at line 4. It says the Akashic Records for legal name. Now, if you have legally changed your name to Sunflower Wheatberry, use that name. If you have not changed it and it still is Annie Elizabeth Batchelder, you use that. If you are Dr. Barbara Custer, you use that, right? Okay. So you're going to use your legal name. Then you're just going to read the rest of the prayer, lines 5, 6, 7, and 8 out, and you're going to reread it 2 more times. That section, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Welcome. Find your spot. And at the end, we'll say line 9 out loud, and then the records will be open, and I will lead you to get acquainted with what it feels like, and who's there, and like that. So just let the energy of the prayer work on you. You're not here because you made a mistake. You didn't get off the wrong plane. You came to this talk for a reason. So I'm going to just follow that through. All right. Let's all take a big breath. Well done. All right. We're going to just dive in. Let's read the prayer. By the power of divine light within me, come, Holy Spirit, Spirit of light, Spirit of truth, for the highest good of all throughout time. Fill my heart with divine love, and I humbly ask permission to open the divine portal to the highest realm of the Akashic records for Akashic beings of light. Guide me to the deepest truth of my being, releasing any blocks and restrictions to my abundance and highest good. Great Creatress, assist me to fully embody my soul's light, to fulfill my soul's purposes, and to heal any accumulated karma. Surround me with the enlightenment and wisdom of my masters, teachers, and loved ones. Clearly direct my perspectives and actions to those who manifest my divine plan. Go back to booking line 5 and start repeating. Akashic beings of light, guide me to the deepest truth of my being, releasing any blocks and restrictions to my abundance and highest good. Great Creatress, assist me to fully embody my soul's light, to fulfill my soul's purposes, and to heal any accumulated karma. Surround me with the enlightenment and wisdom of my masters, teachers, and loved ones. Clearly direct my perspective and actions to those that manifest my plan. One more time. Akashic beings of light, guide me to the deepest truth of my being, releasing any blocks and restrictions to my abundance and highest good. Great Creatress, assist me to fully embody my soul's light, to fulfill my soul's purposes, and to heal any accumulated harm. Surround me with the enlightenment and wisdom of my masters, teachers, and loved ones. Clearly direct my perspective and actions to those who manifest my divine plan. Free of all resistance, judgment, and fear, I'm now filled with divine love. Close your eyes. Settle into this wonderful space. Let yourself have whatever experience you're having. No judgment. If you feel something, you feel something. If you don't feel something, you don't feel something. And give yourself a chance to sense the Akashic beings of light. They're here to help you. They care only for your highest good. Now feel around in this land, the Akashic records of your own soul. And see if you sense something within or around you that is the energy of your soul. And now on your inner screen, you might even be sensing or seeing the great creatress or the divine of your understanding. And now try and tune into your masters, those beings of light that are with you throughout your journey, every journey, all journeys. They love you so much. They have been with you since your inception. They've seen you through many trials and tribulations, and they care for you deeply. They see only the perfect being that was created by the divine that you are now expressing. They are the example of unconditional love. Now see if there is a teacher nearby. You may sense them or may not. These beings are not after credit or notoriety. They only want to be of service in your evolution as a human being and as a soul. And now feel around and see if you can sense any loved ones. Those people who have shown love and care for you, maybe somebody you don't even recognize how important you were to them when they were on the earth. Ooh. If you are feeling any warmth in any places in your body, just notice. No judgment. Now, ask your masters, teachers, and loved ones, what is the most important next step for you to take on your path at this time? You may even start a sentence like, it seems like, or I get the sense that it's important, or I'm hearing certain words or phrases, or I'm receiving an image, and describe the image that you are receiving. It's all right if you want to write some things down on the back side of the prayer. Ask your masters, teachers, and loved ones if there's anything you need to get over, let go of, heal, while or before you can take this next step. Very good. Describe, describe, describe. Maybe you are sensing your masters, teachers, and loved ones all talking at the same time. Ask them to slow down one at a time. Or if the information is coming in too slow, maybe see a volume control at the base of your spine and turn it up a notch or two. Now, ask your masters, teachers, and loved ones, why did I choose to come find out about the Akashic records today? And begin to bring that to a close. Finish making notes or drawings or words that stimulate your memory. That tell you what you experienced here in your Akashic records. You may have even had to come to terms with your self-doubt. Very good. Okay, we're going to use the closing prayer, and we're going to say this out loud once through, nice and short. Thanking the great creatress and her Holy Spirit for love, protection, and healing received today. Thanking the Akashic beings of light for guidance. Thanking the masters, teachers, and loved ones for wisdom and direction. The divine portal and the Akashic records are now closed. Amen, amen, amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's going to be the brave soul and share? There's no judgment here. What you get is what you got. I honor it all, including nothing. Okay? Yes.
My ears were ringing the whole time.
Is that different for you?
Yeah.
Okay. And so was there any heat involved?
Yeah, I feel like just warm, but I don't know if it's the room or
Yeah,
I feel
that's
warm and
self-doubt.
my ears were ringing and I feel like a heaviness in my chest.
Ah, okay. Did the heaviness make you want to cry?
No.
No, just felt heavy.
Yeah.
Good. Good noticing. Because the body is part of the way that the guides speak to us. That's important information. Ringing in your ears, they might just be tuning up your ears so that you can hear. And so let's see, we're just going to give her a tone, see if she can register that. Oh, good job, she registered it. So the next time you open your records, because you're obviously going to buy my book and play around with this stuff again. hit. It's $24, by the way. I always forget that. And the purple book here has all the questions that are in the book and places for you to write what you've gotten in your Akashic record. And really, when you write down what you get from the Akashic records, and then you go back and read it like 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, 2 decades later, you'd be surprised at what you got and how powerful it is. Sometimes the simplicity, it might seem like, well, this is sort of a no-brainer, and it's coming across in like tone 40, like they said in a meditation, I opened my records and I got this message: go see your ex-husband before he dies. Right. Well, my ex-husband had been doing as many drugs as he could for his whole life, and he was trying to die for a long time. So that could have been any time or the next 5 years. So there was no like, now. That's my phone. The timer saying I got 5 minutes left. And so since it came off at tone 40, I didn't really get it. So it took me a little while to get on the job. And that's a whole story in itself. But, so write down what you're getting, what you're observing, what you're feeling. You get a sense of where you're getting a memory. The guides often will talk to us about memories. Like, okay, you've been thinking this thought and revisiting this memory for, a good 10 years now. Let's unpack it and do what we can. My timer just went off. I got 5 minutes. Okay. So, yes, please.
Words were coming to me, but I don't know if they are made up by my mind or it's just.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
This is the trust walk. That's why you write it down, because it may seem really, really simple, or it could sound just like your head, but this is coming through in a very sacred space. You have opened the records of your soul's entire journey, in the energy with your soul and with your masters, teachers, and loved ones, and with the Akashic beings of light, and with the divine feminine. This is a sacred space, so I suspect they're not going to waste words. I would take them seriously with those words. Make note of them and let that set in you and see how you feel about those words. It is normal to have self-doubt in this process. You're new. You don't get on the skateboard and do flips the first time out, or I didn't. But, you got to kind of get good at it. You got to kind of give yourself a chance to get a feel for it and do it again and do it again. Or try a different topic. Maybe something simpler. What should I plant for the fall? No charge. There might be a little less. What's the most important topic or step I should take in my life today? Let's step back and try something easy. But you never know what the guides are going to come up with in these settings. So good response. Thank you so much. I appreciate that you shared that. Yeah. Did you want to share?
I just wanted to say that I don't know a lot about this. I thought there was an actual, when I first heard about it, I thought there was some records that I could go read and find out about, some library.
People often get that image,
Yeah.
and that's tossed around on the internet a lot.
Yeah.
Like the big library in the sky.
Right.
And sometimes I can get information that way. Sometimes they will hand me a book, or they'll drop a book. If I'm reading for somebody else in their Akashic records, they'll drop a book in this person's lap, and I have to look at what's the letter and what's the word associated with the letter, and try to pull it apart and unpack it. I have a friend who does the records, and they're in file drawers, like manila files, and she goes, "Oh, I had to get this one way up here out of this file drawer," and it's what. So that's just how it shows up for her.
I'm just wondering how to learn more about it. Is there a book I can read? Yeah, like, I'm interested.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is, it's fun.
That's fine.
Once you read chapter 1 and 2, okay, 1 minute I'm gonna blow up in a minute. Read chapters 1 and 2, and then you bounce around wherever you want to, chapter, topic, where you want to go. Thank you very much for coming today. Brave souls, jumping in you went to the Akashic records today. Put that in your diary. So, this book is 24. The companion journal is 22. You can have a set for 40. I recommend the set, but I'm selling them, so that doesn't really, what kind of recommendation is that? But, I am here to provide tools and stuff like that. All right. And I'm doing readings. My usual price for readings is $254 an hour. You can have an Akashic Records reading here at this show for $85, half an hour. Okay? Not a bad bargain. Good. You're excused. Thank you.
When will you be doing that?
Right after this. Right after this. I gotta go get out of the way for the next speakers.
But where are you located?
Oh,
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into two powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul. Blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters, Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific.
Tech check.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul. Blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters, Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
Hello, everyone. Hello, live streamers. Hello. Oh, no, feel free. Come on in. It's all right. No worries. So welcome to everyone. A full house joining us live, and what only I can assume is a full house joining us via live stream. Can everyone in this room just connect with everyone on live stream and say a big hello? Hello. As we know, there's no such thing as time or space, so we are all in this safe and sacred container together. As I introduce our next amazing speaker, who also happens to be one of my favorite humans on the planet. Come on in, welcome. I am so excited to introduce to you Chris Valentine. Chris is a best-selling author and nature communicator known for his work with gnomes, elves, and fairies, some of my favorite family members. As a frequent media guest and co-author of books like A Gnome's Story, Chris shares practical techniques to connect with nature spirits and archangels for intuitive development and guidance. And that is exactly what he's going to talk about with all of us today. And hopefully if we can all generate a few more fairies in the room for the rest of the day.
Yes, that was a wonderful opening, and I'm going to do that.
Beautiful.
And basically, thank you so much.
And you guys, I'm going to get Winston, my little dog, who's obsessed with fairies, so it'll be perfect
The
timing.
animals see them. especially
Absolutely.
the cats. So feel free to add yourself to our newsletter. This is a basic email where we send it out usually once a week on Fridays. A lot of people are with us for many decades, and they're just now noticing it is in their junk folder and their spam folder. So if you want to make sure that you see our newsletters, just add us at the top of your email program, click add, and or VIP, whatever it is, and you'll automatically get those. And we use them about maybe once or twice a month. So we are coming up to this area, though. We haven't been here in many years, but we are now ramping back up. We are in Los Angeles at the Burbank Airport Marriott is where he does his classes, which I'll be talking about today. And that is Dr. Christian Torn von Lahr, who is the first booth when you come into the expo. Always the first booth every weekend, every city that we go to. We are primarily focused on California, Nevada, and Arizona. So we used to work on the East Coast a lot. We have books that we channel from the nature spirits that we can talk about today if you want to learn how to see them. I'm also going to be talking about clairvoyance and how to open up your skills, how to connect with your archangel, how to draw your soulmate to you, and anything else that you want to cover. Sometimes you guys have really cool questions on conspiracy theories. We haven't had that in a few weeks, but I'm happy to cover that as well, because there is so much going on right now. So every single lecture is different. It is based on what you want to learn. So that is why sometimes I speak tomorrow, it'll be completely different. We were just in Concord a few weeks ago, and we did some lectures there. So usually 12 o'clock, if you come to SoulSearch, we'll be at all their cities. If you go on their website, you can see the next 6 cities that we're going to be at as well. I'm going to start with opening about Dr. Von Lahr, who is doing sessions for you. They are one-on-one, or you'll see him do a lot of couples and girlfriends if you want to sit together. Sometimes you'll see whole families. We have sometimes 5 or 6 people in the first booth. Well, he'll read all of you at the same time. He is on Coast to Coast with George Norrie, as well as all the other hosts of that show. It's the #1 radio show in North America. You can listen to on Sirius XM, as well as there's usually 3 radio stations per city that are free, AM and FM. He also has a television show called Messenger, which you can watch on YouTube. We were just talking with Barbara, who introduced me, and she loves Shirley. I said, oh my gosh, she is one of the first ones, if you click on YouTube, that she'll come up first. And they'll talk about their experiences. A lot of celebrities have many, many different types of experiences where they really open up with Dr. Von Lahr and talk about what's happened with them. So that's always fun to watch. And here at the expo, of course, we start usually early in the morning and stay till midnight. The show officially closes at 6. He is the only one that is here very early in the morning and late at night. Only one that is kind of, the whole ballroom will be empty and he'll still be doing readings. So if you don't get a chance to see him this afternoon, a lot of people go home and come back. We will be here in the evenings as well as tomorrow. Dr. Von Lahr is primarily working with your guides and your higher self to give you the information. They're on a much higher plane and can see much further into the future. He's also a clairvoyant medical intuitive, one of 2 people in the world that literally see inside the body, any health-related issues and things like that. He gets to the root cause of the health issue and solves it. And since COVID, he is doing something new, which is healing. Based on certain words you may say, he may just decide to heal you as well. He also scans your aura. He can scan your chakras. He can also talk with your crossed over family, friends, relatives, even pets. There is no death. So he sees live animals around you as well as crossed over animals and people. You could have mom and daughter sitting right there in front of him, and he'll usually go to the spirit form of mom to get more truthful answers about the daughter who is sitting right there. So there is no doubt. He sees your spirit body next to you when he's doing the readings. And then, of course, once you sit down in front of him, he sees your crossed over ancestors and family standing behind you, your guides, and most importantly, your archangel, which we'll be talking about today, the differences between different guides standing behind you. Any questions so far? So basically, your archangel is who you really want to hear from. The title of this lecture is Connecting with Your Archangel and Your Master Guide. Those 2 are the ones that are with you life after life. They know why you're here this time around. They know what you're trying to accomplish. That's who he's connecting with. The higher you go, the more accurate the information. Archangels is about as high as you can go. That's like right next to God. He does get messages from God too, which is very surprising because we don't hear about that too much, but he actually got a message yesterday. And I'm like, really? You're talking to God? Well, keep that going. But we don't really push it. With psychic and mediumship, you usually want to receive the information. So that's another thing about opening up your clairs. You want to basically always connect high, set the intention that you're connecting high. We have many different planes of existence. And the plane that we're in right now is called the physical plane. When you sleep at night, guess where you go? Anybody? The astral plane. It's also when you cross over. That's where the spirits go right away. And then above that is called the heavenly plane, which all religions recognize as that pearly gate type of pastel colors. And by the way, color is a universal language that God speaks. There are rules that are followed, and one of them is color, which you're wearing. If you get an aura photo and it is tuned correctly, he will get the same colors. And by the way, the first thing that he does when you sit down in front of him is look off to your right shoulder, which is your path color. It is very specific that he sees 65 million shades of color, and every single shade tells him something. So he's very specific when he tells you what you've done up until now in your career. He will say things like, you are a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. Very, very specific. And then some people are finishing up their careers and transitioning into new things, and they want to know what's next. He will also tell you that because that ties into your path. And that also directly ties into your archangel. Does anybody know what the most important thing that your archangel cares about? And a little hint, it's in the title of this description, a lecture. Your soul, definitely, yes. Anybody else? The most important thing that the archangel, and they only care about one thing, is are you on your path? If you are on your path, they will give you almost anything that you want, because that is what you agreed to before you came here. And if you're on your path, that is your whole soul purpose, which is what you said. So it's definitely soul purpose, life path purpose. That's the first thing Dr. Rohnert sees when you sit down, and that ties to your archangel. All religions also recognize at least 7 archangels, sometimes 14. If you are psychic, then he will see sometimes 2 archangels standing behind you, or even more. And sometimes one archangel you know about. A lot of you know who your archangel is, which is just great, surprising. We did some readings last few weeks ago in this area. I can't remember what city it was. You probably remember, but yeah, before that one, I can't remember. Oh, Palo Alto. She goes, oh, no one ever will get my archangel. He says, your archangel is Uriel. She says, oh my gosh, you're the first one that actually got it right. And then she had her whole family get readings and health readings. But basically, that is who he sees standing behind you. That is connected to your path. Your archangel's with you life after life. That's who you want to go to if you want messages. Yes, you could also do family members. He's very specific with family members. I tell people, if you're going to get a mediumship reading with Dr. Von Lahr, be very open, because that is the only thing he has no control over. You guys are the ones that are doing all the work. So the more open you are, and by the way, if anything that he says during the session is correct, say yes. You will go much faster. Also, your archangel's listening to you. And if it's about your path and you say yes, guess what? You just made an agreement with your archangel. And remember I said, if you're on your path, they will do anything. They'll cut you a check to help you on your path, which is what they did when he was starting out. They will get you that soulmate. They will help you with your job. Whatever it is, they will clear the path and make that happen, because that is why you're here, to accomplish those things. You want a shiny new car? You need a new house? Sure, they'll do that for you, as long as you're on your path. That's all they care about. So that's who Dr. Von Lahr is working with. But if you did want to do mediumship with crossed over family, he does see them standing behind you. He will, of course, give you a message. If somebody's screaming behind you to give you a message, he will, of course, do so. Otherwise, he doesn't automatically do that. Mediumship was really, really hot in the 80s. Everybody wanted to do that. And it is good. It's really great. But I tell people, unless you have some kind of traumatic experience where you need closure from maybe a father or a mother who abused you, and you need messages from them, fine, that's a really good reason. Otherwise, people that have crossed over are very similar to how they were when they were here. So they're a little bit higher, a little bit, you can still get good messages from them, but it's more for closure. Really great messages are from your archangel and your master guide. Your master guide is also with you life after life. They know why you're here this time around, what you're trying to accomplish. That's also who he connects with and gives messages. So your master guide is really great to hear from. And have you guys heard of the term starseed? Do you know what that means? Anybody? Guys,
You're not from Earth.
what's that?
You're not from Earth.
Exactly. You're not from Earth. I'm going to say that because we don't usually record it here online. But yes, it's people that are from a different planet, a different star system. And he will tell you, especially if your master guide looks alien, you're a starseed. You're not from here. So that's exactly right. And some of us are hybrids. So we'll have multiple different places that we're from. We could be part Pleiadian. You've heard of Pleiadian? Excellent. Yes.
And Andromedan.
Yes. Andromedan. Yes. Yes, absolutely. We have a starseed class where we have 800 traits now where you fill out a form, you can find out exactly where you're from. And everything that Dr. Von Lahr does, he likes to find 3 different ways of proof. So we have different techniques that we use in class, or if you get a reading from him, he will tell you what star system you are from, what planet you are from, your personality traits, and what your mission is. Andromeda is a really, really, really good one. And that kind of ties into Apollonians too, which not too many people talk about. But he sees your archangel and your master guide standing behind you, and a lot of times they are not human looking. They're humanesque, but they have maybe a triangle head, or they look like a bird. If you're from Sirius or different places like that, Blue Avian, some of you have heard from. So he does see that behind you. Those are great people to get messages from. His specialty is relationship issues, finding your soulmate. He is very specific with names, dates, places, what's going to happen on that day, what they look like. That is what he sometimes talks about. He may pop in here for a second and tell you very quickly your path colors because he sees them very fast. And people are just amazed because that is who they are. Their color ties in so much to that. But a soulmate reading is a great investment in yourself because he will tell you things like your cycle of attraction that repeats for life, even if you're with your soulmate. You'll notice everybody attracted to you during that time. Men, women, everybody. It also tends to be when you met your prior boyfriends, husbands. That cycle repeats every single year. And sometimes you're with a soulmate that maybe you're married, and the soulmate, we have 3 at any one time, could be somebody in your life that's like a friend. So not necessarily romantic, but they still have those soulmate characters. Any questions? No? Okay. So basically, soulmate. Yeah, come on in. There's plenty of room. Your soulmate is somebody who makes your life better as a whole. You each help each other, which is different from a twin flame, which we can talk about as well. Somebody brought up twin soul last week. That's another term that I don't usually hear, but there are differences. But your soulmate is somebody where together you agreed before you incarnated, I will look like this, which ties into your path. I will be doing this. That is what they are looking for. So that's why you want to be yourself. Dress in your path colors, which he will tell you as well during your cycle of attraction. And then he used to tell people the exact day of the meeting. That would put so much pressure on everybody. It was just too much. You need to be under the Golden Gate Bridge at 2 a.m. while it's raining. No, we don't want to do that. So I'll give you a 2-week spread on either side. Your probability of meeting your soulmate goes from 2% to 98%. This is what great-grandmother used to do a long time ago. They could look at you and they could tell who you're supposed to be with. That is what he's doing for you as well. So if you did want to do that, it is something that works for the rest of your life. Even if you're with your soulmate, you notice people still attracted to you, but it is a great investment in yourself. Very, very detailed. The other thing that takes about 30 minutes is a health scan, where if you want Dr. Von Lahr to go from head to toe, medical scan, find your issues, solve it and or heal you, that could take about 30 minutes. Some people just cut to the chase to save time, just say where it hurts in their body, like their eyes hurt, they have digestive problems, and their ankle hurts. He will hone in on an issue or issues, solve it and or heal you, and that's much faster. That's something else you could do. You could also have him scan your aura, clean and balance your chakras. We get energy from our spleen chakra. So I always ask him before a show, can you balance and clean my spleen chakra? Because let me tell you, If you have that done, you will have energy for the next 3 days. You won't be able to sleep at night. So that's where we get our prana, our energy from. So that's something else you can do during a session. Any questions? Yes.
I'm unfamiliar with that chakra. It's not the solar plexus or this.
It is.
sacral.
It is the solar plexus, the
Okay.
yellow chakra.
Yes. Okay.
That's where you actually see a yellow tube of energy coming into you. If you are clairvoyant or can see that, that is where we get our energy. It goes throughout all the other chakras. So that's a great question. Yeah, solar plexus. And they do come in colors, and this as you go higher, it becomes like purplish indigo up here, and then it even goes higher, silver and gold. So if you also want to get energy, you can also imagine a blue light coming down into you, bluish silver, and charge yourself up and protect yourself. That's another great thing to do. If you are opening up your clairs, you want to protect yourself, connect high, clean and balance yourself. And the more you do that, the further out your aura goes, which means you're automatically safe and protected, and you're connecting high, and you're not attracting negativity. When you are thinking negative thoughts or you're upset and things like that, you're the one drawing that negativity to you, which can be like demons and things like that that people think of. A lot of times they're creating that themselves. And then also in the classes, we teach you how to ascend. I know you all heard about that term, right? Ascension is a big term going on right now, where we are literally changing the earth as we see it and as we want it. That is, some people say that the controllers or overlords, their big thing, they only care about that for the most part, is they don't want you guys co-creating the universe and the new earth and the matrix, as they say it. You have the power to make it how you want to be, which gives us ownership and it gives us accountability. That is where we're going. We're also working with time and dimensions. In our wizard class, we have so many gentlemen that like that one as well. Anytime he does a magic class, by the way, it is sold out. Everybody's very interested in magic. When we do those classes, they're one time only. They're each specific. We did a wizard class a few months ago. We were just going to do one. Everybody in the class said they liked it so much, they said, can we do a part 2? So we're doing part 2, which is another standalone, completely different class, where we're tying in the Holy Grail. Have you all heard of that term? The Holy Grail ties into our DNA, which ties into our path, which ties into our star seed heritage. We have 12-stranded DNA, 2 may be activated. We also have been messed with so much by the not-so-good aliens, I'll call them. They have been working and changing our DNA forever. So part of that class is getting back to our original DNA and also learning how to do what the Ascended Masters said we could do, or what they do, including wizards, which is take our own etheric energy and recreate our body so we don't have to keep going through the incarnation process. Jesus, those type of people, they would not usually go through that whole birthing process. Sometimes they say he's a walk-in. And he's also other people in the Bible, like Adam. It's the same person over and over. Have you all heard of Saint Germain? Excellent. That's a perfect example of somebody who would like go into the forest and come out somebody else. And if you Google Saint Germain, it literally tells you this guy is like hundreds and hundreds of years old. And he would work with the kings and queens, which is what the wizards would do. Merlin would choose who the king would be, which is King Arthur, the most virtuous type of person. So in the wizard class, we are working with becoming who we're supposed to be. Remember, Jesus said, all this and more you can do, you shall do. That is what the message is. It's all within you. You can do the same thing and more. And that's what God wants. God wants us to become like him, experience everything that we want, create the world the way we want it to. And of course, the Ascended Masters, they tend to live forever. They just change their persona, their look. Even in the Bible, it says Mother Mary was raised body and soul into heaven. What do you think that meant? She took her body with her. She's not going through that incarnation period over and over and over. Any questions so far? Because we're getting a little deep here, but that's that class, working with time, dimensions. Yes.
Oh, like you said, Saint Germain, doesn't he work with the violet flame?
Yes. Yes. If you call on Saint Germain and say, Saint Germain, please show yourself to me, you will see a violet flame. I'm like instantly. You can do it today. It is super, super easy. That's a great question. I have called on him and you start seeing it. You just start seeing a violet flame. It's like this color here, and he will show himself to you. But he's fantastic. He will do that. It's something you could do today to prove to yourself that this is real. When you're working with your archangels, you can also ask for signs every single day. Like if you get a reading with Dr. Von Lahr, show me if what he says is correct. You should see that within days, that you're on the right path, that you're getting messages and things like that. Another rule of the universe is they cannot help you unless you ask for help. Thank you. It is free will.
Yeah.
You literally have to ask your archangel for help. They're willing to do that for you. Yes. Any more questions? That was really good. Okay. Yes.
You mentioned that your archangel is going to help you if you're on the right path. How can you make sure you're on the right path? I mean, I don't
So
understand.
that's one of the things that Dr. Von Lahr will, if you don't know what it is. A lot of star seeds don't know what their mission is. They came here. They don't really get this world. They find that they're so different from everybody else. They're like, how can everybody act so crazy? They also have traits like their digestive issues. The food here doesn't match their body. They have digestive issues. They find that they're also connected to tones and frequency, which is where we're going. Above color, which is the universal language, the next one up is frequency, which is also the heavenly plane, which is also called the cosmic superhighway, which is also where the good aliens talk. I shouldn't say good aliens, but I'm going to just make it easy. That's where they talk. Because I feel there are some bad aliens, but in a way we shouldn't judge because they are on a different path. And it's called involution, going down. And they just want to take all of you down with them. But if it's their path to become a rock and they're happy doing that, that's fine. But a lot of you are ascending. We've gone through the cycle and now we're going back up again. So for you, you want to ascend. But basically, if you don't know your path, that is something Dr. Von Lahr does the moment you sit in front of him. It's also why you don't really have to talk with him. If you watch him in action, he is doing all the talking. You just sit back and relax and listen, which I find is extremely rare. When I get a reading, I expect it to be like that. You tell me what I need to hear. And again, if anything is correct, say yes, he will go faster. When he does mediumship with your crossover family, they are also listening to you. And especially you want to be open, like I said, because it's all your energy that is bringing them in. You can say, I'm having a reading with Dr. Von Lahr at 2 o'clock today. Please be there. They'll probably already be there. What he will do, or what they will do, is first tell him how they crossed over, which he would usually know, which will validate everything that comes after. They will also usually tell him messages that only you would know, which validates everything that comes after. So when that starts coming in like your path, say yes, and then he goes much, much faster, and it's even more spectacular of a reading. But for the most part, he does all the talking. He starts with your path, life, purpose, the moment you sit down, which gives him a well-rounded view of who you are as a person, and he'll just go from there. At any time during the session, you can interrupt him and ask questions. He'll usually answer your questions before you ask them because he sees them around you. You can also redirect him and say, I got what I needed on my path. Can I ask you this? And he will switch gears right away. It's all about you during that hour or 45 minutes. He used to do 90-minute and 2-hour readings. A lot of people remember him from the past because he's been doing this for over 50 years. And they'll just say, oh, give me a 90-minute. For the most part, he feels 60 minutes is enough. And then 45 minutes tends to be a magic number too, if you are getting a reading with him today. He does have some openings this afternoon. We stay after 6 o'clock. So if you don't have time to do it now, you want to go home and come back, or you have a function to go to, we'll be here late into the evening, as well as tomorrow. We'll start filling up tomorrow morning. And then we'll stay pretty much as late as somebody wants a reading. In Concord, we stayed till 10 o'clock last Sunday, which we usually leave at 6. But people, it's like he can't say no. So he will pretty much cut it off at midnight. That is his limit. But definitely sign up to the newsletter as it's going around. We're coming up here once or twice a week. All of the classes are always at the Burbank Airport Marriott. They're only in person. They are a small class size of 10 to 12 people. It is very experiential. He'll usually open with a grand lecture, and then we'll do stuff in the back of the room where you're actually working with exercises that we know work, and workshop-y type things where you get to practice your skill. So those are phenomenal classes. And the reason he started them is because he's finding a lot of this information is just gone. He will literally go online, do research. He knows the answer, but he just wants to prove it. And as he is finding it, a white piece of paper will go over the information in real time. Now it's to the point where they're just deleting it right in front of him. So that's a little scary. But a lot of the information is just completely wiped out. And a lot of the ancient texts are gone and pamphlets that taught this stuff. So his job is to pass it on to you. How to be clairvoyant, how to literally see with your eyes open, your crossed over family members, your guides. He's the first one in the world that came up with the location of where the archangels stand behind somebody with their color, with what they do to help you. When you know your archangel, you know so much about yourself. So that's what I tell people. If you're going to get a reading with Dr. Rohnert, ask who your archangel is, because you'll find out so much about yourself, and you can do research on your archangel. But basically, they stand in a certain pattern behind people, and they glow a certain color. So that's really, really great to know how to do that. And your pets come around here. He sees them live and crossed over. Children here, family members, soulmate, mother, father, and grandparents. So there is a system to all of this, and they do tend to follow it. What a lot of people don't know is that the person that you're getting mediumship from that's crossed over is using a medium themselves. And the reason for that is there's 14 dimensions above in the astral plane. They actually need a medium. So there's at least 4 people involved. You and your medium, they and their medium. And it's very specific if you get a reading. Any questions so far? We're just talking about a million things. Yes.
I have a question about ascension.
Yes.
So you hit these different astral planes, and eventually, is that called, that's ascending?
Right.
And then ultimately you die. That's heaven. So death.
It depends on your belief system. Some religions believe there's death and that's it. And they come and see Christian and they're miserable because these people are very wealthy and they think, well, my time is ending and then that's it. That is what their religion teaches them. And it's not accurate. It's not accurate.
Yeah.
So basically, as we ascend, the lower realms are starting to dissolve. And what is that word where millions of people remember something and now it's changed? What is that called? Mandela effect? I think Mandela, yeah. So basically, the lower planes are slowly dissolving, but it's happening more and more fast now. We're in it now. We're in the split of the 2 earths. You can go this way or you can go this way, which ties into the matrix and things like that. So there's a lot going on right now. We have a full moon eclipse tomorrow. These things affect us, especially the moon. And the times that we're going through are cycles that are very long. Some of them are like 60,000 years, 30,000 years. But right now, Mother Earth is ascending. Everybody on it, including the animals, are ascending. You may find that you are able to communicate with your pets like never before. You're starting to get messages. And we're getting close to the time when they're actually going to be able to talk to you and you're going to get it and they're probably already understanding what you're saying already, but you're going to be able to talk to your animals more and more. And that is part of the ascension process. And then if you go above the heavenly plane is the Buddhic. That would be the next plane up. So we're going towards that. And some of you have experienced the Buddhic plane, which is the class we're teaching next year. It's called Beyond Buddha. If you go to christiantorn.la and click on Beyond Buddha, I think it is, you'll see what you'll learn in that class. It's not too much out there about it, but basically that would be an experience that you have where everything goes black. You're not scared though, and yet you feel one with the universe. That is the Buddhic plane. You feel one with everybody. You're like a grain of sand on the beach where you're all kind of equal. There's unity, and it's a great feeling. So some of you have experienced that for short amounts of time. There's an actor, the pet psychic guy. He experienced it, and he says, all I want to do is get back to that feeling again. Once you experience it, it's like, that's all I want. Who is that? The guy who was an actor that played a pet detective. What was it?
Oh.
Yes, Ace Ventura.
Oh, yeah.
So you could look it up. but
Jim
Jim Carrey. He talks about that in like on the red carpet, stuff like that. So that would be an example of somebody that went even higher and felt that feeling, and just it's like nirvana, you know? So that would be the next plane up. And then there's 2 more above that. But we are slowly ascending. We're going towards that route. That is the natural cycle. And how you know you're getting somewhere is the universe, existence, and things like that is a spiral. And how you know you're making progress, so you can look behind you and see where you came from. We're going towards God, but we'll never get there, so to speak. Not that you want to. You want it to be like that. It's like climbing a staircase and looking down and say, oh, I'm making progress here. So that's that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and it builds up so many.
Good. Ask
Well,
away.
the 1111,
Yes.
one seeing 111, it's just like,
I love
I
numbers.
see those numbers all the time.
Yes.
Mom,
Do you know what that means?
it's the angels connecting.
111 in my belief system is you're at the beginning part where Doreen Virtue would say, make a wish. That's a magical moment. It's like planting the seed. What do you want? 111 is like almost begin. It is beginning. 2222. Have you guys been seeing that before? Means it's coming true. The seeds that you planted are now coming up. It's a great number. I saw yes. I also saw 555 this morning.
That's her number.
Oh, who?
Right here.
Do you know what it means? What?
That's my mom.
Okay, good. The universe connects and talks with you through numbers. That's how I get messages. So I'm glad that you brought up numbers. See where we can go anywhere. 555, I'm seeing literally on Commerce Street. And it gave me a message. 555 usually means you're going to get what you want. It's just going to be a little bit of a bumpy road, but we're going to give it to you type of thing. It's not simple and easy, and it can mean something different for you. If you have a way of communicating with people and guides, it'll be consistent for you, and it'll work for you, and you can get messages that way. But numbers mean something, and there's a few different takes on numbers, but that's my understanding of 1s, 5s, and 2s. Yes.
What if you see significant dates? Significant dates like your birthday, anniversaries,
Yeah.
all that. What?
So when you're getting a reading of Dr. Rohnert, I will tell you this. If they, especially in mediumship, bring up a birthday, that is another huge validation that everything that they just said, or to him saying to you, is correct. He did a reading last week in Concord, or 2 weeks ago, and they brought up birthdays. And then a lot of people wanted to play Test the Medium, which is not a good idea necessarily, because when you take a medium out of his zone, so to speak, and you make him think, that's not psychism anymore. That's why a good medium wants to know nothing about you. With Dr. Rohnert, he doesn't have time to do research on you or anything like that. He's going from person to person to person to person, and that's what he wants. He wants to know nothing about you. You sit down, and he will just do it. But what was the question?
Birthday.
Birthday.
I mean, like
Yeah.
in like on the clock. Like say I see my birthday a lot, or I
Yes.
see anniversary dates, or something like that. You were
It
just
should
talking
be
about
lucky,
numbers.
and it can be messages. You think it's messages from family?
I don't know.
If it's your birthday, it is a lucky time of year. For a lady that does tie into soulmate 2, there is a system. So he will tell you, is this your birthday time? Which ties into the soulmate time. There's a certain amount of months. When you get a soulmate reading with Dr. Von Lahr, he will tell you the 2 months leading up to the soulmate meeting, which ties into your birthday. And that is called the closure period. We literally want you to record the readings with him. Most people don't allow it. We want you to. I tell people, turn your cell phone on before you enter the booth. Because once your body gets next to his, he starts channeling the information, and it is spectacular. And I haven't even introduced you yet. And he's already telling you what you came to hear, even if you didn't know what it was. Boy, especially with a soulmate reading, you want to follow the steps. Because we have people that come back to see him years later, and they'll go, you know what, Christian? I didn't meet the soulmate on the day you said. I met him 2 years to the day later. And then I always say, did you do the closure period? And they go, no, we didn't think we had to do that. But we did it the second year, and it worked out really well. So the closure period in a female to male relationship is extremely important. This is, and sometimes it happens at the shows, when you notice all these guys from your past reconnecting with you out of the blue. You're starting to get text messages, they're on Facebook, hi, how you doing, that whole thing. That is a sign that you're in that period. And what you want to do, and I'm talking female to male because it's different, male to male, female to female, we can talk about that too, the differences. But in a female to male, you are the magnet. You're getting, in that period, your magnet pieces back. It's the female that attracts the male. Females have 64 hormones. Guys have only 4. We can't do too much. So it's you guys. We can just about problem solve. That's the main function of a man. Happy hour was designed for women. That's for you to talk and share. When a man, and John Gregg will talk about this today. If you come to his at 5 o'clock, you can ask him, because I learned a lot of this from him many decades ago. But when a man comes home from work, guess what he wants to do? Exactly. Not talk. He wants to go into his man cave and be left alone for an hour or two. Let him. And then when he comes out, you can kind of share. But usually happy hours for ladies. That's for you guys to share your day, talk about what happened. That's what that's meant for. But basically, if you start telling a man about your day, and I think John Gray has taught this, is basically say, I just want you to hear me. I don't need you to problem solve. I just want you to hear me. Then he can turn off. He doesn't think he has a job. He'll much easier listen to you. So that's that. And then the month leading up to the soulmate meeting is called the ego person. So you got your magnet pieces back. You didn't have sex with these old boyfriends that are coming back into your life. You're just nice to them. Say, yeah, nice talking to you. Maybe have a cup of coffee and see them, but that's it. No sex. You got your magnet pieces back. You were nice to them. That is the purpose. And it's really God, universe, showing you the mistakes you made in the past, because you don't want to keep getting these same awful guys back into your life again. That's the whole purpose, is showing you the cycle. So then that's done. The next month is called the ego person. This is the guy that you made a list of 25 traits, and he matches every single one. And I'd say make those lists. When you write stuff down, it becomes more powerful. When you speak it, it becomes even more powerful. The universe is listening to you. Your archangels are listening to you. So write your list down. This guy matches everything on the list. Your mom likes him. Your dad likes him. The dog likes him. Everybody likes this guy. And he would be a good choice. But if you wait one more month, guess what that's called? Anybody? The soulmate. The best choice. This would be the one who you made agreements with before you're incarnated. And everybody has 3 soulmates at any one time. So say, for instance, your husband got hit by a Guinness truck. That's a joke, you can laugh. Another one will replace him. So you always have 3 at any one time. And some people wait until their 70s to come get a reading with Christian. And they waited so long that he will bring in all 3 at the same time. Then you got to get rooms for these guys. That's another thing. And then also, sometimes you miss a generation because you're getting older and they are really gone. Then the next one comes up is very young. And guess what? You're called then. Don't get mad at me. Cougar! How do you guys know that? You're the first one. Sometimes I don't tell that joke because people get upset with me when I say cougar, but you'll attract a younger guy. Okay? That's just how it works. But basically, follow the steps if you get a soulmate reading with Dr. Von Lahr. Follow them exactly. Your odds go through the roof of meeting them. Sometimes people aren't ready to meet them this year. He doesn't like me to say that. He wants to get you your soulmate right away. But the cycle repeats again next year. Some people aren't ready this year. It will come up again. And if you know your cycle of attraction, it repeats every year for life. And then if you're with your soulmate, you'll just have these friends that maybe come into your life and they have different functions, but they are soulmates still. And they can be a special part of your life. And then also, some people get a reading with Dr. Von Lahr and want to know if their husband is their soulmate. He can tell you that. Some people have relationship problems. He can work on that. So it's whatever you want. And some people want to know who's coming down the line. He can do that as well. His other specialty is, of course, relocation, housing. A lot of people know where they want to be, or it's between two places. He'll talk to your master guiding you, and you get information on that. He's very well versed in legality. So if you have legal problems, he can help you with that. He helps some of the top lawyers in cases in the country, including Washington, D.C. They fly him up there. An example is you can literally, in a jury lineup, tell which way people will vote, which is very valuable, and he's always right. So that's something he can do as well if you have legal issues. He also does starseed heritage. We talked about that at the beginning of the lecture. Where am I from? What planet? What is my mission? Why am I here? Most starseeds don't quite know that. They just know they're different, and they want to know how they're supposed to, what their mission is. And the thing is, a starseed came here because humans, the rest of us, let's just say, we're not quite getting something. And they are here to help with that. So they're very, very, very important. And starseeds have, since 2012, now gotten through karmic issue type things where they are now allowed to receive the benefits like everybody else. In the past, they were killed. Like the Druids and the witches of Salem and those type of people that had all these gifts that came here to help us. We didn't really keep them around because the church and the Vatican and those things, oh, you can make yourself invisible? Well, we can't have that. We can't do that, so we don't want you to do that. So starseeds have gone through many lifetimes, too, of having these issues. A lot of times, they seeded the earth. The temples were built by them. They're coming back to check on their work. So starseeds is something also you can ask him about. I think we're coming up to the end. Yes, go ahead.
So on the starseeds that you're
Yes.
talking about,
Yes,
they're not from Earth. I mean,
correct. So you missed a little bit. It's okay. But basically, I think somebody over here, maybe they left, basically said, we're not from Earth. We're from somewhere else. And we came here to help. And a lot of us are a combination of different starseed places and people. We could be part Andromedan, part Arcturian. We could be part Pleiadian and part, I won't say Draco because that's pretty bad, but Draco reptilians are a different type of being in the universe, and they have a different mission. Yes.
There's all the Syrians as well.
Syrians are Lyrans. Yes.
Where you came?
So if you want to know where you came from, if you don't feel like you're from here, you don't really connect with humans, like you just don't get why they're so crazy, he'll tell you what type of starseed you are, where you're from, and it should make sense and it should match exactly your personality. A starseed trait, a really, really big one, is you are very interested in music, in tones. You played an instrument like the guitar. Frequency, where we're going towards is frequency. That is the next step up, where we'll receive frequency for healing, we'll communicate through frequency, we become lighter, we can go different places through frequency and stuff like that. So the classes that he teaches, the wizard one especially is very progressed. And that is where we're dealing with those type of things that are changing time, changing dimension. As we go higher, time ceases, just so you know. And we're doing that with ascension. As we go higher, you'll notice time different. Time literally is changing even today.
Pyramid?
It was going super fast and slows down, stuff like that.
Is ascension in a pyramid form?
A pyramid form? I don't know.
Because if you're saying time is shrinking,
Yeah.
and it just seems
I never thought of it that way, but
that's the way I picture it.
yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to think about that and ask Dr. Valmar. If you did want a session, come by the booth or the first booth when you come into the grand ballroom. I'd be happy to set you up with that. We do have an early bird special still going from this morning. And if you're interested in a class, there's a brochure going around, or you can take a picture or take one of the brochures on the table. If you have more questions, definitely come see me. I'd be happy to answer them at the booth. Thank you all so much for coming. We talked about a lot, but you see the questions? Yeah. We could go anywhere. So great questions, guys. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming.
Thanks.
We appreciate you.
What's your special?
It's
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul. Blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters, Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Oops. Check, check.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience.
Hello, live streamers. We have a packed house today. For this gentleman right here, Jared the Medium, I cannot say enough wonderful words about him. Jared has been a working professional medium for over a decade, bringing his straightforward, honest, and simple approach to mediumship, teaching that all of us have this innate ability to connect with spirit. Jared does extensive work helping others develop their abilities in sessions and with his famous development circles. He also shares his processes and techniques of giving messages and the battle with ego in a gallery setting in his show on SoulSearch TV, which I know you're all going to go home and watch, Medium-Sized Ego. You are in for a treat today. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Wendy, for being here with us. And I can't wait for and thank you all, Spirit, for being here today, too. So let's welcome Jared and all of our Spirit partners.
Thank you. Welcome here. Yeah, usually I stay outside when they start talking about me because, again, you heard me battle with ego, right? So when I sit here and listen to people say good things about me, then my head, we always joke, my head starts to swell and she has to like pop it, you know. Because in order for me to do this work, my ego can't be out of control, right? But again, I have to have ego. Like people think, oh, destroy ego. And that's not, I don't think that's true. If I had no ego, you think I'd be able to stand in front of this room and do my work? There's no way. There's no way. So I have to have again, some ego. And that's where the idea of medium-sized ego came in, right? Like keeping it. In the program that I'm in, we use the word, we say keeping the ego right-sized, right? So I took that and I said medium-sized ego. So that's where that comes from, right? So I like the cleverness of that. So again, welcome here, everybody. What we're going to do today is I'm going to go around the room and pick some people, and I'm going to try to read them. And again, I teach while I read. So, and the purpose of that is like what she described, because I believe we all have this ability. I don't have some special gift that you guys don't have. Everybody's born with this ability. I have practiced it. I have practiced it with strangers. Okay, that's important because when I practice it on my wife, I get it wrong, right? I know too much about her. I can't get messages and not alter them before I give them to her. Just like I can't do that for myself. Like it's hard for me to get messages for myself. Think about this. I get a message that tells me I need to quit my job, right? You need to quit. Like let's say it's an urgent message. It's like, you need to quit tomorrow, right? What I hear is, you should start thinking about, getting a different job so to see what happens there. And why? Because I have all my own fears about money. I have all my own insecurities about, people around me depending on me. I have all these other things, but that's not what Spirit said, right? Do you see what I'm saying? So for you, I can tell you, quit your job tomorrow, no problem. But for me, I alter it, right? My own thoughts, my own ideas, my own ego gets in the way. Same thing for my wife or the people, my kids, people around me. It's harder to not alter it, right? So when I say practice this, I have to practice it with strangers. Now that's a big step to go out on, right? Like, okay, you want me to practice this thing, in front of a bunch of people when I don't know what I'm doing and it could be wrong and all that stuff. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You have to do this. So everybody has this ability, yes, but everybody's not willing to step out and practice it, right? But we all use it in our everyday life. You all have guides. You all have people who give you information every day who are trying to help you. And again, I don't care what you believe that is. Doesn't matter to me, as long as you listen. That's what I'm going to tell. I'm going to show you guys. So when I read today, I'm going to walk you through some of my processes. some of the symbolism that I get a little bit, and so you guys can understand kind of how it works. It's not some like crazy magic thing. It's a bunch of symbols and a bunch of very subtle things that I've trained myself to notice and to pay attention to. Okay, and then the fact that I'm always constantly battling my fear, my ego. When I say ego, a lot of it comes through in fear, right? So I'll kind of walk you through that process. So the first part is like, now I know I got to pick somebody, right? So I'm already starting to feel the fear now, because now this is where it already starts. The minute I thought, okay, I'm getting close to pick somebody, I started feeling the fear. Okay, that's the truth. Now I got to pick somebody. So this always goes really well as long as I follow spirit picking somebody and I don't let my own ego, my own fears, my own thoughts, right? And so one of the first things that usually happens to me is I'll like pick the biggest, burliest guy in the room, and I'll be like, "Oh, I can't pick that guy. You know, he's scary. You know, and, oh, you know, that's one of like seriously. I'm like, okay, I want to pick this person because I feel like my ego wants to pick the easy person that I think's to read. Always wrong, right? Like that's always wrong. I'll struggle every time. Now, the other thing is, I might be wrong. I might be in the wrong place. So don't ever tell me yes if it's a no. If it doesn't fit you, please tell me no. I might jump around the room a little bit. I might be thinking I'm reading her, and it might be the person next to her. I hate that, but it's been happening to me a lot. So just warning you right now, like it does happen, okay? And it's not, my ego wants me to pick the person, have the information be accurate, have everybody go, oh, that's amazing, right? Like that's what the ego wants. But guess what? Spirit has a lot of different plans for me, and one of them is that I'm going to be in the wrong spot sometimes. I'm going to show you guys the struggle. If I get something wrong, I want you guys to see that, so you see I'm not like some magic guy. I'm a construction worker. Like I work construction all week. Okay, I'm just a normal construction worker who happens to do this on the weekends. Like that's the truth. And so you guys all have lives, and you guys all use this all the time, and I believe that to be true. Okay, all right. So I do feel myself being pulled over here. One of the tricks I use is I don't look. Okay. Remember, so then I'm not going, ooh, don't go there, right? I'm not feeling that. I'm also scanning the room as I'm reading, and I'm kind of feeling kind of where I'm going. I feel like I'm right in this area, so I think I'm with you. Can I come to you? Yeah. Okay. Do you have a older female's jewelry? Do you have grandma's jewelry? Not on you, but do you have a piece of jewelry that belongs to grandma? No. Do you have religion above you? No. So you have a grandma who is very religious? Oh, yeah. Because I'm seeing rosary beads after I said jewelry, and so is there Catholic above you? Okay, and I'm getting this symbol. This symbol means talk about religion, right? And when it's a big cross like this, it usually means Catholic. That's why I went right to Catholic. But I feel like it's a grandma energy. It feels like it's on mom's side though. I feel like I want to talk about mom's side. So, is mom pass for you also? Okay, did mom get sick before she passed? Because she just showed me my symbol. Okay, so I see the symbol. It's oxygen too. So when I see that, it means I was sick before I passed. Yes. That's what she wants to say. Now, you helped take care of her, or you were involved in that somehow, because she wants to thank you. So the next thing she does is this symbol for me, and that means thank you. When that comes after talk about illness, it means she wants to thank you for helping. Now, after that, I just got chills. Okay, you got it too. Okay, chills is never wrong. That's my guide telling me yes. Okay. I could be wrong doing this. All that other information could be wrong. But when I get the chills, I 100% know that that's accurate. 100%. Never once in my life have my chills been wrong. Never once. I can misinterpret them. I can not know it, but they've never once been wrong, and they will never be wrong for you. That is your main guide telling you yes. Okay? That's what that is. Okay, so I got mom here. She says thank you. She said thank you, honey. So again, just a sweet endearment, term of endearment. Do you have a sister? Because as she did this, she put her arms around you, but I felt she put her arms around others. Again, there may be more than just a sister, but I just know there's at least a sister, because when I felt this symbol, I felt like another female. Now, are you and sister talking right now? She put arms around you to squeeze you closer. So that would be my symbol to tell you she wants you closer. Yeah.
She passed away like 9 years ago.
Oh, your sister did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, were you guys talking when she passed?
We were very close.
Okay.
Super close.
So mom did this thing where she put her arms around you, and she brought up sister. So I could be wrong, but I'm surprised that I got that wrong. So
I have a sister right now that we don't talk so much.
Perfect. Okay. So that makes see again, I can be wrong, right? And like, if I let her lead me, check, no, she's passed. I could have switched gears and been like, my ego wants to be right in front of all of you. So the danger there is I would be like, oh, okay, well maybe, and you saw me do it. I'm starting to panic, right? You guys are all looking at me. She says no. You guys feel it, right? You feel the room change when she says no. But again, I may be wrong, you may be wrong, but they weren't wrong, right? Like, so you have a sister, but it's like a half sister or a partial or something, or a distant.
No, we are very distant in
Okay.
communication.
Right.
She lives here, but we are very distant.
Okay, perfect. So that's this symbol is like when they're trying to tell you to get closer to somebody. You understand that?
Yeah.
That's what that means. So just so you know, that's what that means. Did your sister who's passed leave children behind?
Two.
Okay, because you see me do this. So she went like this. She looked behind her with sadness, which is just my symbol of like it's like this. I'm okay over here, but then they look behind them with a little bit of sadness. It usually means they're talking about somebody left behind. And then I kind of went like this with my hand. Kids always show up on my hand in numbers. She said she left 2 behind. Is there a grandchild? There's grandchildren also for her? Because she says, did that grandchild come after she passed? Because so the reason I know that, because she showed me her holding the baby first. You understand? So that's her way to tell you I got to hold the baby first.
Yeah.
See? So since I see her holding the baby, that means that baby, that's how I know she passed before the baby. So tell the kids that she knows about is it a girl? Is there a namesake? Did they name her after somebody? A boy? Where's the namesake on that side of the family?
No. I'm sorry, say again?
Namesake. So somebody's named, one of her kids is either named after, there's a naming that's been repeated on that side of the family. So there's something about someone got the namesake.
No.
You're saying no, I know that, but they're saying yes. So again, we might be in the wrong place.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, like I can be wrong. And you saw the first time, I'm like, oh, maybe I'm wrong. But this time they're like adamant. No, this is right. So like I trust them. Like I don't trust me, and I don't trust you, I'll be honest. But I trust them. They're saying yes. And I could be wrong. You cannot do this work and not be willing to be wrong, because the minute I'm not willing to be wrong, I'm lying to you, I'm lying to me, it's bull. I'll be honest. Like so there's somewhere where they're bringing up a namesake, which means like somebody's got someone's middle name, or there's somebody to be passed on that they want to bring up. I don't know exactly what it is, but they're like, yes. Okay. Is dad passed for you? Because I just heard daddy. So has he been gone a while, over 10 years?
My dad?
A father figure. I got a father figure who.
Oh yes.
Who feels like he's been gone a
30
long.
years.
Okay.
30 years.
Yeah. Feels like a long time. So it's.
Yeah.
And I started saying more than 10 years, because I used to say a long time, but that's another like word that's vague. What's a long time to you could be, but so it's got to be over 10 years for it to be a long time for me. So it just, again, I'm empathic, so I'm feeling most of this information. So that's how I get my information mostly, is by feelings. So when I felt the male presence around her, it just felt very distant. It didn't feel close. So that means one of two things, because he came in with closeness, but then he backed up. So now I know there's a distance between them. So now I have to figure out what that distance is. That could be time, or that could be like he didn't live near, he's not near her. So I have to figure that out. But in the moment, I kind of feel that, and it just felt like he'd been gone a long time, because I did feel lots of love from him. So I don't feel like bad. I just feel lots of love. So so that's what I would say. Have you seen mom since she's been passed, or did you see who's the female you saw, like in a dream?
I know a lot of people who have
Passed.
passed.
Who came to you? Who came to you in a dream and you saw them? No?
Recently?
It feels recent, yeah. But you're saying no, I can feel it already. So that's okay. I think I'm done with you, and I think I'm moving on. So that's why I get, so don't try to make it fit, please. Like he's sitting there trying to say yes, and then I can feel it's wrong.
No,
Right?
because
So,
I saw someone else, but it wasn't female.
okay, then that's not, then
That's
it's
what I
wrong.
was thinking. No.
That's okay. That's okay. I had a feeling I was done with you, and I pushed it a little too far. And like right when I asked that question, I could feel it was wrong. So see, I got to follow those cues, right? I can't let her say yes when it's a no, because this will go all bad if I do that, right? Like I can't let that happen, or I lose control of the whole room. Do you understand
Can I
that?
say something?
Sure.
Before, when I got sick, I knew they was going to come to me.
Sure.
So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
They were all around here.
So you knew it was going to be you. I was trying not to go to you. I'll be honest with you. I was like, I'm using you as the example, and then I'm like, and then I kept you pulled. So I used you as the example of like when I pointed you during the reading, and then or during the talk, and then I tried to go away, and then they drew me back over there. I was trying not to pick you. I'll be honest. So that's usually my symbol that I need to pick her, right? It's like with the big burly dude in the room. I'll say, oh, I can't pick that guy. And then Spirit will be like, go to that guy. I'm like, God, David, okay. And then I pick that guy. You understand? And it's always great when I do that. It's Always great.
Thank
It's
you so
always
much.
great. You're very welcome. Can I come over here? I think I'm here. I'm with one of you. I'm in this area. I think I'm with you. You understand that? Or you understand? Are you? Can I come to you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I get these symbols. So I just got to start talking about them. Another way this process works is like a symbol to me is just something to start talking about. And after I start talking about it, I'm counting on spirit to give me where the symbol goes. They slip a lot of this stuff in the moment. So what does that mean? It means I got to get up here and start talking about random stuff I don't know anything about and hope they're going to give me the right information that's going to land. That's why it's so scary, right? But so when you guys see me, like, I don't even know where this is going to go yet. I just got this symbol and it's juggling, right? So this symbol of juggling means you're keeping a lot of things going at once right now. It means you got a lot of things in the air. You got you're doing this. Now, getting chills, so I'm in the right place. So that's a yes, right? So lots of things juggling. Now, this is where it goes. When I see you juggling, I don't see you struggling to juggle. Okay? So that means they're saying that you're doing well. Like they want you to see that you got a lot of things going on right now, and that they want to give you some credit for a lot that you're doing way better than you think. Okay, do you understand that? I do have a male energy that wants to come in, so I do have a male and a female. So they're on opposite sides. So I have a male energy over here and a female energy over here. You have two grandmas that are passed?
Well, my dad's mom died recently.
Okay, because I want to say grandma something, which usually means there's two of them, or you called her grandma something and it wasn't just grandma by itself. Do you understand that? Is that right? Yeah. Okay, because again, calling your grandma something, I don't know what the something is, just means that it wasn't just grandma. It means it usually means there's two of them and you had to specify this is grandma G or this is grandma something. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what'd you call her?
Mama.
Amma? Okay. Okay, so she just, now as soon as you said her, like I feel her strong, she puts protection around you, okay? So she just came around you with a big old hug and she just put some strong protection around you. And I think you would feel her sometimes. Did she get sick before she passed also? Did she struggle with something she struggled and fought and struggled and fought and struggled and fought, she shows me. Do you understand that? Like she fought.
Yeah.
She fought a lot. You know what an empath is?
Yep.
You're an empath.
Yep.
Strong empath, by the way. You're strong. Do you know that you absorb other people's emotions around you?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the issue you have.
Yeah.
It's not that you're an empath, it's that you don't know the difference between your feelings and everybody around you because you're confusing your feelings with everybody else's. Do you understand? You need to work on that, like putting some barriers around you. That's the biggest issue you got right now. It's not all this juggling that you got. It's not all life throwing at you because they're saying you can handle 100 things at once. You can handle all this stuff. That's not the problem. The problem is you're not sure. You don't know where you left anymore, where you leave off, and where everybody else starts. You have a barrier issue. This is also very effective. There's a relationship issue here with that, with allowing people with your emotions. So there's issues there. Do you have children?
One.
Just one? I got two.
That would be me. You said you were looking at one of us.
Yeah, maybe. But maybe not. You don't have grandchildren yet? I get two, but they're split. So I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes that means like boy and girl or young and old. I don't know exactly. You say no, I'll just leave it with that. I get a lot of thank yous from Spirit also. They're like, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I don't know what you're doing, but they're thanking you for taking care of something. So there's lots of thank yous going on right now. Lots of thank
I
yous.
usually just pray for everybody, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, they're just like, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I mean, there's a lot of them. There's several. You have like 3 women that are together also. So again, I don't know what one of these is the grandma energy, but there's 2 others also that are with her. So is there religion above you also? Because I'm seeing like you said pray for them, so I probably assume that, right? Like, so see, here's where it gets tricky. That's where now it's my thoughts and my ideas because she said pray for them. So now I'm wondering, did I just take that and make that? You see what I mean? Like, and I don't like it because it could be assumed. So I make sure I tell you that could be assumed because you just said that, right? But again, I thought candles when you said prayers. You understand? I saw like the round candles. Yeah. That's what I saw. Yeah. So is that what you do? Is it like a lot of it? That's why I went there. It's because I saw those candles. So that makes sense to you. Okay. Again, I don't like stuff that could be assumed, so I was pointing out, right? Okay. Someone just did something to your hair. I don't know what this is. I hate hair symbols because I never know what they are, but so I kind of have to trust that, like, what I feel when I start talking about it. But if someone's like messing with your hair, it's curly. I don't know why. There's some kind of comment about your hair being too curly or something. I don't know. I don't know what this is, but oh, okay, I know what this is. Someone's trying to comb your hair now. So there's some kind of reference to trying to comb your hair. Is your hair's naturally curly, right? That's not like perm or anything. I really don't know anything. All right. It's like naturally like that. It's like a nightmare to comb when you were a kid, something like that. You understand? So someone, this is what I see. Like when you're a kid and your parent, you're trying to comb through your hair. So there's somebody bringing up that memory of trying to comb through your hair.
That's probably my grandma.
That's what it feels like. Yeah, like it's just like that. Oh my God, your hair. You understand? So that's what she's saying. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. So you guys kind of get an idea. It's not always perfect. I can be wrong. I can be in the wrong place. I can not understand the information. But I learn to trust them, right? And at least trust the feeling. Like I said, I'm empathic, so these aren't a lot of visuals I'm seeing. I'm getting a feeling and trying to make a visualization out of it. The best way to describe it is when I say I see something, I feel it. And out of that feeling, right, I'm making a description in my mind to see it. So I can describe what people are wearing sometimes. So like, do I see it? Yes. But is it visual? Like when I first started doing this work and I tried to see stuff, I thought that what you were supposed to do is what I thought these mediums were doing was closing their eyes, and in the darkness of their eyes, this image would appear like a movie, and it would just play out, and then they would just describe it. That's what I thought it was supposed to be like. Well, for me, that's not what it's like at all. It's so subtle. It's so minor. It's just a feeling. It's a thought. It gets subtler and subtler every time I do this. My job is to get better at noticing it as it gets subtler and subtler. And in the beginning, yeah, you might get this, what I call the billboard, that gets your attention. But then after that, it just kind of gets weaker and weaker, and you gotta really pay attention. So what I try to train people to do is to notice the subtle better, not to expect the billboard to appear. Okay. You have grandchildren yet?
No.
How many?
I have one.
How many kids do you have?
3.
Okay, 2 and 1. So 2 boys and a girl. Or 2 girls and a boy.
From one dad and.
Okay, so 2 and 1. So I split them in 2 and 1. Yeah, with you. And I confirmed that because I got chills. So that's how just so you guys know, I wasn't sure until I got chills. Chills are never wrong. Once I get chills, I know I'm with you. Okay. Someone's messing with you. I got a male energy coming through for you, and he's messing with you already. So first thing he did was mess with you about your earrings. I don't know why, but he's giving you a hard time about your earrings.
Yeah.
He's calling you some pretty
dirty
names. Yeah. You understand that? It's a joke.
Yes.
It doesn't feel bad. It feels like, yeah, he's insinuating because you're wearing those earrings that, yeah. So there's something about that. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying a feeling here, but it's all in fun. Like it doesn't feel bad at all, but it feels like he would definitely give you a hard time. You understand that?
Yeah.
Do you have a tattoo remembrance of someone?
I have my dad's last name on my ankle and my children's father on my shoulder.
Okay. Are they passed? Is one of them passed?
Both.
Okay. Is that who you think this is? Children's father or dad?
I don't think my dad would be talking about my boots.
Yeah, I don't know. 'Cause the way it came through was kind of like.
It could be an uncle.
Okay. Well, my confirmation of who this was the tattoo, so that's why I'm asking.
I'm gonna guess.
Okay. So see what I'm doing is if I get something that I don't confirm or I don't know or it sounds like it could be vague, I expect them to give me some evidence right behind that, right? I don't believe it unless I get a big strong yes afterwards, right? So my evidence to know I was in the right place that I was accurate was that you have a tattoo of somebody in remembrance, and again, it's that person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's an ex.
We were working things out when it happened.
Okay. Do you understand that he would take responsibility for his own passing? Because he just pointed at himself.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my symbolism for my fault. He's also saying stupid, stupid, stupid. So that's a symbol of it's exactly what it sounds like. And I don't know how to describe it any better than it said. It's stupid, stupid, stupid. Do you understand? They say it over and over and over again, over and over and over again. Okay. He also takes responsibility for the relationship issues. So he also says it's my fault. Okay. He doesn't want Now I get the feeling you blame yourself, and he's saying that's why he said this. He's like, it wasn't you, it was me. Do you understand? Addiction issues. Because he's also giving me a symbolism for addiction issues. Also some mental stuff going on. He had some childhood issues that he never took care of. So there's some stuff there. Because this symbol, when I first get it, means addiction. The second time I get it, it means mental illness. And then if I get it the third time, it's like a lot of other stuff. But anyway, like that's crazy, right? Like I get a symbol and I don't even know what it is. So it's like it could be 10 things, and so I don't really know. And that's why I have to be in front of you, talking to you, in order for me to get that. I can't just get all this information, because when I get a symbol, I don't even know what it means until I start talking in the moment. And one of the reasons I do that is because it keeps my ego out of it. Like it doesn't give me time to start going, okay, this means this, that means she gets a message. I would mix that all up by the time I gave it to her. But in the moment, I don't have time to do that. It's fast. I start talking quick, right? As soon as I get it, I give it to you. Okay. So you understand what he's saying to you about the hoop earrings also? Like he's calling you like he's kind of, okay. I don't want to go. He's using a word that starts with an H.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good. Is our birthday right around now?
His birthday was on September 2nd.
Okay, perfect. Because he just handed you a balloon, which is my symbolism for talking about the birthday. Do you understand? Do you have 2 birthdays that cross also? So like 2 birthdays that are close together? Or a birthday that's right around a holiday or something, because he's showing me 2 symbols that cross.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, don't think about it too hard. Could be wrong. Didn't feel super strong. I might have been stretching a little. But no, he's saying yes. Sorry. See, I tried to be wrong, but he's like, no, you're on the right path. So like an anniversary that crosses with a birthday, or
And that's it. Yeah, well, we celebrated our anniversary on his birthday, so I wouldn't forget.
So see, now I got strong chills. You understand? So happy anniversary. You understand that? So now what you guys just saw what happened there. She said no. Right? I was wrong. I was off a little bit. Right? The symbolism means talk about, either 2 birthdays crossing or an anniversary. It's 2 balloons crossing. So that means like we brought up the birthday, and then they brought up the crossing of the birthday with something else. You understand? So she said no. And then I'm like, okay, maybe I'm wrong, because I have to be willing to do that. If I don't say maybe I could be wrong and believe it, like I have to be willing to go, okay, let it go. That's hard for me, because I will sit there the rest of the reading if I didn't figure that out and try to make it fit somewhere. I'll keep going back to it, and I'll be like, okay, could this be that? And I'll be like, no. If I don't actually let it go, then the next thing can't come in. I'm not clear of it. And so I have to be willing to be wrong and not just say it. You know what I mean? I can't just say it. I have to actually believe it's okay if I get that wrong for you. I have to be able to stand in front of a room full of people and be like, it's okay if I got something wrong. And one of the ways I've learned to do that is to teach. So it used to kill me, but now it's a teaching moment. If I get something wrong, I can be like, see, that's what's wrong. And then it just moves on. But in order for me to get the next piece of information and to confirm it, I have to let that last thing go. And the minute I did it, it came in. And then it made sense, and then it all worked out, and it's usually like that, as long as I can let the stuff go. But if my ego holds on to it, and I got to be right, then I can't get that information. I can't do this work. So you guys get it, right? That's what we're battling with: our own thoughts, our own ideas, our own fears getting in the way, right? What's the fear here? I'm going to be wrong. You're all going to laugh at me. You're going to see I don't know what I'm doing, right? The root fear is I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not good at this, right? I go to work every day and hope that my boss doesn't figure out that I don't know what I'm doing. I'm overpaid. I don't know. You know what I mean? That's what we all have, that same fear. Like, that's so true, right? Like, anybody who has children know this, because every day we hope CPS don't show up and take them away because we don't know what we're doing. That's the truth. Like, that's the truth. All right. So I got one more thing for you. I don't know what it is yet, but I had to feel like saying one more thing. So hold on. They just threw confetti in the air. Did I get it right?
Yeah,
All right.
graffiti.
They threw confetti in the air. Okay, so that means there's a celebration they want to bring up. So something about celebrate or congratulations. I'm sorry, this is more about congratulations. So they're bringing up something to tell you that they're proud of, or there's a celebration or congratulations that they want to let you know that they're involved in.
Okay.
You understand that?
Sobriety.
Perfect. So yeah, congratulations. You tried that before, it didn't work?
When he passed away, I fell off.
So you tried that before. So yeah. Okay. That's just my evidence, right? Like, make sure I was in the right place. Like, I got to have something that's evidence afterwards they show me off on.
Yeah.
Okay. And then where's the 3 associated with that? So now I'm getting 3.
I have 3 daughters.
You have 3 daughters? Thought you were going to say 3 years. So where's the time associated with 3?
Time associated.
Yeah. I mean, I could be wrong, but I got a 3 right away. And when you said daughters, I didn't feel it, right? So it'd be great to be like, yeah, okay, and then leave it. But that didn't feel right to me, so I can't accept it.
My granddaughter was born in March.
That doesn't feel right either. So did you get sober 3 times then? Has it been 3 times?
It's been 2. Twice as I did sobriety.
Okay.
3 times.
It's been 3 weeks, 3 months.
No, it's been
longer than that.
It's been under a year, but over 3 months.
Okay, well, I don't know where to go with that. I'm just going to leave it with you. I get a strong 3 associated with it. I'm hoping it doesn't mean you're going to go a 3rd time. I mean, I don't want to suggest that. But I mean, at this point, I don't know where else to go with it, right? Like, I can't confirm where it goes. Maybe I'm wrong, right? Like, maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's wrong. But I did get a strong 3. Now, this happens a lot, and I can't get confirmation from her. And in the beginning, like, this used to kill me. Like, I leave here and I'm like, yeah, all the great stuff I've got today, I could get the most amazing stuff for everybody. What I remember is that. You know what I mean? I'll leave. I don't remember readings at all, but I'll remember that I didn't get that was wrong. Now, 3 weeks later, she might get it. And a lot of times that's what happens. She'll be like, oh, you know what I mean? And I might never know that. So I'm not supposed to need that confirmation. Like, I'm not supposed to. It's the truth. I'm not supposed to need confirmation. Because if I do, I'm looking for it to pat me on the back, right? Like, I need it. That's my ego wanting to know I'm right, right? And remember, I can't need to be right, but I do need to know I'm in the right place, or I wouldn't keep going, right? If everybody just said no, I wouldn't keep doing this. So there's this fine line, right? It's the middle that I need. Okay, how much time have I got?
30.
All right.
Well, 25.
Going good then. Let's do some more. All right, I'm gonna come on this side over here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Can I come to you? Yes. All right, can you tell me your name?
Jackie.
Do you have a nickname? Do they call you something else?
Jacqueline,
Yeah, is that who calls you Jacqueline?
my mother.
Okay, because I heard. So here's why I don't normally ask names. You notice that I've asked her name. I've never asked anybody's name, right? This time I asked a name. Okay, and why last name? Because then when she said her name, I go, no. I heard no, it's not.
Yeah. I go by Jackie since she died. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. So now I know whoever called you that was like, no, you're not. That's not your name. So I tell people that's not your name. And they're like, yes, it is. So, but no, you needed to hear that because now you know exactly who that is. You understand that? Okay. So you said mom passed. She gave me that information. So now I know there's a mom there. Now the problem with that is, what if there was another female who was trying to come in or somebody else? I would assume it was her mom. So that's why I don't like to know much, right? Because now I can't hear anything but that. That's okay. It's not your fault. I didn't tell you guys not to say anything. Did mom have heart issues or diabetes?
She died of a heart attack.
Okay. And so my symbol for that is swollen ankles. So I see swollen ankles. Swollen ankles means there was a heart condition or diabetes. And again, like, I wish it was just one thing, but I don't know that, right? I get these symbols.
She had asthma really bad.
Okay, so she shows me swollen ankles, which means, and you saw me do this too when I said it. I didn't realize I was doing it, but I went like this. I asked and I touched my heart. That's usually part of it. So a lot of these symbols, I don't even realize I'm doing them until I look down. I'm like, oh, like I'll be tattoo, I'll touch in a certain spot. So these are very, very subtle things that if you're not paying attention, you don't get. Okay, did you dye your hair recently?
Yeah.
Is that recent? Because she's giving you a hard time about that. She doesn't like it.
Like she was a redhead.
She doesn't like it. She said it doesn't work. So give you a hard time. Okay, and I'm having a hard time seeing back there, but do you have like braids or something like that? Okay. Because she's giving me a hard time about that. I don't know why. She's like messing with you, so it's kind of funny.
I was thinking about her while I was putting them in.
Were you there when she passed?
I was not.
Did you just miss it?
Yeah, I had spent the night with my grandmother and she passed.
Okay. Because she's showing me the symbol, which means talk about when she passed, right? This means talk about being there when I passed. So again, I don't know if it means she was or wasn't until I start talking. But when she said I wasn't there, her mom said, yes, you were, right? So again, that means to me that you were there for her. Do you understand? Like, that means you took care of her, you were there for her, you were there, you just left, right?
We had a conversation that evening.
Yeah, so that's what I know. So that's their way of telling you were there. Okay, why do I hear this all the time? I just left for one night, I just left for a few minutes, and I was there the whole time. Why do they do that? What happens there? 90% of the time, they cannot go into light when you're there. They're too attached to you. They can't leave you. They need you to leave the room so that they can go. Do you understand?
Yeah.
It's not an insult. It's actually it means a lot. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. She also says thank you for taking care of her. So I know you were there for her. You took care of her. There's some of that. She's worried about you though. She's worried about you. Okay. I gotta go back to the ankle. Who had the ankle? Is there an ankle issue? Was she having mobility issues? Or do you have a mobility issue?
I had a tumor in my calf.
Okay, that works for me. And only because I very specifically said she's worried about you, and then she went down here. So in your calf?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's okay now.
Yeah, I've been in remission.
Yeah, she said that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're supposed to be doing all these things after that, and you're not doing it. She said you're not following through the protocol. You understand that?
Okay.
She said this protocol. You're supposed to be walking. You're supposed to be exercising. You're supposed to be doing something. You said you were going to do this, or you said this, and you're not doing it. So she's giving you a little bit of a hard time. Do you have her ashes?
No, she was buried.
Do
With me?
you have like a little shrine of her then? Do you have something?
Yeah, I keep this necklace with a picture of her pregnant with me.
Okay. Yeah, because she talks about like the shrine feeling, so that's why I thought you had her ashes. So
Yeah.
if it's not ashes, then again, I wish that was more accurate. Like again, I see how that looks, I know how it feels, and she's giving me a lot of information. You notice that, right?
Sorry.
No, it's okay. You guys see how it's kind of making it worse, right? Like I'm having less accuracy the more she tells me, and that's true. The more I know, the more in the way the information is, right? So you'll see like the when someone tells me too much, then it kind of blocks me. So you see how that works, right? Okay. I'm not gonna act this one out because my back is pain right now, but I'm seeing like hopping on one leg. Again, this is a crazy symbol that I see sometimes, and I might be moving on from you. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what that means.
Oh, I just recently sprained my ankle really bad.
Perfect.
So I've been recovering the last 3 weeks.
Perfect. Okay, so that makes sense because she'd already told me, right? Like that there was the ankle thing, but then they went back to it, right? So it didn't make sense to me. Why would we be going back to that? Now, do you guys know each other or no? Okay, so I think I'm moving over to you. That makes sense, and I think I may have started to move over to you before that. Understand? Do you have a father figure who's passed, like a grandpa who was like a dad?
Yeah.
Army connection or I didn't even say that. Military connection.
Navy.
Navy works, yeah. Because they saluted, so that's just my symbol to say.
Oh yeah, it works for 2 grandpas.
Okay, so there's 2. Is one of them Army and one Navy?
I think so. but I'm not
Okay,
sure.
and the only reason I would assume that is because I don't ever say Army, Navy. I don't ever say that. So when it's slipped out of my mouth, that's usually how they slip words in, right? Those are usually super accurate. So that's why I was like, ooh, I didn't mean to say that. What I mean by I didn't mean to say that is usually means spirit said it. Like that's what I want you to hear when I say I didn't mean to say that. So yeah, so again, that's usually what that means. So I do feel like there's more than one, and there's got to be an Army connection because I definitely never say Army, and that slipped out. Okay. Okay, I keep seeing this hopping, so I don't know why I'm trying not to act it out, like I said. And normally I would, but I'm in my mind, I'm acting it out, just so you know. So I'm seeing hopping on one leg, and it's so funny too.
It's funnier when he acts it out.
I know. I'm sorry. My back is out, or I'd be up here doing dancing and all kinds of stuff. But I'm seeing this hopping on one leg, going, "Ow, ow, ow, ow," and someone's saying you're being a witch.
I thought it was broken. It's not broken.
See, it was just sprained, and you thought you were dying, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. What did you mean?
Kendall.
Yes, I got a male energy. There's also a female energy here, but the male energy was like giving you a hard time about being a wimp. Like, oh my God, you think, okay, you think that you're dying and you're not dying. Do you understand that? Did you go to college or college connection? Okay. Again, random information to prove the thing I said that was vague, right? So that's vague, not provable. So right after that, I need them to give me something random, college connection. Sometimes it's random, sometimes it's the next direction I need to go. But when it pops out of nowhere like that, it's usually very much just evidence to prove that the thing I said before that was accurate to me. Okay. Okay, so you went to college?
Yeah.
Are you not using the thing you went to college for? Are you in a different field?
I changed it halfway through college.
Okay, because they're giving you a little bit of hard time about like okay, you did all this work and then you changed. Now they're giving you a hard time jokingly though. I will tell you that means you realized you were in the wrong place and you moved, and that's never a bad thing, right? That's a good thing. Okay, I think I'm done there. Thank you. All right, cool. Good. Getting through a lot. All right. So where to go next? All right, where was I? Here. This is where it gets to be like hard. Now I'm like, I think I'm up. Okay. So I don't like to read anybody in here that I've read before, even though I don't remember your guys' readings. It would seem fraudulent because I could be pulling from memory, right? So I'm here somewhere. Ooh, I don't know. Are you guys together? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. That's all right. Is mom passed for you guys?
Yeah.
I have a female energy that stands right between the two of you, so that's like that's mom. And she put one hand on both of your shoulders, which is like one hand on the shoulder means like I'm here with you, but I'm not like telling you what to do. And that's a stretch for her. So like that's why it's so important, because you're like, great, she can tell me what, but she literally, she's like letting me know, like, this is just there for you, not telling you what to do. Okay. And again, the only reason I knew that wasn't her personality is because it felt very uncomfortable for her to say it. Do you understand? So I'm going by a feeling, like I'm just here to guide you, and it felt super uncomfortable. So that's my symbol to know, like she had to have control, or she liked to tell people what to do. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you also? Did she did she craft things? Did she sew? Where's the sew? I might be switching to somebody else because I'm seeing like
Our grandmothers.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought you were going to switch to her mom. But do you have needlepoint? Do you understand what needlepoint is?
Yeah.
Do you have one that like needlepointed?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, because it's very specific. Normally when I see this, it could be anything, but like I'm seeing actual needlepoint. Is that mom's side or dad's side?
Dad's side.
Okay, so that's what I thought. I might have switched sides. Okay. All right. Dad's also passed or not doing well? One of the two. Okay. Did he get sick before he passed?
Yeah.
Okay. And you guys were there when he passed?
Yeah.
Both of you?
Yeah.
And is there another sibling? Or one other person that was there?
Our mom.
Okay, so mom was there too.
Yeah.
Okay. So he showed me the two of you. And then like again, just feels like a hug to me. So when he talks about like when I feel him hug both of you, I just felt someone else in there. So that's my symbol to know there was a third. I assume sibling. That's my assumption, right? Because I was just talking about again. These are hard. These assumptions are hard not to make, right? But that's how that works. Okay. He's being silly. I don't know why he's being silly. Your dad. And again, doesn't feel comfortable, but he's like trying to make you laugh. So it's a silly. Getting the symbol. It's like a song. Da, 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 but it's like awkward. He's trying. It's like a hat, and I don't know what it is. I'll be honest, I don't know what it is, but it's a feeling of trying to make you guys laugh. You understand? That's what he's saying. Okay, and then he's saying, "Did you get my message? Did you get my message? Did you get my message?" So that usually means to me that like after he passed, you like found like I feel like you guys read something about him, or you got like some kind of information that you did not have about him before that you read or found. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Can you tell me what that was?
It was some things he had written.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's something he wrote down. Okay, all right, perfect. And again, normally, like I said, I don't actually ask for that confirmation, but since it's a room full of people, sometimes I have to remember to do that. Otherwise, you guys aren't involved. Like they get it, but you guys are like, I don't know what that was. You know what I mean? You guys don't know. So when I record these, I have to ask so that you guys can all kind of be involved, plus the people who are on the, because otherwise no one knows. But again, I'm battling with this. Did I need to know that? No, I didn't need to know that. You understand it. That's all that matters, right? Okay. Is there anything else here? Did your dad have a brother also who's passed?
Yes.
Okay. 'Cause I just heard brother, but it didn't fit you guys.
Right.
And I saw him come through with the brother. Okay.
Oh,
And there's a reuniting here. So that means he was gone along. They were separated for a long time.
yeah.
It could mean long time separation, or they weren't getting along. One of the two. It just means they're showing you a reuniting. Hey, look, it's my brother. Do you understand? Like that. Ooh, chills all over. Super strong chills. Oh my God, super strong chills. So like, oh, look at. He wants you to know that they're together. Is there military over there also? Is there military somewhere on that side of the family?
Yes.
Where's that? Is that a grandpa? His dad or his grandpa?
His grandpa.
Okay, yeah, because okay, so here's how this worked. Look, we're together with the brother, and then he also showed me the person saluting. So that means he also wanted you to know he's with his grandpa that's from the military. See, it's subtle, right? It's subtle, and I'm putting them together because of the order that they come through. The stuff seems very random to me as it comes. It is. It's one thing after another. Sometimes it is random, and that kind of helps me not get stuck on it. But it's random. But sometimes when I go back and look at it, I can read it like a book. You understand? Like I didn't know, oh, this came through, then this came through, then this came through. Oh, that means he's not just with him, he's with the person in the military. You understand? So it reads like a book. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. 5 minutes?
I got it, Barbara. I'm timing it.
We're good.
We're good.
5 minutes. Got one more.
One more.
I got one more. Have I read you before? You look super familiar. Okay, that means it's you.
Okay.
All right. Do you have a husband or a brother in the past?
An older brother.
Okay. I got a male that stands next to you. So where they stand kind of tells me who they are. So next to you would be like somebody, it means brother, husband. Again, I didn't make this one up. I stole it from another medium, but it's always been the way I've done it. My idol, John Edward, that's what he does. So that's what I do, right? It just started that way. So I got a male stand next to you. So that just means you got a brother or a relationship or a friend who's passed. Mom also passed for you? Because I do have a mother figure who's here. God, they're doing a lot of hair stuff today. Did you used to have a lot longer hair, or did your mom have long hair?
I did.
Okay, because she's giving you a hard time about cutting your hair short. Like the third hair thing. I know you like the hair stuff, but they're like making jokes about it. Okay. Did mom also wear glasses? Yes or no? Okay. And then is also got a father figure's also passed. Is that true?
Well, I had my stepdad and my
Okay. Which one wore glasses?
my stepdad.
Okay, because as I saw this glass, so there's a symbol and it looks like this, right? Pushing the glasses up. And so I saw it with your mom, so that's how I knew she had glasses. And then I saw it again with the man, and he was like reading the paper, and he's like sitting there, and he was going like this. So I very clearly knew this was a male, and that you'd have memory of this, and you'd see him sitting there and remember. He used to doze off. Do you have memories of him dozing off? Okay, see again, very random, but as I'm describing this to you, in my mind, I feel him kind of like, you would see him, you'd look at him and be like, he's dozing off again. So you'd catch him in his chair dozing off, right? Okay. And then again, his chair. So that means there's a spot that he would always sit, or there's a spot that you remember him at. You understand that? Okay. So is there a house that got left behind that you were in charge of? Or is there a property that you are left behind? Did mom pass for you and left you stuff that you had to take care of?
Yeah.
Okay. Because they bring up this property again that needed to be taken care of or something like that. And then I know it's vague, but let me see where they're going with this. See, sometimes when I say this stuff, I'm like, you can't say that. That's vague. You know, like anybody could say that. Like, yeah, of course, there's property. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know where I'm going. So, like, even when I say it, I'm like, of course, there was stuff left behind to take care of, right? Like, it sounds like that. But again, I don't know where they're leading me with this. All right. Oh, do you still have a bunch of stuff to go through? Do you still have boxes of stuff? So there's something about boxes of stuff to go through. That's what I see. I see like we had to go through someone's stuff. Do you understand that? Who was that? Was that mom?
Me. I had to go through all my mom's stuff.
Okay. So I'm in the right place. It's mom. I got this boxes of stuff that you had to go through. I just don't know what the punchline is yet. So let me keep going and see what she says. Okay. Here's what I saw. Did you have to get rid of a lot? Was it a lot of it garbage? Did you recycle a lot of it or like give it away?
I let go of it.
Yeah. Okay. Because I saw you going through the stuff and going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, and having to get, or she saying a lot of it needed to be get rid of. So again, that's a symbol to me to let you know that she's okay with the stuff you got rid of. Do you understand? Like that's where she was going. I didn't know yet, but she's like letting you know it's fine. I'm glad you got rid of a lot of stuff. They don't care, you guys. When they die, When we die, we don't care about our stuff. A house doesn't mean anything to us. I don't care how much we loved it when we were here. It doesn't mean anything on the other side. All they care about is that you're happy. So when you guys hold on to this stuff that makes you unhappy because you think that that's what they want, no, it's you. It's your fear. It's your ego. It's your thoughts. It's your ideas of what they want. I've never had a spirit come through once and be like, how dare you get rid of my house? It's not what they care about. They don't. They will jokingly say it because if it was important to them, so you know it's them, but they don't actually care. They don't care. All they want you to do is be happy. So you got to let go of holding on to that stuff you got with mom and let it go. And that's all. Okay. All right, you guys. Thank you. I have to stop now. But remember, you don't have to know what it is. You just have to believe it.
Stay for the money talk.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Step into a new dimension of spirit.
Tech check.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new...
Well, here we are. Hi, everybody in the live stream land. Welcome to the flow of abundance in all areas of our lives, right? Our health, our relationships, how we serve in the world, and our time and money freedom, that spiritual currency we call money. So welcome everybody who's here. Can everybody who's here say hello to everybody who is live streaming with us? We are all in this together, allowing that vibration to rise, to elevate in abundance. And to help us do that with oh so much skill and grace and ease and fun is our next presenter, who I am so happy and grateful to also call friend. For more than 15 years, certified money coach Marnell Madasigan has cultivated a practice of meditation, spiritual alignment, and trauma healing and integration. Not only is she a money coach, she is also a body-centered intuitive counselor who has the innate ability to help us all to connect to the light of our souls. Marnell was the director previously of the Berkeley Psychic Institute and has taught clairvoyant and energy healing classes while doing thousands of psychic readings. She received her MBA. She does a lot of things that I don't want to take up too much time here. Received her MBA in global management from St. Mary's College. She's worn many hats in the nonprofit sector for more than 30 years in the fields of health, education, spirituality, and philanthropic advocacy. She trained as a certified money coach under Deborah Price, founder of the Money Coaching Institute. In our sacred time with Marnell today, she is going to teach us all the tools to develop our money superpowers. Yes, we all have them, guided by the light of our souls, who we authentically are, in love, not in fear. She will help us develop our money patterns to set a new course for a brighter future. Today, we're going to learn the neuroscience of how our brain responds to money so that we can rewire our neural pathways for an abundant life that is our birthright, every single one of us. And with that said and gifted, let us welcome Marnell.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm so happy to have all of you together in this abundant circle, right? It's already starting because you all said yes to becoming money magnets, and that's why you're here, right? And I want to celebrate all of you for that. Not everyone, there's so many people at SoulSearch, but not everyone said yes like you did. So congratulations. You're already a step ahead of the game. So Barbara was so sweet in introducing me and sharing, all these things I have done. And I am a wealth legacy mentor because I am here to really support all of you, create the legacy you want to leave behind for your family, right? And I do have a beautiful life. I live in San Francisco, 3 blocks away from the beach and 3 blocks from Golden Gate Park. I get to walk on the beach in the middle of the day because I can, I wake up when I'm done sleeping because I can, it's a beautiful life. I have an amazing partner who supports me 100%. No, more than 100%, 1,000%. And my son is a firefighter. He's out there fighting wildfires. He just got back from fighting a fire in Wyoming. And probably in a couple of days, he'll be sent out to fight another wildfire. I'm a very proud mama. So much to be grateful in life. And I hope that you are also thinking about all the beautiful things that you have in your life and what you can be grateful for, because there's a lot. And so today I want to teach you the 3 keys to become a money magnet. And, I am a money magnet now. Earlier, I was offered lunch by one of the people in the booth, another booth, and just offered yeah, I'll get you lunch. I'm like, oh, thank you. And Lindsay goes, you are a money magnet, right? And that's the beauty of when you align into that energy of the abundance of the light of your soul and you connect to it, things come. Right? And as beautiful as my life is right now, it wasn't always like this. There was a time in my life when I found myself divorced, a single mom, and the job that I was looking to get started with fell through. I was struggling with depression and anxiety. There's a time where it was, okay, I got out of bed and I took a shower and I ate once. That was a good day. Because I was so much in the dark. My self-esteem was down in the abyss, right? And I go to sleep crying, feeling so scared, and feeling like I don't want to wake up the next morning. I used up my 401k, all the money, the resources that I had, ended up being tapped out. And there I was in the middle of the night crying because I had no money to pay for rent. And in that moment, I was like, what's the point? What's the point of being here? I can't even take care of myself. I can't even take care of my child. And I prayed to God. It's like, maybe just let me die. That was one of the darkest moments in my life. And then I heard this voice. And the voice said, your life is worth more than the money you do not have in the bank. I'm going to say that again. Your life is worth more than the money that you do not have in the bank. And in that moment, when I heard that, Oh my God, I bawled my eyes even more. Right? And the next day, of course, I woke up, even though I felt like I didn't want to wake up. Was a moment where I felt like, oh, I gotta do something. I can do something. Right? It really stuck to me. Right? And it's like, no, my life is worth so much more than what I don't have. And so what did I do? I reached out. I was a type A person who would do everything by myself. Right? How many of you can relate to that? Right? But in that moment, I said, I just need help. And so I asked for help. And you know what? Because I asked, help came. And it came in many different ways. It came through family and friends. It came through my therapist. I even hired my own mental coach because I'm like, okay, this is not working. Right? I need to figure out why I'm going into this depression and anxiety. And so in that journey, day by day, month by month, I started to find the belief in myself again. I started to find my own light again. And I started to find the confidence. And I learned quite a few things along the way in this whole trauma healing work journey that I've done, and ended up becoming a money coach. And I love hearing so many great stories about my clients who changed their lives. 2 of my clients are here at SoulSearch and have done amazingly well as when they shifted their own relationship with money. And so today I want to share with you the few things that I have learned around becoming a money magnet, because it is possible. And I gave you a little booklet, and we're going to start using it. And if somebody needs a pen, I'm going to pass this around. Who needs a pen? Oh. Yeah, please take a pen, because we're going to be doing some work here. And thank you for being here. Becoming a money magnet can be a magical space. And it is. So on your first, go ahead and turn your booklet around. And on the first line, write the words reaction. So spell the word reaction. And I'm going to check in. What is the middle letter of this word? C. That's right. What does C stand for? Cash. Cash. Yes, that's beautiful. What else? What else?
Christ.
Huh?
Christ.
Christ. Yes. Coins. Okay. Beautiful. Creation. Yes. And I want to say, for today, for this time, C stands for consciousness. And what happens when you move consciousness in the beginning of the word? What do you get? Creation. Isn't that cool? When we change the way we see the world, we actually can create. So I invite you to just check in. What kind of consciousness am I functioning around money? Are you functioning from this consciousness of scarcity, or can you function in the consciousness of joy and creativity and love and abundance? Okay. So this is an invitation for you to just check in, like, what is the shift you can create, and what consciousness do you want to bring in around your money? Right? Why? And why do we say, key number 1 to becoming a money magnet is to stay conscious around money and resources? It's like, how many of you have kids? Right. And when you have kids, do you not pay attention to them? Do you not want to know what's happening to your children? Of course, it's the same thing with money. We want to pay attention to them and give them love and care and tend to our monies. Right? So, what is the consciousness? I just want to check in with everyone. What kind of consciousness are you going to shift around your money space right now? What energy do you want to bring in? Abundance. That's beautiful. Why? And when we bring in abundance and bring in that consciousness, when I stay conscious and aware of that abundance in my life, I get to create and have more choices instead of reacting. We're just reacting, oh, the economy's bad. We're just reacting, I don't get paid enough. Well, let's do something about it. Right? Bringing in the energy of your personal power. So what kind of consciousness? This one is an example. I joyfully, or abundantly, or lovingly execute intentional steps to achieve my wealth and money goals. Can you feel the difference of that power, of that consciousness and that intention when you deal with your money? Joyfully, lovingly, abundantly, right? And we have intentional steps. So I invite you in this little box, the first box, what are your wealth and money goals that you will joyfully execute intentional goals for, intentional steps for? Maybe it's about paying off your debts, having your dream home or your vacation, your retirement, 6-figure income, building your emergency fund, college fund for your kids, investments, passive income, right? What's a goal do you have for yourself? Write it down and say, I'm going to do this. Because that comes more from your place of power instead of the energy of like, oh, life is too hard. Yeah. When you move from that space, life is too hard, life will be hard. But if you move from the space of the world is abundant and the universe supports me in what I need, you will call all of that in. Now, ready for key number 2? I invite you to take out your phones, and there is a QR code on this sheet of paper, and there is a money quiz here. So I invite you to take the money quiz. And the money quiz, you will see a bunch of words. And the Hilton Honors Lobby is just if you're having issues with Wi-Fi, just pick Hilton Honors Lobby and it will get you to it. But basically, this money quiz has a bunch of words on it. And I'm sorry you can't quite see it here, but I'm sure you'll see it on your phones. And click on the words that resonate with you when it comes to money beliefs, patterns, or behaviors. So for example, the first word there is discipline. Are you disciplined around money? Then yeah. If you are, then click. Do you feel anxious around money? If you do feel anxious, then click it. So just go down the list and click as many words that you see that relates with you or resonates with you when it comes to money. And I'm asking you to do the money quiz because we'll be talking more about these after you're done with the quiz. And then some of you, how many are still working on the quiz? Just a raise of hands. Okay. And for those of you who got your quiz results, don't worry so much about it. I'll explain what those mean. Most of you are done? We're done? All right. Well, thank you for taking the quiz. So key number 2 to becoming a money magnet is to connect to your wealth superpowers. Now, well, what is a wealth superpower? We have 3 wealth superpowers. And the first wealth superpowers, and by the way, those quiz results are, I work with archetypes. And our money behaviors and actions are connected through to 8 specific archetypes that I work with. So the first 3 archetypes are your wealth superpowers. And what are those? Your first wealth superpower is the warrior. This is the divine masculine energy. This is the part of you that makes things happen. This is about structure. Money loves structure. If you have a structure for money to come in, it will come in. If you go to work, you'll get paid. You don't work, you don't get paid. Money doesn't come in. So it is about creating structures for money to come in. This is about you setting your own goals, being disciplined, and going for it. I invite you right now to think of the time when you accomplished something big in your life. I'm going to share one. I remember, when I graduated from St. Mary's College and I walked through that stage, I did this. Woo! Right? Because I worked hard to get there, and I celebrated myself. Now, think about the time where you accomplished something big, where you felt good about yourself. Just feel that right now. And I encourage you to actually stand up. Go ahead. Stand up. And do you have that memory of that accomplishment? Feel into that space when you accomplished something big and you felt good about yourself. And just notice your body right now. Maybe you got a promotion, you got your new job, or whatever it is, where it felt so good. And just notice how you're standing. What do you notice as you stand now, feeling that energy? How does it feel in your body? Good. Right. I love your smile. And I also love how you're like standing really tall, right? How about on this side of the room? How does it feel? Yeah. Maybe for you, how does it feel?
Me?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I couldn't think of anything.
Oh, okay. All right. How about you?
Really great. accomplished, proud, like a badass.
Yes, badass in the house. Let's celebrate that. Accomplished, great, right? And you notice how even the room felt different when you all stood up and just stepped into your power. That is the energy of your warrior. So I invite you to remember this in your body. Whenever you feel like the world feels a little crazy or you're feeling down, remember this because it's already in you. All right, I'm going to ask you to sit down. Thank you for that. But this is what the divine masculine energy is. This is the one that stands up and goes for it. And you have it in you, and you can use it for your wealth superpowers. So the next wealth superpower is the magician. This is the divine feminine energy. This is about your own flow and your intuition. This is about receptivity. The warrior takes action. The feminine energy receives. The feminine energy can attract. The feminine energy can nurture and grow. The feminine energy is wise. So these are the words around the feminine energy. And it's you having the compassion. This is the loving and kind part of yourself. And I invite you to rub your hands together. And then just put your hands in your heart. And feel into the love that is in your heart. And feel the energy of compassion in your heart. The energy of your intuition, it's right here. The loving and kind part of you is always here for you. And just feel that part. Because this is your superpower that can allow yourself to receive more. How does it feel? Safe, right? Okay, anything else? Beautiful.
Peaceful.
Huh? Peaceful. Safe and peaceful. You have a word? Sweet. Sweet. Oh, see, look at this energy that we use. A safe, peaceful, sweet energy when it comes to money. Right? Bring that consciousness into your money space from your wealth superpower. The next wealth superpower is your creator. This is your divine connection to source energy, to the divine. Like I said, Christ. Right? Our connection to something much bigger. And it's amazing, like when you see performers, sometimes I remember watching Michael Jackson and I'm just in awe, right? When you see different performers perform and you just feel like, is that even real, right? You just feel like they're just channeling this creative force in them, right? And we all have that. We all have that creator energy in us. The one that allows that light bulbs when things show up and like, oh, right? That's in you. And when you tune into your creator energy, if it was a gemstone, what kind of gemstone is your creator energy? Just feel into it. Notice. Maybe it's a diamond or a ruby or a garnet or emerald. Right? But just feel that energy. It's like, ooh, all of these gemstones are creation from source, from the earth. And it's a way for you to connect, like, ooh, I'm connected to the divine. Use this gemstone, whatever gemstone came up for you, let it be available. So that is your creator energy. Those are your 3 wealth superpowers that will move you forward when it comes to money. Good? All right. Now, we have the wealth superpowers, but how many of you also feel like sometimes, yeah, this is great, but what about the fear that I have around money sometimes, or the anxiety that I have around money? There is something that, in our past have also created a different relationship to money. When I was growing up, my grandmother, I was her favorite, and she used to take me out to the ice cream shop and then tell me not to tell my sisters that we went to the ice cream shop. And so we get home, and what's the first words that come out of my mouth? To the ice cream shop. And then, of course, my siblings would get jealous. And it was interesting because at a young age, there's like, ooh, I get to have something, but I can't speak about it. Because if I tell something about it, someone would get upset. So it was one of my earliest memory around money that I didn't even realize affected me. Like, I cannot talk about money, or I can't have something. I can't have more than what others have. So I'm curious, what is your memory around money? So I invite you to turn to a partner next to you. So maybe you two can be a partner. You two can be a partner. You two can be a partner. You two at the very back can be partners, right? And yes, so turn to your partner and let's just pick an A and a B. Who's gonna be A? Just raise your hand if you're gonna be A. All right. So our A people, you're amazing. So B people, the beautiful ones, will listen to the amazing person in front of you. And your amazing partner will share with you what her earliest memory around money is. So just think about it. What was your earliest memory around money? What do you remember when you were growing up around money? I'll give you a minute. All right, let's switch. Let the beautiful people speak now and share their memory around money. All right. Oh, I love how we all have stories around money, right? I want to hear a few who'd like to share. What was your memory around money? Yes.
I'll share. It's gonna take some courage. It's a little bit, but as a kid, so you had to go to lunchroom and go through the lunch line. This is like the first memory that came up.
Uh-huh.
And so usually our parents would give us money, like it was like $1 or $2 a day. And then you come through and you go to lunch and you pay for it. But sometimes my mom didn't have money and she would say, just when you get to the front, just lie and say you forgot your lunch money. And always when I had to do that, I always felt like less than. Like,
yeah.
But I also thought there was also kids that would have like maybe free lunch or something. I was like, why don't we just sign up for like free lunch program? We don't have to like do this. But I always felt like that's like the first memory that comes to my mind. Is like, always feeling less than, just like being told to like lie about it. So
yeah. And I'm curious, does that still, around money nowadays, there's still that feeling around it?
I don't really, for some reason, I don't really have a strong value of money. Like I'm not very materialistic. Like I'm not drawn to it. Like I don't. Like it's really easy for somebody to take advantage of me or to take my money because I don't really see it that it has much value.
Yeah.
I don't have that natural or I don't know if it's natural, but I don't have like that greed or desire that drives money.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. How about on this side of the room? Yes.
So I'm Chinese, and I remember like in 3 or 4, my relatives would come over with the red
envelope, yes.
Cookies and oranges, and I would immediately grab the red envelope and dismiss the other stuff. Take it and cookies down with my giant.
You just want the money. Show me the money, right? Yeah. And this memories that we have in childhood also shows up. And for all of you that you shared with your partner, I'm sure there's a part of you that's like, wow, I didn't even realize that's what it was, right? So, key number 3 in becoming a money magnet is we have to identify your limiting beliefs and patterns around money. Because if we don't know what those are, we cannot change it. So now on the quiz, you scored on 5 wounds, 2 wounds or 3 compensations around money. So what are these? The first money wound is the wound of the innocent. The innocent says, no one was there to guide me. If you had scored in the innocent, it means when you were growing up, no one said, all right, this is how the world of money works. This is how you earn it. This is how you manage it. This is how you invest it. This is how you leverage it. If you scored in the innocent, you hardly got any of that information growing up. So there's a part of you that gets anxious or scared, and it would feel like, can somebody else just do this for me? Right? Because it is like asking a kindergartner to be in charge of budgeting. Well, what does a kindergartner know about budgeting? It doesn't even know how to add, right? So that's the wound of the innocent. The second wound is the wound of the victim. The victim is the one that did not have any protection. So the victim either lost a big amount of money, was abused, neglected, or betrayed around money. And this is something that could have happened in your lineage, in your family, so that energy of scarcity kind of got passed on to you. I don't have enough. The world is too hard. And this energy of the wounds really feel unsafe and have no control over what happened. So now, if you scored in the innocent or the victim, it just means that no one protected you and no one guided you around money. It's not your fault. Okay. And then we also, ways that we compensated for this. The first compensation is the compensation of the martyr. The martyr knows how hard and difficult life is. So it will do whatever it takes to be there for others. If you had scored in the martyr, it just means you have a very loving and generous heart. And someone was also a martyr around you when you were growing up. We learned this compensations, we learned it from someone. And this is the part, the heart, the martyr gives and gives and gives, but it's not sustainable because not much comes back. This is like the toxic feminine energy, which is the opposite of our divine feminine energy of a superpower. So the martyr to have boundaries, because martyrs have very fluid boundaries. So if you had scored in the martyr, it just means we gotta say no lovingly more. Because when you say no to others, it means you're saying yes to yourself more. The next compensation is the compensation of the tyrant. Remember, the innocent and the victim had no control. So the tyrant wants to be in control at all times. And again, if you scored in the tyrant, it's because someone was a tyrant around you when you were growing up. And you probably already know who that is, right? It could be your dad. It's not uncommon to have a dad who's a tyrant and a mom who's a martyr. Or the other way around. This is the part that gets critical and judgmental around money. Okay? And the other compensation is the fool. This is super fun. When I took this test, I scored high on this, right? You're my peeps, right? But the fool is because the fear is kind of scary and anxiety. When it does it just shuts it off and says, I don't want to worry about that. I'm just going to go for what's here in front of me because it's more fun, right? It goes for the next shiny object. And it just wants to live in the moment. It's happy-go-lucky. It's adventurous. It's fun. There's a time and place for that. When it comes to money, we want to be able to protect our money and not always go for the next shiny object, right? Because sometimes we go into like shopping and like, oh, I want to get this for this person. Oh, I want to do that, right? Again, it's not sustainable. The compensations are here because we learned it from someone. You probably already know who the fool was in your family. And they're probably still fools right now. Or not, but this is something that we learn. So these are the 3 keys that I wanted to share with you on becoming a money magnet. Is really first connect to your wealth superpowers. The second, first stay conscious and then connect to your superpowers and then your limiting beliefs and patterns. Because when you can identify this, you can shift it. You want to use the energy of the warrior to protect the victim. You want to use the energy of the magician to guide the innocent. Okay? And some of you are probably wondering, what do these scores actually mean? And how do I use my wealth superpowers? Right. Do people have that in mind right now? All right. Well, you are in luck because I would like to offer you a money magnet activation session. You all came here today and learned this 3 points, but there's the space of applying what you learned. And as a money coach, I support my clients do this. And I would love to get to know you better and see how you can create your wealth superpowers or connect to your wealth superpowers. And so I invite you to take out your phone again and go to this QR code. And there is a link to my calendar. I've actually opened my spots, my calendar tomorrow until Tuesday to have a session with me for the money magnet activation session. And what are we going to do? We're going to go through your quiz results together, and we are going to come up with a mini plan on how to build your wealth superpowers. And so this is a space for you to step into your warrior energy.
I am a large language model.
Oops, you started talking. Okay, this is interesting. I opened up some spots, and it's a 20-minute session. It's a complimentary session. However, if you book your call now before the session ends, you're going to get an extra 20 minutes with me. So, are you ready to bring in more abundance into your life and having extra support? If you say yes to it, schedule your time with me now. And I want to check in if there's any questions. Who is Anjanette? Oh my goodness.
See you Monday.
See you on Monday. This is a money warrior.
Did you just make your appointment?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. All right, and Raina. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. The people in front of the room are like taking advantage. So next time, sit in the front. Yeah. Yes.
I missed number 3. Key number 3. Identify your
Limiting patterns and beliefs.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the limiting patterns and beliefs are connected to this 3 wounds and compensations. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
What was the line for compensation to tyrant? I need to be
in control at all times. Wow, look at all of you making my phone keeps telling me that you guys have made appointments. Congratulations.
That's a happy sounding phone.
That's a happy sounding phone. It's an abundant sounding phone.
And if you have any more questions when our time runs out, Ronell has
I have a booth.
right
Yes.
out there. Feel free to go and chat as long as you would go.
Yes. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. I send you much blessings of love, joy, abundance, and empowerment. Let's go make money and add commas and zeros to our bank accounts. Thank you. Yeah, and feel free to stop by in my booth. Oh yes, please. I would love to have my pen back.
And pens too.
Yeah. And also my contact information is in the pamphlet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Identify your limiting beliefs at times.
Sorry, we came in a little bit.
Oh,
too late.
that's okay. No, you're perfect.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Santa Cruz and Scotts Valley. Are you ready for a weekend of magic, healing, and transformation? Step into the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening September 27th and 28th at the Hilton, Santa Cruz, Scotts Valley. Discover psychic and mediumship readings, energy healing, aura photography, and powerful tools to support your journey. Shop high vibe crystals, wellness products, and unique artisan creations that carry the energy of transformation. Throughout the weekend, enjoy transformational talks, workshops, and experiences on intuition, ascension, frequency medicine, and conscious living. Raise your vibration, connect with community, and experience a weekend you'll never forget. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Save your spot today and join us for the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo.
Tech check.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides,
Takes care of all our live stream, and he stays up all night to be with us. And when I just say, we can start, Boom. Oh, there we go. Manuel, we were just talking about you. Manuel, our amazing Manuel. Can everybody in this room say thank you, Manuel?
Thank you,
Manuel. Without you, we don't know where we would be. So thank you, Manuel. Amazing. So on behalf of everyone at SoulSearch, again, I want to thank everyone who is here live with us. It's been an amazing day. It's an amazing group. Thank you all to those who are live streaming with us. We're so happy and grateful to have you here. You are in this room with us because, of course, we know energy knows no time or space. So very happy to have you here and really happy to introduce this amazing woman here who I'm so happy to call friend and an amazing human being in the world. Pia Darling, she fuses 30 years as a corporate team leader and 30 plus years of healing, inner growth, and spiritual practice to offer the gift of accelerated transformation, clarity, and confidence. Pia's deeply embodied work guides her clients to transform current challenges into stepping stones, integrate old traumas, and activate their personal heart harmonizing resonance. By inviting in Pia's insight, wisdom, and magic, Pia's clients experience expanded self-acceptance, happiness, and they align more fully with their soul's deep purpose. Today with Pia, we will explore the radical and wildly liberating truth that imagination is not child's play. It is your most untapped and essential superpower so that we can awaken the life we were born to live. Who's ready for that? I am. I wish I could stay. Without further ado, let's welcome Pia.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, do you know the biggest obstacle to manifesting what, even when you play with abundance and manifesting and really intentionally trying to create? The number one obstacle are skewed intentions. And skewed intentions are not always there to be seen. Skewed intentions can be an old pattern deep within our nervous system that is acting to protect us, to keep away certain things like attention, like too much visibility, like simple things that now we actually desire, but our nervous system is hard at work keeping us safe from when we were babies, from when we were still in our mom's womb, that whatever was going on felt like a threat, and we pulled back and we retracted. And that's the only way that we could protect ourselves. The only way we could feel safe was to do this motion. And that motion stays with us without us knowing, without realizing that we're continually pulling back from what it is we truly desire. And so, you know, in Aramaic, old Aramaic, the language of when Jesus, when Yeshua was on the planet, the word, what we now as sin, actually meant off the mark. Mm-hmm. It was used as an archery term when something did not hit the bullseye and it was off the mark. That was considered sin. So initially, things over the centuries get a little morphed and controlled. Sin meant that we were just not on target. We were not aligned. And it got taken into a very far off the mark, as I say. But we can bring ourselves back on the mark. We can bring ourselves into soul alignment. And that's what I'm all about, is soul alignment. Understanding what it is that you as a soul, as a being, as this wonderful, incredible presence came here to experience with actual intentions, knowing that you wanted to come here to experience, to learn, to engage, to then further your own soul's journey. So this is where we're off to now. This whole presentation is about imagination. And so I am wanting to present to you imagination as was introduced, not child's play. It's not just daydreaming. Imagination, it's a creative force. Imagination is creation itself. However, it needs to be activated in a very particular way. It needs to be activated and strengthened and made real. Otherwise, it's just daydreaming or silliness or imaginings and pretending. But it is an actual creative force. It actually does become our soul's work, what we came here to do and be. Okay. So imagination has been used and is used in so many ways right now that is accepted. For instance, in healing, energy healers. If you've ever had any kind of energy healing, energy healing is, of course, an energy that comes from the person that they've developed that can push out some particular intention. But that intention is the imagination. That intention is what they're picturing. That intention is what is that force of healing is being directed towards. There's also, in neuroscience, now that it's become quite common that neuroscience understands imagination. And with neuroscience, they can hook people up to all these machines and see what parts of the brain light up and what happens. I'll tell you a story about myself when I was a child, that I hated doctors. I was so scared of doctors. And one night I had a really high fever and my mom wanted to take me to the doctor. And don't ask me how, but somehow I knew, Mom, give me a minute. Just give me a few minutes. Let me try something. And I'm in bed with a high fever as a little kid, growing up in a Catholic family. So this was not something I was taught. It just came to me. I started imagining a big bonfire in front of me and throwing water on it and throwing water on it and buckets and buckets of water, buckets of water. And after about 10 minutes, I opened my eyes. My mom took my temperature. It was way down. It was way down. It was gone, the fever, which was really high just 10 minutes before. So it's amazing how imagination can actually affect not only things out in the world, but within ourselves, within our body. Oh my gosh, athletes, right? Athletes use imagination, use visualization to better their game, to up their game. In fact, I just recently saw an interview with Tony Robbins, and he was being asked about one of his clients, Steph Curry. And they're asking him, so does Steph use visualization? And he said, oh, yes. And he was using it before he came to me, Tony said. In fact, how he visualizes is in a very precise way. Now, you would think the way, we all know Steph Curry probably, he's probably picturing the 3-point line. He's the leap, the throw, whatever that motion is. Actually, what he visualizes is the inside of the net. The inside. So think about that. What is the inside of the net? It's the result. It's not the process. It's not the stepping up to the 3-point line. It's not how you do this. It's actually what is the goal of it? It's the inside of the net. Boom, to get hit there. How interesting is that? To look at, how is it that you dream up what you want to dream up? How you visualize it? How do you daydream it? Do you think, oh, I don't know how to get from here to there, or that's not going to work, it's too hard? What if you just stayed with what it is you desired, what it is you wanted? It's a whole other experience. All right, so let's just take a couple of breaths and breathe in how imagination is our creative power. And by employing our creative power, we are aligning with our soul. We're getting into soul alignment. Yeah. Right. So I'm going to get into 3 components of how to activate your imagination. Okay. And so number 1, I already said the word, here it is again, desire. So your desire is actually not what we tend to hear or have believed or were taught, that it's some kind of, indulgence, that it's a bad thing, that it's naughty. Desire is it's like, have you, when you feel into a desire you've had, it's from deep inside. It's like, it's unstoppable. Even if it's a desire for ice cream, feel how it calls from within. Desire is actually divine guidance, unique to you. What is important to you in your path in this moment? And that's how it comes through desire. God doesn't send us a text. We don't get, the universe. Sometimes that happens, these synchronicities, but still, it comes through our bodies as this desire, as this yearning, as a yearning. And the more we are aligned with our truth, the more the more deeply we understand ourselves and know that we are doing the best we can for ourselves, then that desire, that yearning will be pure, will be more on target for you. So let's do a little bit of a little inner journey. If you're up for that, I'll just walk you through you can sit with your eyes closed. If you don't feel like closing your eyes, you can just look down so that it helps the awareness come into your body, have a more embodied experience. And just take a couple of breaths. Just ask the question. Actually, I'll ask the question and you allow a picture or an answer to arise within you. What is it that you would love in your life right now? What would you love to be different? Just notice what comes up. Notice what comes up around it as well. Meaning, are there any beliefs that come up around it as to whether it's the right thing, or is it too difficult, or is it impossible? Just noticing. Just starting to get to know more consciously, more on target as to what is happening within you. Getting to know your own process. Just let that picture come up. And the next question would be, do you feel that you deserve this? Do you feel that you deserve this? And let the answer come, and no judgment at all. And let whatever comes come. I'm not going to ask you to share it out loud. This is for you, And once you have an answer, once you feel you've received something, just kind of file it away to the side. We'll come back and play with it a little more later. And you can come back into the room. You can feel the floor under your feet, the chair under you, open your eyes. We'll come back to the whatever it is that came up a little later. So this was component number 1, desire. Desire as divine guidance. And to understand that those yummy feelings that you feel around desire, they're not silly, they're not bad, they're not naughty, they're not wrong. They're actually sacred. It's sacred. Sacred to you, personally to you, uniquely to you. So component number 1, desire. We move on to component number 2, and that's challenges. So challenges, what comes up when you think of challenges? Ooh, that face, ooh. Problems, right? Difficulties, getting stuck in the mud. Just, what if challenges, you could reframe it into invitations? What if a challenge is actually an invitation to get stronger? For me, what I've come to understand with challenges, even though they are difficult, even though I prefer not to have them, but challenges are like, so imagine you're going to the gym and it's a pain to go to the gym, right? You have to, first of all, decide to go, make time to go, put on your gym clothes, get there. And then you're there and there's the weights and you have to pick up the weights and get stronger. But you get stronger and you lift them and it's hard. And you lift them again. Someone comes around and tells you you're doing it wrong. Do it this way. And you're trying to do it correctly. But those weights are there for you to get stronger. And if you go consistently and you experience this consistently, you do get stronger. So what if challenges that we're experiencing in life are an opportunity to get stronger, to understand something differently, whatever that challenge may be? Like, does somebody want to throw out a challenge they're having? Like really like a phrase or a word, what kind of challenge you're going through in life?
Prayer.
Prayer. Oh my gosh, awesome challenge. Prayer. So the challenge is making time for it, believing in it? Both, right? So, wow. So what's the opportunity there? To come into your heart more and come from a different place, to pray from a deeper place within yourself, to come into more trust, to believe more. It's all about belief, right? It's all about faith, having faith. Reframing what the challenge is can shift life very dramatically. Right? Yeah. So challenges, problems in life, they're not bad karma, meaning they're not punishment. We tend to think bad karma is punishment. Something happened to us that's bad. Oh, it's because of this, I deserved it, whatever. No. When challenges can happen for a couple of reasons, like it could be to help you along the path, to make you stronger, to guide you this way or that way. Challenges can also be just a momentum of where you've been. So an opportunity there to look at what it is that you've been experiencing over and over and over again. What keeps going? Like if any of you ever would come to me for a session, one of the work I do is like a form of hypnotherapy that is inner journeys, I call them, to find the root cause of what the challenges are. So I would start asking you, well, when did you experience this before? And usually it's like, oh, as a child, I did this, and it could be in like different settings, but the root of this momentum comes from way back. So you can start exploring that to see where it's coming from, right? could be soul lessons. So another one of my modalities is hand analysis. I'm doing hand readings here today if you want to have a hand reading. But also in your fingerprints have been decoded to understand your soul's agenda, your soul lessons and your soul gifts, your soul purpose, right? So soul lessons are challenges. We experience them as challenges. But actually, when you start engaging with them as something that, like weights in a gym, they actually become your spiritual strength training. They become, it helps you, helps develop you into the person that you are capable of being, that you are desired to be, that your soul desired to be. It's quite amazing to play with challenges in this different way. Okay. And then, so then the question that comes up usually is, well, our soul chose to experience this. Well, yeah, even if they're challenges, yes. And why? Well, then I ask you all as human beings on the planet, why do you go to movies? Why do you go see dramas that make you cry and be sad, right? Why do you go to horror shows that make you so afraid? It's like we're compelled to experience, to feel the whole range of possibilities. And imagine our soul, our bigger self, wants to experience in a bigger way. Yes, we're here to experience. And we like it. You know, who doesn't like a movie, even if it makes you feel bad in one way or another? And we pay for it on top of it. Yeah. So, yeah. Next time you come up against the challenge in your life, take a breath. What is it that what is this? What is this? Let's play around with it a little bit. Okay, so that's component number 2, challenges, how to deal with challenges. And component number 3 is embodied imagination. To embody your imagination. So to embody your imagination is actually about, so at the beginning, I talked about how imagination can just be like a daydream if you're not bringing it into your body, if you're not putting your emotions into it. Embodied imagination has to do with breathing it in and experiencing it as if it were in operation in your life right now, whatever that desire is. Right? So it's like being it already, not waiting for it to happen so you can be happy. Be happy right now. If you are waiting for a bunch of money to feel abundant, well, what if you had that bunch of money right now? Okay, if you had that bunch of money right now, how would you be breathing? Right? You wouldn't be stressed. So your breathing would be deeper. How would you be standing and walking around? Probably much more relaxed, with your arms just swinging, with your head held high, with just some excitement, you know, in your feet as you walk along, just a little pop in your step. So these are the kind of things to ask yourself, how would you be feeling if your desire were already in action? And do those things, do as much of that as possible. The typical thing is, if you're looking for a relationship, set another place at your table, and not just, you know, your own fork and knife, but set a second one. And imagine that you're setting the table for someone, inviting someone in. How does that feel? It's like all giddy and happy, right? Yeah. So that embodied imagination happens within, and we can use the world outside. We can use stuff to help us feel it more. Okay. Okay, and then yes, feeling plus imagining equals the transformation. So if we reverse that in a way, the transformation, what is the transformation? The feeling plus the imagining? Okay, do the feeling, do the imagining. That's the work. One of the things that does get in the way of letting our imagination fly, of having our imagination be something that is true, that we can feel like we believe, is the experience of our emotional body. And we can play with the emotional body in terms of your inner child. So your inner child is your emotional body. If you've ever been in any kind of situation where something happened and you got upset, and it might have been a little over the top upset this way or that way, that's your inner child reacting. It doesn't need logic, but so it comes up through emotion. Your inner child has no emotion, no logic about why it's behaving the way it's behaving. It just responds and reacts. So meeting your inner child, and I can pretty much say that in general, the population now has a very wounded, very abandoned inner child. Just because of how the world is. Everything is out here, right? It's like there's text, there's emails, there's movies, there's TV, there's traffic, there's work, and more work, and more work, and these bills and that, there's everything out here, everything to do out here. And even if we sit and meditate for a while, but then there's the actual conscious choice to meet your inner child. And what your inner child is missing is love and attention, like any child, right? So I'd love to take you on a little journey right now to meet your inner child. And yeah, let's play. So just sitting, getting comfortable, feeling yourself just relaxed in the chair as much as you can. Taking a couple of breaths. And again, you can close your eyes, and if you don't feel safe closing your eyes, you don't want to, just look at the floor. Just look at the floor to help you have an embodied experience. So on your own, just take 3 deep breaths. Let yourself breathe deeply. And just imagine. You can imagine it, you can know it. Some people have more a sense of knowing. You can play pretend, however it is, whatever words you need to just be able to imagine yourself inside of yourself, kind of sitting in a comfortable chair somewhere around the area of your heart or belly. Just make yourself comfortable in a cozy chair. Take another couple of breaths there. Let yourself relax even deeper. Just let yourself burrow into that chair. Feel totally at home. And I invite each of your inner children, each of your inner children to come forth in front of you. Let an inner child, a young you, just show up in front of you as you sit in this cozy chair. And if you're feeling like it's not going to happen, it's okay. Just pretend. Pretend you're watching a movie where this happens. Let yourself feel like this inner child shows up for you to meet. They want to meet you. Maybe they're sitting in front of you or standing. Just notice. Right now, just notice them. Notice how they look. First, check out their age. How old are they? Notice how they might be feeling. Maybe by the expression on their face or by their posture. Just kind of assess how they might be feeling. And then just say hi. Just say hi to them. Notice how they're responding. And now ask them, what do you need right now? What do you need right now? Maybe they'll answer with words. Maybe they convey a sense of something to you. What do you need right now? Watch your inner child. See how they feel about that question and how they feel about the answer. Let yourself really hear them. Take in their answer. How can you show them that you're hearing them, that you see them? Do something, say something that lets them know that their message has been received. And just hold on to that answer. Hold on to everything that you've gotten from your inner child, how you've noticed what they look like, how they feel, what they answered. Hold on to all of that. And now bring back that desire that came up earlier from the talk. Bring up that desire and show it to your inner child. Show them that desire that you had earlier today. And ask them, what do you think about this? Is this for us? And watch that answer. And when you've received an answer, thank your inner child. Convey whatever it is you'd like to convey to them. How would you like to thank them? And now your inner child goes back to where they were, where they came from, but they're always around. You can even let them know that you'll be visiting them again at some point. But only tell them that if you're planning on showing up. Very important. And as your inner child goes back to where they came from, let yourself take a breath. Let yourself feel that you've received a beautiful, beautiful gift. And gently come back to the room. You can open your eyes when you're ready. How is that? Does anybody want to share anything about that experience? So
Mine was on board.
yours was on board?
Yeah.
She's like, yeah. About the desire? Excellent. Yeah. Did you like meeting your inner child? Yeah. What kind of feeling was it? Did it feel, just to throw things out, scary or comforting? Want to throw out some words?
Empowering.
Empowering. Who else said something? Comforting, yeah. Comforting.
Joyful.
Joyful, fun. I'm getting chills. It's really powerful. It may sound like a silly little exercise, but it's so powerful. It's so powerful. When we meet ourselves, when we meet the side of us that has felt unloved and abandoned, and we bring our presence there, and we show them that here we are, there's something within them and thereby within you that feels comforted and joyful and empowered, that feels loved. Feeling unloved is a very painful place. So to bring love to our inner child is like feeding ourselves, nourishing ourselves in such a deep way that alone can shift our lives. Ooh, it's wonderful. So this is something you can, because you've met your inner child, you can go back there. If you sit and meditate, or if you can sit by the water, stare out and just call on your inner child. You can do this on your own. It's really available to you. It's real. You might think you're just imagining it, but remember what imagination is. It's a creative force. It's real. Okay. So another way to use your imagination is by understanding yourself more deeply. And one of the ways that you can understand yourself more deeply is through the modality that I use. One of the modalities that I use is hand analysis. And so I just wanted to just briefly describe why hand analysis works. It's not fortune telling. It's not divination. I'm not telling you your future. And I would suggest that to beware of someone who tells you your future, because that kind of locks you into that. And here we are in this world, in this life that is about free will. We can change our mind. Even if we are already locked into, oh yes, we're going to do this, but wait, what if we change our mind and want to do something different? What if we grow in a way that, oh, you see something new and more brilliant? So you are free to create your future, even though you might think you know which way you're going. You don't know what might come up. So hand analysis, it's a very interesting system. Your hand is full of neurotransmitters, the same material that's in your brain. Right? So this is the science of it for any science geeks. Your brain, your synapses, the neurons, all that they fire these electrical sparks as it functions. Each electrical spark is like a computer chip full of information about you. So these little electrical sparks actually go flooding through your body, billions of them at a time, all the time, because we're always thinking. Even when we're asleep and in the dream state, the brain is still going. It's always operating, right? So these sparks go flying through your body that are full of information about you. They want to make contact because of electricity, needs to make contact. You plug something into the wall, something lights up, right? The lightning, makes contact with the land. And they find the neurotransmitters in your hand. And so they connect to your hand. And so at the same time, they're touching your skin and your muscle. And so tweak, 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 tweak. This is actually an outpicturing of your conscious, your subconscious, and your unconscious brains. It's actually you. It is you. It's a mapping of you. It's your blueprint. And I am certified through the International Institute of Hand Analysis. It's a pattern recognition system that I've learned. So it's not, woo-woo, but then there's some woo-woo that can be threaded through to go deeper, right? But here it is. This is you. And then there's the fingerprints, like I mentioned earlier. The fingerprints talk about your soul agenda, what your soul came here to experience in terms of your lessons and your gifts and your purpose. Your fingerprints are etched onto your little baby fingers 4 months into conception. You're born with a full set of fingerprints that, as we know through the crime shows, they never change. So this is your plan. This is your soul's plan. Oh, so knowing yourself in a deeper way, knowing more about the totality of you from your soul's perspective, you can make different choices in life, expand your experience of yourself, your knowledge of yourself, and your expectations. Things can really grow and go big for yourself when you understand how big a being you are, how capable you are. It's really exciting. So, so I'd like to, first of all, pass out. These are, on one side, it's like an imagination activation worksheet where you can kind of go through what we did today on your own. And on the back is a summary of the things that I talked about. So you'll have notes on everything that we discussed. Okay, so you remember. And then if you'd like to go deeper into any kind of exploration with me, I'm offering a fingerprint analysis kit for you to purchase at a discounted price of $97, where you take this kit, you make your own prints, send them back to me, and then we get on a Zoom and I do the fingerprint analysis with you over Zoom. That talks about, like I said, your soul's agenda. Okay. I have, what else do I have for you? then I have some flyers. I didn't bring the whole set of flyers in here, but I'm the first little table on the way in here. And I got a couple of flyers there. If you'd like to pick up some flyers at my table, feel free to do it on your own. And I have business cards in the back of the room. And I can pass them out here if you want some. Here, why don't I just pass these down? Yeah, you want to pass them around, whoever wants it. Okay. So are there any quick questions? We've got 4 minutes left.
Yeah, do both hands have the same reading? But, you know, the left and the right is the same.
I use both hands to read because sometimes they're different, but that's just more of you. That, you know, there are sometimes opposing things going on in your hands. We call those delicious dilemmas because that's just the fact of life. Sometimes we want one thing, sometimes another thing, sometimes we behave one way or another way, and how to juggle all sides of us, right? The only thing that's different on the hand is the heart line. The heart line comes out from underneath your pinky and goes across and up towards your middle finger or your index finger. And that line on your left hand has to do with your relationships, your inner circle relationships, your intimate partner, your family, close friends. And on the right hand, it's like life out in general, socially, at work, with strangers.
Yeah. Well, so how much do you charge for your hand analysis here?
Here, I'm charging $60 for 20 minutes. And you do get quite a bit of information and some very practical steps that I help you to align with yourself. So the alignment has to do with how to clearly feel like relaxed within yourself, right? And when we are aligned within ourselves, we are magnetic beings. We're always attracting, you know, law of attraction. We're always drawing something in. So the more aligned we are with our truth, the more clearly we attract. Otherwise, we're attracting from a skewed place. And you know what it's like to attract things into our life that is just, doesn't fit us, right? Because we weren't clear within ourselves. So to clarify ourselves, then the magnet, our inner magnet, can attract what's true for us.
So how is this an activation?
Well, it's understanding how to, first of all, your inner child, activating your inner connection with your inner child. It's understanding your imagination to be about desire, to not be afraid of your challenges, because your challenges are a big guide for you, as well as that emotional embodiment. So that by knowing about that, by having some sort of experience of that, that can start activating you. But then it's also you putting your attention on it, right? Because, you know, it's not about having you do it. Having me do it to you. It's about you have to make your own choices. You take responsibility in your own. And we're out of time. I do want to say, just thank you all for being here and for choosing to remember your power. This is a really big thing, choosing to remember your power. So let's live imaginatively, on purpose, and from the inside out. Right. And please come visit.
Thank you.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Santa Cruz and Scotts Valley. Are you ready for a weekend of magic, healing, and transformation? Step into the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair. happening September 27th and 28th at the Hilton Santa Cruz Scotts Valley. Discover psychic and mediumship readings, energy healing, aura photography, and powerful tools to support your journey. Shop high vibe crystals, wellness products, and unique artisan creations that carry the energy of transformation. Throughout the weekend, enjoy transformational talks, workshops, and experiences on intuition, ascension, frequency medicine, and conscious living. Raise your vibration, connect with community, and experience a weekend you'll never forget. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Save your spot today and join us for the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to all our live streamers, and hello to everyone here live with us in Rohnert Park at the Enlightenment Expo. You've been with us all day. You've been absorbing and embodying all of this wisdom and love and powerful energy, and the vibration here is through the roof. I'm hoping that you can all feel it via the live stream because we are actually all in the same space together. It has been such a high vibe vibration of healing. And it's a perfect segue into my next amazing speaker. Winston is going to help me introduce the little voice you hear below me here. I am so honored to introduce Janny Liu. It is my joy. Janny is a guide, healer, teacher, and third step ritual master, certified by the Modern Mystery School in the sacred lineage of King Solomon. She has also served as a registered nurse in the Bay Area for over 15 years. Her spiritual journey began during a time of severe burnout in her nursing career, when a life activation sparked profound healing and transformation. Isn't that always the truth? Through the pain, we can get the breakthrough. Within a year, her health renewed and her career flourished, leading her to begin a deep training process with the Modern Mystery School. Today, Janny is devoted to helping others awaken the divinity within, step into their highest potential, and live life to its fullest. Today, together with Janny, we will explore healing as a sacred return to the self, a journey of self-discovery. This heart-centered talk will unravel the layers of energetic and spiritual healing and offer practices to reconnect with our inner wisdom, release what no longer serves, and reclaim our wholeness. Who's ready for that? Sounds amazing. So without further ado, let's welcome Janny.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So good morning, good afternoon. Thank you all for coming here and spending the next hour with me. I'm excited to share this this next hour with you to talk about some concepts about healing and have an experience with energy, how to heal yourself. So let me introduce myself. My name is Janny Liu. So my formal background is in science, as Barbara said. So I was a chemist actually before I became a nurse, but I've been a nurse. Well, it's 17 years now. So and then yeah, through my journey, I realized that allopathic medicine or the scientific approach to healing wasn't enough, and I tried to find alternative ways of healing. And then I found this path that has healing teachings and tools that works universally for all. And I also realized that healing really needs to take place on multiple levels. But before we start, let's ground ourselves first, be present in the moment. So go ahead and relax in your chair. Close your eyes. Take 3 deep cleansing breaths. In through the nose and out through the mouth. Breathe in good energy and light. Breathe out your stress and your worries. Now I want you to put one hand or both hands on your belly. And I want you to feel the rise and fall of your belly as you breathe. Focus on the sensation of your hand on your belly as you breathe. Feel your body's presence in this room as you continue to relax. Okay, now you can open your eyes. Welcome. You're here now, right? So yeah, before we start though, how many of you here, interested in healing or have something to heal in your life? Go ahead, raise your hand. Okay, that's why you're here, right? Yeah. And what do you think of when you hear the word healing? Anyone want to share?
It's a journey.
Comfort.
Okay.
When you feel better, when you feel happy.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, those are good answers. Yeah, it's definitely a journey. So many of you know, a lot of people come to Soul Search because they want to get some healing from the energy healers or clarity from the readers, because you want to fix or heal something in your life. You want to because you want to get better, or you want to clear or remove something from your life because you want to feel more alive and joyful. But
most of us define healing as in the world, as a physical recovery from illness, or maybe an emotional release, or maybe a spiritual awakening. But what is true healing? True healing goes beyond just fixing symptoms or curing illness. It's about a journey back to wholeness. It's not always about feeling better, but it is about feeling more whole, more aligned, where all your systems are in harmony. And true healing is not just about fixing symptoms, but it's really about becoming who you were always meant to be. It's about remembering your godhood, your divine and eternal nature. We came to this earth whole. We are eternal beings having a physical experience here on earth. Do you agree? Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have forgotten, because of the density of this body, the programming, the indoctrination, the experiences that we had, especially when we were younger, and those experiences that formed our belief system. So we created this belief of who we want to be based on our own perception and the influence of others, especially those close to us. And so we create this maybe a false perception, an illusion, a mask at a young age. But I'm happy to see now that the world is slowly, gradually catching up and seeing healing from a holistic perspective. In the book, The Art and Science of Nurse Coaching, healing is defined as a lifelong journey seeking harmony and balance in one's own life, family, community, and global relations. Healing involves physical, mental, social, spiritual processes of recovery, repair, renewal, and transformation to increase wholeness. So there you go. It's all about wholeness. But what do we actually heal? So now let's go to the metaphysics of healing. When we're healing, we actually are working with our body, soul, and spirit. So, we all know the body, the physical, right? This is what we heal the most. This is the focus of Western medicine, to treat the symptoms of disease as manifested by the body. So the body is the form. It's the vessel that allows us to, have experience, sensation, and it allows us to live, move, feel, and experience life through our senses. So when we neglect our body, we are disconnecting from the part of us that remembers how to feel alive. And then there's the soul and the spirit. Did you know that the soul and spirit are different? Yes, it is. So, in modern vernacular, sometimes they use soul and spirit interchangeably, but in a lot of ancient traditions, they teach that the soul and spirit are separate entities. So the soul is the framework that allows the body and the spirit to unite. It's the bridge between these two worlds, the unseen realm of the spirit and the tangible realm of the physical. And it's through the soul that we feel intuition, yearning, that sense that there's something more. And then there's the spirit, which is limitless. It's pure energy, it's light, it's infinite. So when we connect to the spirit, we are touching the eternal part of us that has never been broken. And if you want to know more about the difference between the soul and the spirit, I do teach this class called Empower Thyself, where we go deeper into the mystery teachings about the difference between the soul and the spirit. Now let's meditate on what we just have learned. I want you to actually close your eyes again. Okay, close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Then go back to normal breathing. And focus on your breathing. As you breathe in, ask yourself, where do I feel most present right now? In my body, in my mind, or somewhere else? Now, think of a moment in your life when you felt deeply guided by something beyond logic. Okay, go ahead and open your eyes now. So you know that thing that's guiding you, that's your soul trying to speak to you. So it's the soul that weaves the body and the spirit together. So when the soul is aligned, the spirit flows more easily, and so the body feels more aligned, more whole, more at ease. But when the soul is fragmented, when we're disconnected from it, that's when we feel lost or stuck, or that feeling that something is missing, even though you have everything, even though everything looks fine on the outside. So true healing begins at the level of the soul. Not just treating symptoms, not just shifting mindset, but returning to the place where the body and the spirit meets, and then letting love, light, and integration flow there. Because when the soul feels cared for, the spirit rises freely, and then the body thrives. No, not just surviving, it's thriving. Okay, so I want you to close your eyes again. Contemplate again. Deep breath again. So notice, are there places in your life right now that feels out of alignment? Can you trace it back to something that your soul might be trying to tell you? open your eyes now. I hope you have something to journal later on in this contemplation. So yeah, so true healing happens when these three aspects, the soul, the spirit, and the body, are in harmony. When the body feels safe and supported, the soul can express itself more freely. And when the soul is being heard, then the spirit flows more easily. Right? And when spirit is present, then your body and soul are in harmony, restoring your balance, vitality, and a deep sense of well-being. So it's about integration. It's about remembering that we are not separate parts, but a sacred whole. Okay, so let's go back to the body again, because that's what we know the most. But however, the body is not just what we see. We're actually made up of many different layers of energy fields. So we have etheric field, magnetic field, auric field, your chakra, your tree of life, elements, and many more. Part of healing is recognizing that we are energetic bodies. So that we have these energy fields that interface the physical body. Okay, so we're gonna do a short exercise. We're gonna feel one of these energies. We're gonna generate them, and then you can heal it. Use it to put it on some part of your body that probably needs care and attention right now. Some kind of healing if you're aching somewhere. But first, if you're wearing big rings, take it off. If it's big rings, yeah. Okay. You ready? Small rings is fine. And we're gonna do one big, loud tap. And then you're gonna rub your palms together. Like really big, loud tap. Okay? Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3. Okay, rub. Okay. Harder. Faster. More. Sorry, you feel that at the key. Right? Harder, faster. And stop. Now slowly, no, don't separate your hands. So slowly glide your hands past each other. You feel that? There's a tingling, that push and pull sensation. Okay, so now we're going to use our breath and work with this energy. So as you're inhaling, you're going to slightly pull your hands apart. Exhale, contract. It's going to get wider and wider. Inhale. Exhale, contract. Inhale. Exhale, contract. Inhale. Exhale, contract. And one more. Inhale. And contract. Until it's got a foot apart. So now I want you to visualize a ball of energy between your palms. And then you're going to expand and contract that ball like a balloon. Again, we're going to inhale, expand. Exhale, contract. Inhale, expand. Exhale, contract. One more. Inhale, expand. Exhale, contract. So now that we've established a ball of energy there, I want you to put your hands in between a part of your body that needs care and attention right now. Your head, your any joints, whatever, aching. Put it there. And I want you to imagine that there's lines of energy going back and forth between your palms. Or maybe an infinity loop. Visualize that. I'm going to stay here about a few minutes. Feel that energy flowing back and forth. Or just visualize that energy flowing back and forth between your palms. Want to move it to another part? Go ahead. As long as you're visualizing energy flowing between your palms. Maybe 1 more minute. Heat. Tingling. Or just visualize the energy going back and forth between your palms. We all have different types. Healers, it could be visual, it could be tactile. Another minute. We can do one more minute if you like. Or if not, you can just let go. Okay. So yeah, so what we just generated is magnetic energy, and you're using that magnetic energy to balance that part of your body. And you could practice more at home, generate this energy. Friends in the party would be cool, cool trick, right? But yeah, practice getting that energy, the ball of energy bigger, stronger. And you notice you did feel some sensation between your hands. So when we're doing energy healings, with the hands, maybe and touch healing or Reiki, you do feel that kind of sensation, tingling, push and pull. But of course, it's different the way they generate the energy in those healing practices. But yeah, so yeah, as a chemist, as a scientist, I wanted proof, right? I wanted to explain everything. And so yeah, this is like, if you have friends that wants proof about energy, yeah, this is one way to tactile experience, right? Proof. It showed them that it exists, it's real. Yeah, I know. I didn't think I would be one of those spiritually gifted people, let alone be an energy healer. So yeah, but I was surprised, when let alone perceived energy the way I do right now. But what I have learned through this path of my journey, that we all have that potential within us. It's in our DNA. It's all just about activating that potential and acting upon it. So we are more than this body. So when I mentioned earlier that the soul connects the body and the spirit together. So when your soul is crying out, sure. I can turn my eyes. Sure. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay, so when your soul is crying out and you're not listening, it's going to manifest as stillness in your body, for sure. And I learned that the hard way. My soul is probably crying out for years, and I didn't listen to it until I got sick in 2018. So you could say my story started maybe about 25 years ago, over 25 years ago when I was in college. If you had asked me what I wanted to be back then, I honestly didn't know. I just wanted to be a helpful human being. In the meantime, I thought chemistry because it seems like a safe thing to have something to live by. In the meantime, I dabbled in magic. I did palm reading, tarot, Wicca, just for fun. And then I tried other religions, but I was raised Catholic, but yeah, because I was searching. But they felt meaningless. And then eventually I had to give that up because I had to face reality. So my family migrated to the United States from the Philippines. And you would think, a dream come true, right? US. But it was actually a hard reality check for me. Because I saw my parents, they were just working, just surviving. And then, of course, I had nothing. Without a penny to my name, I had to start my life really from scratch. And so I've been working since then, work, to alleviate my situation, our situation. And then in my 30s, I switched career and became a nurse. And yeah, my life got better, financially, materially, and you would think it's the right step to being more helpful. It was fulfilling, but not as fulfilling as I thought it would be, because actually I got more jaded because I keep seeing these people in the hospital, unhappy, unfulfilled, coming back for the same thing over and over, never really healing their core issues. So I started wondering, there has to be something more. And then as I was nearing 40, that's when I got sick. It was the most sick I've ever been in my life. So the year before that, winter, I had the worst flu ever. I was bedridden for a week just for flu. It was worse than when I had COVID. And then spring, I was diagnosed with asthma for the first time as an adult. I was wondering why. One flight of stairs and I was so short of breath, so I had asthma. And then by summer, I had shingles. yeah, my body was really breaking down. And later on, I would understand that, that was my soul calling. Finally got my attention. So when my friend offered me this healing called life activation, I was daunted. I didn't understand why. But I said, sure, why not? It couldn't hurt, right? So we went ahead, we did it. I felt better after the session. Then I forgot about it, went back to work. Then a few months later, she reached out and said, you should take this class called Empower Yourself. Again, I was drawn to it. I didn't know why. It defied logic. But I went ahead and did it. And I did the rituals that I learned from the class. Then forgot about it until it was January the following year when I actually saw one big change. Because every year, the years leading to that, I always have the flu in December, like clockwork. So December came in and it was January when I realized I haven't had the flu yet. What did I do this past year that was different from the years before? Energetically, the only thing was different was the life activation and the Empower Yourself. So, physical healing, right? My immune system got better. Still, I was skeptic. Then February came. So there's this job promotion that I've been trying to apply for a few years, and I got rejected twice. And this time I was actually going to expecting to get rejected, but they accepted it. And same application. So those blockages are stopping your progression. It works, right? Still not quite convinced. But then March, so there's this job that opened at the VA. So I work for the VA in an obscure office that no one has heard of, with a nursing job that no one has heard of. But I applied for it and I got it. And it's still my job 7 years later. It's like the best nursing job ever. So I wanted to be away from that really stressful job there. Got it, open up. And many more opportunities open up after that. So it's true. But they said this thing really works. When you're connected to spirit, it opens up the floodgates, right? So I'm going to learn how to do the life activation because it works. I wanted to share it to everyone. I actually went to London to how to do it. It felt magical. It felt like I was in Hogwarts School of Magic. So magical. Yeah. And so for once I found something that can really help others, people, be the best version of ourselves themselves. And actually, case in point. I don't know. So this was me for decades. I was stuck with the image of me from high school. Nerd, tomboy, and all that. And I had to really heal and clear that one energetically. And then this is me a few years later. Someone took a picture of it. And when I actually saw it, oh, I look so pretty. And then, energetically I shifted. Yeah. So I really grew and exponentially just within a few years. And so this path of progression really helped break me out from that stagnant life, which lacked meaning and purpose because I got reconnected to spirit, the divine essence within me, right? And I embraced it. And I found the answer to the question from 25 years ago. What is my purpose? What do I want to be? So I'm now an energy healer, sharing this passion and healing to the world to help others truly heal. And it all started with a life activation to jumpstart my life, and then empowered itself to catalyze that alchemical process of change. So this is what a life activation does. It plugs you straight back to the source, which connects you to spirit, your divine essence, and it activates your divine blueprint. So you're going to start having to see more clarity in your life. You're going to be guided for what's best for you. You'll have more energy, vitality. Definitely you're going to see shifts or changes happen in your life as you clear those blockages that's stopping you from being your progression, being the best version of who you are. And you're connected to your spirit, your higher self, your true self. So your intuition will increase, right? And you're definitely going to be guided to best version of you, to have meaning, purpose, joy in your life. And if you have gifts already, it could be enhanced. Or if you don't have it, then your hidden gifts might be revealed, like me, energy healer. Yeah. Life activation opens up the potential to draw the possibilities within you. But if you want 10 times more power, 10 times more light, 10 times more energy to anchor in your physical, remember, energetic bodies, right? To anchor within you, so then you can really manifest life with clarity, vitality, and meaning and purpose, then I highly suggest you take Empower Yourself, because, well, you will get 10 times more power energetically through the class. There's an alchemical process happening through the class after the 2-day workshop. But to maintain that higher vibration, because you're 10 times more powerful now, you will learn tools and rituals to help maintain that vibration, and also to help protect you from the negative energies out there. So you're more centered, right? And and that's when you start making magic happen in your life, because you're a beacon of light, your life. So you start doing good things in your life. And then you start remembering that you're God, right? You're the God of your own world. You're the creator of your own universe. So you can start building your life the way you want to, instead of letting the world or others dictate it for you. So yeah, life activation opens the potential, but Empower Yourself accelerates the process of growth. So, there's a lot of healings out there. Maybe a lot of fads, one size fits all healing, but there's rarely a path. So for those of you who feel like called, to do more, to be more than what you are right now, there is a path of progression, and I am continually taking on this path, because I continually see growth. I get better and better every year, and the path leads you where you are, and it can take you as far as you're willing to go. So I took more steps because I saw true healing happen within me and within others. So I became a guide and a healer of this ancient hermetic lineage that teaches you tools of empowerment to help with your progression. And so for those who are ready to really embrace change and truly heal, because the answers, they are within you. It's just a matter of unlocking the keys within you, the keys to heal. And what are we healing? We are restoring and strengthening our connection to spirit, right? And it's about repairing the link between the body, soul, and spirit, so then you can really live life with more clarity, vitality, sense of well-being. And it's about remembering who you truly are, your eternal nature, right? Because we are eternal beings having a physical experience here on earth. Hey, it's my cue. So one last time, close your eyes. One more time, okay. So close your eyes and then put the hand in your heart. And then ask gently, without needing an answer right away, what does my soul need to feel more whole today? Okay, you can open your eyes now. So thank you. Thank you for being here with me, and I hope I have inspired you in some way with your journey of healing. And if you want to work with me, come join me at my booth there, or I have a sign-up sheet here. So if you want to connect with me, and I have a newsletter if you want to sign up to. you get a chance to win a free crystal. You never know. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, and I hope to see you around. Feel free to join me here in my booth over there. They're gonna kick us out. Okay, any questions though, or
I missed the beginning, but where are your workshops held?
Well, my healing space is in San Rafael.
Okay,
Not far here, but sometimes we have classes where our community, we have a big community here in the Bay Area, so we do gather a lot in Pleasant Hill. We have a bigger center there. It's like a central center for the,
Okay.
But if you work, so it depends upon the class that you're asking. If you want to take, actually, next Saturday, if you want to, I'm teaching called Awaken Thyself.
Yeah.
So if you want to experience a little bit about this path of progression, path of initiation, and then you're going to learn 2 rituals to help for protection and how to call in divine energies, and then a meditation to help you connect with your inner self. I'm teaching that class on Saturday, and it's $50. If you want to sign up for that, join me. Then I can explain in San Rafael. San Rafael.
Yeah.
Be done over the Zoom too. It has to be in person because there's always an energy transfer component when I'm teaching that class. I'm not gonna go through the screen. Hand comes out. Okay.
That was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul. Blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters, Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Santa Cruz and Scotts Valley. Are you ready for a weekend of magic, healing, and transformation? Step into the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening September 27th and 28th at the Hilton Santa Cruz Scotts Valley. Discover psychic and mediumship readings, energy healing, aura photography, and powerful tools to support your journey. Shop high vibe crystals, wellness products, and unique artisan creations that carry the energy of transformation. Throughout the weekend, enjoy transformational talks, workshops, and experiences on intuition, ascension, frequency medicine, and conscious living. Raise your vibration, connect with community, and experience a weekend you'll never forget. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Save your spot today and join us for the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul. Blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters, Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Santa Cruz and Scotts Valley. Are you ready for a weekend of magic, healing, and transformation? Step into the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair. happening September 27th and 28th at the Hilton Santa Cruz Scotts Valley. Discover psychic and mediumship readings, energy healing, aura photography, and powerful tools to support your journey. Shop high vibe crystals, wellness products, and unique artisan creations that carry the energy of transformation. Throughout the weekend, enjoy transformational talks, workshops, and experiences on intuition, ascension, frequency medicine, and conscious living. Raise your vibration, connect with community, and experience a weekend you'll never forget. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Save your spot today and join us for the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world.
I bumped up all the.
No, it's terrible light again. We're just gonna do audio. It's the light behind your head too. Makes it
I can make some adjustments.
No, it's just terrible. You don't see the screen. It's just, I do have a little bit of shame. We're just gonna be an audio screen. Is that okay? You can introduce it.
Let me let our guy know. Amazing. Thank you all for coming. So happy to have you here. So happy to have you at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. Your entrance is good for tomorrow as well. Just want to fill you in on that. The other thing is we have at 6:30, we have the mediumship event in this room. So if you would like to continue the conversation with John, please all feel free to move out into the lobby area by the registration area. Stay as long as you want and chat as long as John is able to be here. Feel free to do that, but we'll come in, John, we'll give you the 15-minute warning.
At what time?
6:15, we have to be out.
Okay, all right.
And so I'll start waiting at 6.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
perfect.
Great.
All right. Well, then it is my honor to introduce Dr. John Gray. We all know he is the most well-known and trusted author of the biggest relationship book in history called
Jennifer Mars.
There you go. I feel like I'm at a concert when I do this with John. So I don't think, I'm just going to let you talk because I don't want to cut your time. Let's welcome John Gray. Amazing.
Thank you all so much. Happy to be here. She did just mention, I just sent the final edited version off to one more edited version outside of me. It's called Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, Women Only, Book 1. And then the subtitle is Be Happy With or Without a Man. And so I'll be exploring some of those ideas today. Now, I do these classes because they're small and you can interact with me. So you can ask me questions. I'll interact with you. If one person keeps interrupting me with questions, that's inappropriate. All right, I can't do a whole counseling session with somebody, but it's really, really nice. I live in Mill Valley. Robin Williams, who also did Mork and Mindy, were born almost at the same time and same age, everything. It's very interesting. He would come to our little theater in Mill Valley, and before he would do these big shows, he would work on his stuff. So I'm really just working on my stuff here with you. Trying out things, putting things out there, going, how about that? Last time I was sharing something, and that's when I saw two people walk out. So I'm sort of, if you walk out, wave to me if you weren't offended. Okay. That's feedback. If somebody walks out of your talk, you kind of wonder, did I offend them, or do they have to go to the bathroom, or babysitters, whatever it is. So we'll probably go to about 6:15. And anybody gonna need to leave before 6:15? Just curious right away. So now I know if you're leaving, it's because you're offended. Look, I offend people. What was it? If you want to create change in the world, you're going to create enemies. That's just the reality. I have lots of enemies, ironically. I used to have so many friends at Stanford and at Harvard, but it was the students. The students are indoctrinated that you are a sexist if you talk about gender difference. And it's amazing. I don't see any young people here, a few young people, but they just look at me like, how can you even be saying these things? This is so wrong, because they've been completely indoctrinated that men and women, there's no big difference. There's huge differences. And so I hope you get a glimpse of that, because when you understand the differences, then you don't get upset about things so easily. So one of the key factors in being happy with or without a man is the recognition that you can't get everything you need from a man in a romantic relationship. But romantic relationships are sort of, oh yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to need some water.
Oh, sure.
Thank you so much. Sure. We as human beings have a whole range of needs. And when you have attraction to the opposite sex or in your relationship with someone, it's because something over there is giving you something you need. And then you feel drawn to it. And then when you get that need satisfied, like I'm hungry, I need water. I'm demonstrating right now. My mouth is dry. She lovingly gave me 2 glasses of water.
One has vodka in it.
One is my wife and one is my children. So once I've satisfied my need, I don't need water until I need it again. But there's something about what nature put into us when we have sex. When you're in a relationship, you have sex. Women experience such a big surge of oxytocin. Oxytocin's a bonding hormone. And if they don't have enough support as women in their lives from other levels of support, it feels so good, they bond, and then they feel, I need more of that. As opposed to going, I'm satisfied, and now I have other things I can be satisfied with. So if there was one of my books called How to Get What You Want What You Have. I talk about a lot of our different needs. And my example for that is I was at one of these Chinese acrobat shows, maybe I'm curious to see how many people have seen it where they spin plates. One plate they're spinning, another plate they're spinning, another plate they're spinning. And then they got to go back over here and spin this one and try to get to this one. And they're going back to that one. This is called aging. You try to keep spinning all your plates. So there's like basically 12 plates I talk about in that book, okay, which is your first plate is the first need that we had was for parents, survival and security, someone to take care of us. And then we have the second plate, next 7 years. They go in 7-year cycles. And that's not esoteric. Just look at our lives. You used to start going to school at 7. So you had these parents who are always taking care of you, caretakers specifically on you. Now you start branching out to friendships, play, and fun, learning about yourself, relating with other people at school. And then you got puberty, 14. Okay, so that's another 7 years. Your hormones dramatically change. We're talking dramatically change. Boys' testosterone becomes 20 times more. 20 times more. Girls' estrogen shoots up very high. So you start having your period. You start cycling. And once you start cycling, your moods dramatically shift. And it's because now your body is saying, I have the potential to be pregnant. So when after you bleed, now what's going to happen is your estrogen levels will start to rise. And for the first 5 days, your testosterone estrogen levels begin to rise, coming up, coming up, coming up. And then there's 5 days these are all approximate for everybody, depending on the weather, the stress, the moon, all kinds of things. But basically, these are the general numbers. You have this sort of testosterone says, I can do it myself. Estrogen says, I need help. So I have testosterone and estrogen too. I have to have testosterone to give this talk myself, but I need you to be my audience. So you see, I need both. We all always have a need and we have our sense of independence. It's just biologically, women's fluctuations are all over the place. And men is just testosterone up, testosterone down. Testosterone up, testosterone down. For women, it's testosterone, estrogen goes up, and now 5 days before ovulation, where she can get pregnant, her body tells you need more. Just says, I need more. Now it doesn't talk, but the way it talks to you is it says what's missing. So you'll start looking around at what's missing in your life. And if you're in a marriage or a relationship or a boyfriend, you're looking at what's wrong with him. Okay, so what more do I need here? So this is where suddenly this other part of you that was invisible for the first 5 days suddenly shows up. So men will say to me, why is suddenly everything's wrong? One moment, everything's right in the relationship. Next minute, she says, we never go out. You don't do this. You always leave your stuff on the floor. Why you say, where did this come from? It came from an expanded awareness in her of what do I need? See, it's more about not so much me, now it's all me. And I always laugh because women are always talking about narcissistic men. When they say that, the men it's not really a clinical narcissism, that's a different story. But it's basically selfish men. Okay, but see, a lot of selfish men are not really selfish. They appear to be selfish because you're not asking for help. See, a man assumes if you need help and you're not asking, then you're happy. Why would I assume that? Because I don't want your help. And if I want your help, I'll ask for it. But to need your help, what happens when a man needs help? His estrogen goes up. Now, if my estrogen goes too high, I become a wimp. Any guy who procrastinates, who complains, and guess what? Whenever a man is angry, what do you think his hormone imbalance is? Just guess. Testosterone? Well, no, he's angry. You think his testosterone goes really high, right? Everybody thinks that. That's not true.
Really?
No, not true. Complete.
Oh.
They just did that because bulls have big balls.
So how do you get them not to be angry?
That's a good question.
Decrease their estrogen.
You're so smart. You got it right there.
I said, how do you?
But first of all, the answer is decreases estrogen.
But then the next question is, how do you do it? Making you feel like a good, strong man and not needing to ask for help?
That's right.
Oh, how do you do that?
So there's, well, what you do, have you ever noticed that men sort of get a little resistant when you give them advice? Why are you telling me what to do? I know what to do. It's completely annoying and irritating. You do it all the time. I was trying to remember, I was on my walk today because I'm writing another book. This next book is, I've actually written 6 books this year, but I have to edit them and make them really good. This one took a few weeks to write, but then about 5 months to edit. Okay, edit. So it'd be beautiful. They're works of art. But so I was coming up with today on my walk, the 6 C's, but I couldn't remember the 6th one. It just came to me because I was asking, but somehow I lost it. Here, that's other C. Okay. But anyway, here's the 5 C's. I lost one of the C's. What is a woman doing when she complains? She's trying to get him to change his behavior, right? Does he like that?
No.
No. So why do you do it? But you do it because you want something. He's not doing it, so you think complaining is going to get him to do it. Did it ever work?
Then he does it out of guilt, like Custer.
That's also that. If he does do it, yes, he'll change. I remember one time. That's a great story. So one time, my wife was always plump. Now I talk about my wife in the past because she passed on. So she died. So we were together 40 years. And she passed on. I am now remarried. So you'll never know which wife I'm talking about. That's my other wife.
Bye, honey.
I'll just text. I'm giving a talk. This is how it come in. I don't have good reception here. It hasn't come in. Just she'll know.
You don't need your help, honey.
She always has my help, which is I did answer. Yeah. When you need help and someone gives you help, and I need help many times in my life, your estrogen goes up and you bond. Whether you're a man or a woman, estrogen helps you to bond. But for men, they bond more when they're helping you. You will bond more with a man when he helps you. It's opposites. It's very interesting. So the answer to the question which she asked, which was great, which is, you picked it up right away. First of all, it's a big idea. Testosterone is not what causes aggression in men. Negative aggression. There's something called positive aggression, which is I want to go into a fire and save a child. That's pure aggression, and that's high testosterone. But if I want to go in and hurt somebody, that's high estrogen. Okay, so this aggression is masculinity having to solve a problem. But one, if it's towards wanting to hurt someone or wanting to hurt someone, it's going to be estrogen. It's going to be fueled by anger as opposed to love. Okay. Love is selflessness. And this is the high level of masculinity. And I was making it, have a seat here. We're having that. This is this fun. So come on in. I have front row seat. You can leave it. Amazing. I'm late. Get the front row seat. I know it's scary. Oh, who's there? Friends. Okay, come on. Remember those plates I was talking about?
Yes, yeah.
That's the plate.
Yeah.
So the first plate, once you get, we all have a need for someone to take care of us. And I'm here, I am at this age. I need somebody who's smarter than me in my life. You always need somebody smarter than you. It's hard for me to find that person. Only a joke. It was just much easier when I was younger. Okay? That was what I was saying. It's just much easier. So you have to have somebody smarter than you to support you so that you can look up to someone. Okay. And by the way, there is the whole experience of your 9 months in the womb, which is your relationship with God. And that is the most important as far as I'm concerned. This is why women used to be so much happier than women are today. I'm so happy. I go, and when I say that, I go, I've lived in tribes in Africa. I lived in tribes in South America, indigenous places. The women are not like all over the place. I mean, they do have violence. Neighboring tribes. I was in one tribe where the chief showed me 7 drunken heads. That's all, 7 drunken heads. They had been a little westernized because there's a tour group that brings people. You get on a plane, you land on the dirt, you get in a canoe, you go 3 hours down the canoe, you go through the jungle for 5 hours with it. See, I wanted to experience, what life was like before Western civilization. And it's so peaceful. But at the same time, there is violence, but the violence is not amongst themselves. It's with tribes because they don't have grocery stores. This is how it's explained to me. Okay, so they don't have grocery stores. Because I asked, why is there shrunken heads here? I said, well, the forests can only support so many people. So if you have a child, you have to kill somebody. So you go to a neighboring tribe and kill somebody. And those were his 7 children. He had 7 shrunken heads. This is just a story I was told. But all I saw was a very peaceful village. And particularly, what was it? 1 second. I was to finish the sentence. And what I heard that night, because I'm sneaking around, I want to see everything that's going on. And women were having lots of orgasms in every little hut. I sneak around my neighborhood. I don't see that happening. and I know that one of my friends, who's also a therapist, he says the only people that come to him are all cocaine addicts, and they can't have sex unless they take cocaine. This is Mill Valley, California. I've never had a cocaine addict come to me because they know I wouldn't see them. All I would do is say, forget about your relationship if you're taking cocaine, and I'm a relationship teacher, so I can't help you. You can't have a relationship if you have a significant addiction. You're not having a relationship with a person. It's a possessed person. You've got the devil living in your house part-time. So that's the problem. That's what's going on. Yes, sir.
2 questions.
Yeah.
What country were you in?
Just now, that was the Oshawa Indians.
India.
No, that was Ecuador.
Ecuador.
That was just what I was just talking about, Ecuador. The Oshawa Indians in that one.
I had a friend who years ago was visiting Africa as a service job.
Yeah.
And so he met this woman that he fell in love with there. And they married them in the tribe. And he was required, as part of marrying there and getting all these presents, having sex right in the center of everybody watching. That was the requirement. And they massaged them with a special oil. They got everybody drunk. And then they were supposed to perform. And when you see these old movies, I just saw one yesterday about England and the royalty.
Yeah, I'm about to give the same example.
The same thing.
Well, you see, you have to make sure that
you
they
were
had sex
royal.
to make sure the baby. So they're even this is now even in the whole story of Jesus. This is one story, but it's a Jewish tradition. Is that you get married in the royal tradition. Jesus was in the royal tradition of David, and when you get married, and Mary wasn't a prostitute. Mary was a very high woman in a whole spiritual group, pure celibate. And when they talk about virgin birth, the actual word for virgin is just a woman who's not yet married, because women were taught to not have sex until they're married. This has been a very common thing historically, which is why it's still in the subconscious mind. If a woman's already had sex, she's unclean. This is, you're a slut, the kind of thing. If you had sex without love, that's in our unconscious. I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying that's what's there because there was a sense of purity that they wanted to preserve. So she was in a lineage and he was in a lineage. And then they get married. And then they had what this is fun to tell the story. I wasn't there. All I can do is tell you what I read. And some Harvard professor telling the actual literature. And he basically says that the the 12 disciples, this final dinner. What's that called? The Last Supper. The Last Supper. I wasn't there. How can I remember? Okay, so, I can only remember my life. I have so much to teach. So it's the Last Supper. And that ceremony of where she's washing his feet and the whole thing that was going on there is the actual description of the second wedding ceremony. Because you're not officially married until you have a baby, because everything was carrying on the lineage. If you don't get pregnant, the marriage is canceled. And now you have to have find somebody else. Everything was about carrying on the bloodline. Bloodline was everything. Never said that out loud. It's what, this whole world has been about. There's so much history we don't really understand or anything. Okay, so back to my message. But thank you for that fun story. It would be, if you were royalty and you were a man, they would, your assistant would come and masturbate you. You wouldn't even touch yourself. Well, they're doing it in brothels now. So it's just,
Wait, okay, sorry. So you had said women were happier before. Does this really all go back to these kind of orgasms? Because I agree. But
the women were happier before. I was talking about happiness creates orgasms. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
It's where women feel safe and secure. Yeah. Everything is about estrogen. Everything is orgasm is a peak of estrogen with testosterone simultaneously. Okay, when you can have both those hormones together, and the way your biology is set up as a woman, if your estrogen goes and peaks, it becomes twice as high as your normal level. If you're unhappy, your estrogen levels are always down. Now, rather than using happy, I'm also going to use the word stressed. Okay, when you have stress, because you can't actually measure the hormones of happiness unless you look at when people are stressed, they're not happy. And stress is something you can measure. So when we measure cortisol levels in women, their stress, their estrogen levels are very low and their testosterone is very high. Compared to a non-stressed woman, her estrogen will be here. Okay, so we have it's all relative. So for a man, whenever he is, like right now, for me giving this talk, my testosterone is here and my estrogen is here because I have complete confidence and I'm happy. It's close to sex for me. Not exactly, because my clothes are on. It's very hard for me to charge for my work because I enjoy it so much. But I don't charge for this, by the way. I can't. Yes, go ahead.
So when women are going through menopause, perimenopause, her estrogen is down.
You no longer make estrogen.
So it's like, are you chronically unhappy? You're saying with that.
I'm getting there. I'll go there. That's my book for Men Are From Mars for women only over 40. But I have to wait for that one. You're going to get it now. So there's a lot of different kinds of estrogen, but the main one is estradiol. And you make estradiol all the way up to menopause. You run out of eggs. Now you don't make estradiol anymore. You make another form of estrogen called estrone. Now estrone is, if you look it up, estrone, it's a weaker estrogen. Now what does that mean, weaker? It doesn't have all the benefits of estradiol. Your juices dry up. Sex is no longer as fun as it used to be. Your bones begin to break. You get wrinkles in your face. All these aging symptoms start happening to women when they make estrone. They're no longer making estradiol. And so if you go to a doctor, they'll tell you, we'll give you estradiol. And Suzanne Summers was a good friend of mine. She was a big hormone producer. Unfortunately, she also died of cancer. They say that taking estradiol comes with risks. My thing, which nobody yet teaches the world, but see, I have students who have women in their 70s, almost 80, my oldest, who follows my teaching, and she's got a really wet vagina, which means she's making estradiol, and she's multi-orgasmic. So now how did that happen? And that's just not one, I'm just talking about one. So she's making estradiol. So they're telling me, go online, ask chat GPT, all those signs. they'll say, oh, you can't make estradiol. Maybe a tiny, tiny bit. Not true. I've got evidence. Follow my work. My work will cause you to make estradiol, whether you're pre-menopausal, after menopause. But I can't give you research other than my own story of I know people having great sex. Also, I'm listening to those women, although I don't think any of them were over 70. So I can't use that as foundation. Any in the villages of multi-orgasmic women around the world. We don't know. I just didn't see any of that were that old because they don't live that long because their food is not nutritious. You know, not really getting a lot of good food there. So anyway, how do you produce it? So I spent weeks researching, knowing this, looking at all the research, having the chat GPT helping me, arguing with me, telling me I was wrong. No, you can't say this. It's a fantasy. See, I know reality. So, and there's got to be some way. So I finally figured it out. So chat agrees with me. At least one person agrees with me. Okay, chat GPT. So here's the science of your biology. Everything to do with making life moving on for women is estradiol. And there's many pathways for her body to make estradiol. And so I've been teaching women for 40 years how to be happy in relationships. And those same things, if they follow them, will continue making estradiol. But what is the pathway? Because you actually look at the way the body, your eggs will not be making it, but your body can make it from your adrenal gland, and your body can make it from your skin. And that's proven. Your adrenal gland can make it, but they say in small amounts. Well, how do you increase the amount? What you do is you induce vulnerability into a woman, and that will produce, whenever you experience vulnerability, as you experience a little danger. Let's say I'm driving my car, the speed limit, and I'm going 10 miles faster than your comfort zone. What do you feel as a woman? A little danger, right? Now, one of the techniques I've been teaching for years called foreplay in the car. Car is the best foreplay. Look at all these older women driving their cars and their husband's sitting in the front seat. Why do you think that's the case?
Slow down.
Because she's always telling him to slow down. He says, okay, you want to drive? You drive. So he's not going to his estrogen side, and she's over on her male side. And they're not having sex. You already know that. There could be exceptions, of course. But I get to see as a therapist, I know who's having sex and who's not, and I can see how they drive their cars. Nobody knows what goes on in the sheets of houses until you talk to the therapist. And then you don't even know what she's feeling while she's having sex. Now you have the therapist. I won't even talk to a couple together because women will never tell the husband everything. Wisely. Wisely. You should never share anything there that doesn't reflect your heart being open. See, what were those 6 C's? And we'll come back to sex and estradiol. That's what I did in this book. I gave hints of, in book 4, I'll be covering that in great detail. So they'll buy book 4. And also, if I put everything in one book, it would be 10,000, be so many pages. You know, you're going to cover so much in the book. Okay, so I'll come back to anyway, what the 4 C's are. I just want to get them out there out of my mouth so I remember them. It's complain. Now, let's see, how many women actually believe that you complain too much? Raise your hands. Only one. Okay. The only woman in this room is really interested in sex. Okay, I just want you to put that out there. Yeah, here's another one. Here's another one. In a relationship, you complain. Okay, how many women have never complained? Okay, so we got that one. So never complain. That's okay. That's all right. But some women have complained. There's 6 of these C's. I just don't know what the 6th is. But so there's complain, and then there's criticize. Who thinks they sometimes criticize too much? Okay. All right. And often when you're critical, you don't think you're being critical because you don't speak it out loud. How many people can relate to that? You know, I've had so many clients. She thinks I'm the perfect wife, but I know what she's feeling inside because she comes to me for therapy. I said, you don't understand. Men feel everything. It's worse to hold criticism inside and hold on to it than to just speak it out loud. Then he can tell you you're wrong. Then he knows what he's dealing with. He doesn't know what he's dealing with. So, but she thinks she's doing the noble thing. And yes, don't criticize your partner, but don't hold on to it. So what's the solution there? Let it go. We haven't been taught how to let go of the C's, how to let go of the criticism. At the end of my talk, I'll tell you how to let go of it. Again, everything's foreplay. You have to feel you really want to hear it. But how to let it go. So we have complain. A few women cop to complaining too much in relationships. A few more women cop to criticizing. Here's one. Compare. How many women sometimes compare? Okay, like I do this, you don't do this. You used to be this way, you're now not this way. How many women can relate to that? Comparing. Okay, that's good. So this is just to become more aware, criticize, complain, compare. Any of these things are going to push a man away. And so how do you stop doing that? Well, that particular one, actually all of these C's, you cannot control. Bottom line, you can just be aware that you're doing it. Have the intent to stop doing it, and then lower your stress. Because this is now talking science. When you have science behind you, you have a thing called when elevated cortisol. When cortisol goes up, blood flow changes in your brain. It switches from being positive to negative. That's it. You have a brain part of your brain is here, and it says, I have to always remember, I have to go to this part of the brain. This is my optimistic part of the brain. Everything's cool. Everything's all right. There's a terrorist behind every bush. This is everything is good. This is everything is not good. If both sides are working, this is a problem and it's no big deal. Okay? If both sides working, this is a problem and it's no big deal. This side turns off, this is the problem. It's always been a problem. It will always be a problem. It was a problem in the past. It's a problem now and be a problem in the future. You cannot escape this. This is biology. This is how you're wired up. So you will survive. If you're in danger, whenever you think you're in danger, cortisol goes up. When cortisol goes up, this part of the optimistic part of your brain just turns off. It goes, danger here, danger in the past. You remember when danger happened, you saw that terrible thing before, you don't want it to happen again. It's right in front of you. That's what cortisol does. This has all been tested out. This is all measured. There's brain scans behind it. It literally changes the way your brain thinks. Now, in this particular book I'm working on now, which is called Why Men Fall in Love and Stay in Love. So I talk about all the ways that you unknowingly sabotage relationship. First of all, understanding it. Why do men fall in love? He's your hero. That's the bottom line. Every time a man can rescue you from your unhappiness, he falls in love with you again. If you don't need him to rescue you from your unhappiness, if you don't need his help, he can't stay in love with you. It's a real simple concept. Every time you need help, what just happens? You are vulnerable. When you are vulnerable, your estrogen goes up. When you have no estradiol and you're vulnerable, guess what will happen? Your estradiol will be produced. And Chad says, but there's no mechanism. And I found the mechanism. And it knows whenever someone is in danger, a female's in danger, her body releases DHEA, and DHEA is a hormone, and it will convert her testosterone into estrogen, estradiol. And every one of the techniques I teach in my work, which is why my clients continue making estradiol, is because I teach women how to be vulnerable and seek out help from a man. Because if you are in a place of vulnerability and somebody helps you, your body will actually, the mechanism is DHEA gets produced. DHEA will convert your testosterone because you're in danger. Whenever you're vulnerable, You know, if you feel like, oh, I have no help, what's going to happen? I have to protect myself. So I'm in danger. I have to protect myself. Now I can ask for help. He gives me help. Your body will convert your testosterone you just made into estradiol. But if you're never in danger, you'll never make estradiol.
What if you don't have a man and you think you're always in danger? How are you supposed to fix that? Fight, flight, or freeze is a real thing.
Now I'm going to ask you the answer.
Okay,
Because you're smart.
I'm trying.
You don't have a man in your life. He could help you produce estradiol. So what do?
Put myself in dangerous ways and ask friends to be vulnerable and try to build it myself.
You find a man to do that.
Oh, well, I've been trying that for 51 years. You find me the right man, I'll think about it. I have questions at the end about that.
You're doing it here, okay? It doesn't have to be he's your sexual partner, although it's better if he's your sexual partner.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that part. Yeah, I've been told.
But be vulnerable. Be vulnerable. But now it goes further than that, which is one of those stress responses, which is why you haven't found the right man, is I'm not going to talk about you now because we'll get into the therapy session, although I really like your thinking, is when women are unable to find the right man, quite often they're too picky. Just too picky. Picky, picky, picky. So you've all been trained, okay, and here's why. Is it you have this biology which is made to make babies. And when you have a biology that's made to make babies, your tendency is to always be there for others. And what you don't understand is that works with other women. It works with a child. It only works with a child, by the way, if you have a man taking care of you. See, that's the design. That's the advanced design somebody thought up over there. Women are going to be vulnerable with children. So we're going to make sure women aren't interested in making children unless a man can provide for her while she provides for the child. So he's designed to only feel happy if he can provide for somebody other than himself. That's how I'm designed. If I'm not helping other people, men are helpers. If I'm not helping other people, then I will be a depressed, narcissistic person. Okay? That will be, I'll have anxiety, I'll have depression, I'll become addicted, I'll have all kinds of psychological problems because there's no job for me to do. Now, so let's look at statistics to prove this. Whenever men are out of work, their testosterone goes down. Whenever men's testosterone goes down, their stress levels go up. Whenever men's stress levels go up, their estrogen goes up, and they become victims. I've talked to San Quentin. I've talked to murderers, rapists. I know their whole childhood. You might have the question: why does somebody become a rapist and a murderer and a killer? Anyone ever had that question? I did. So I went into the places to look. So I found out all their childhoods. I'll just give you an example of one. This guy, I should laugh. It's so extreme. It's so extreme. He's like 8 years old, and his father's beating up his mother, and he gets out his father's shotgun and his father's gun, rifle or something, to shoot his father, and the bullet goes through his father and kills his mother. And you all went to the whole room was like nothing in there. He's telling his story. Yeah, I got better than that. This is like these guys have no feeling at all. And of course, the nonsense of the psychological people in universities teaching psychology, they say, "Oh, why are these prisoners in jail? They were never allowed to cry." The answer is they never had. It's because they had so much to cry about. That's why they become criminals. And yes, they weren't allowed. They didn't feel love, that's for sure. You cannot be a functional male if you don't experience love as a child. Men cannot open their hearts except through women. That's what you also don't know.
No,
It's women. It's women. So now I'll give you the science of that. And vulnerability. Okay, children will open a man's heart too. when somebody's in need, when somebody is vulnerable, when somebody says, I need help, something happens in a man's brain. If he is confident that I can provide help, his mirror neurons will open up. Women have who's heard of mirror neurons? Okay, not everybody has. Mirror neurons, they discovered about 8 years ago. It's science, it's measurable in brain scans. And mirror neurons allow you to, if somebody's crying, you could feel sad with them. If somebody's happy, you could feel happiness with them. If somebody's really happy, who can be happy for somebody? Yeah. Although I tell you, I saw a little thing on my phone the other day, quote from an old man, and he said, you should ask your father. Oh, I can't remember somebody else's stuff, but the point was, your father is the only man on this planet who wants you to be more successful than him.
Oh, it's so true.
It touches me. Yeah, that's your father. He's the only person on this planet really, really wants you to be more successful than him. And you might turn that around and go, oh, what's wrong with men? Men are competitive. And I've got books saying that it's the worst thing. We have to take away all competition. What stimulates testosterone is being in a competitive environment. That's what we need. We need competition. That's the problem with socialism, communism, and why every one of those places goes downhill. Is why if we're getting paid the same, and I'm working my butt off, and you're just watching TV, why should I work my butt off if I'm not going to make more? Why should I make my butt off if my children are not going to have more? I live for my children. I don't live for myself. I'm not living for my grandchildren and my children. Don't leave them out. This is what masculinity is about. Masculinity is about, I take care of myself so that I have something to take care of a woman and a child and a family. And the men that escape from that loop, who aren't taught that's what masculinity is about, it's a simple plan. It's how we're designed to be. And I'm just going to go have fun. Anytime a man just has fun, what hormone does he make? Estrogen. Anytime you're happy, anytime you're having fun, anytime you're eating a delicious meal, you're making estrogen. Now, am I saying men should not make estrogen? No. Estrogen gets produced when you're depending on something or someone or some situation for you. I was about to make a point earlier. I didn't. It was about the narcissistic men out there. When all there are is narcissistic men. The women come into my office who are divorcing their husbands, and they have a list of 50 things that they want that they're not getting. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do this. He doesn't. Who's narcissistic here? And I talked to the guy, who wants it. If a guy wants a divorce, 80-90% of divorces women initiate. I do have a good joke on that one to lighten things up even more. But anyway, but the men, I take him to the side. He really wants to divorce his wife. Okay, yeah, I think he's an idiot, but I don't really think I'm also a compassionate person too. I shouldn't say that. I remember once saying a guy was an idiot, and all these people online go, "I'll never believe this therapist to call a man an idiot." I should have just written back, "I think you're an idiot," but I didn't take my time. But anyway, what men will say is, no matter what I do, it's never enough to make her happy. And occasionally I hear a woman say, and he's never happy, but it's only part of a list of 20 things. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's about women are the receivers and men are the givers. And that's the opposite of what everybody thinks, because as a mother, you're designed to give unconditionally to your children. But to accomplish that, you have to receive from somebody else. And so I have such compassion, such sadness, compassion, whatever. If I go there, it knocks me over. For the women who have little children and they don't have a man in their life. This is such a tragedy. And this is all because we don't have education on how to have relationships. Every man that I've ever coached who wanted to leave his wife, not that many, okay, but I'm trying to, again, is once I explained to him, actually, there's a lot of men now I think of it. When I go through airports, particularly in the 90s when I was on TV all the time until I was kicked off, you know that. When I became anointed the biggest selling author in the world by USA Today, sold more books that decade than any other author in the world in all categories, which was unusual because paperbacks usually sell more or whatever. That the next day I was never allowed on national TV. And Oprah would never call me back, and Oprah would. I used to be Oprah's coach. I'm not the narrative. You have to realize there's forces that control every media outlet. I'm a sexist. And it wasn't really exactly the next day. It was a few months later when everything changed.
You just believe people are different. They were allowed to be different.
Are you asking me if I'm a sexist?
Well, yeah.
I'm not saying they think I'm a sexist.
Oh, thank you. I was like, no.
No, they think I'm a sexist. Anybody talks about, as soon as you say men are from Mars, women are from Venus, you'll assume I'm a sexist. That's what they do. They haven't read my books. They don't know my message. They don't know anything. Or they know that I'm just putting it out there. And I'm one of the people that really stand tall on this. You know, I've been fighting a battle even before I became, all through the 90s when Men Are From Mars sold more books than anywhere. Everybody recognized me. I was on every TV show. You couldn't go anywhere without seeing me. And in the airports, always in the airports, because I've been to 20 countries teaching this. I'm still a bestseller in China. Everybody knows Men Are From, billions of people know Men Are From Mars in China. Wherever I go in China, oh, Men Are From Mars. Oh, you're right. It's like I'm a deity or something. But in the airports, where I was on TV all the time, men would always, there wasn't a trip where a man wouldn't come up and say to me, you wrote the book. And what he means is the only book he's ever read, probably. You wrote the book. Yeah, I wrote the book. He says, we were divorced and we got back together after reading that book. Oh. We just didn't know that we're supposed to be different. That was the issue. And I give people that word just in the beginning of the book. I say so many people break up because they think that we're supposed to be the same. We have no experience that you can be different, and the differences can enrich our lives. And ironically as well, the country that if you look at it used to be this way in the 90s, for the population, the highest concentration of population, I read in my book, was France. And the French are very snotty and they hate self-improvement books. So I became number one. I still get the biggest royalties from France of anywhere in the country. I live off of it. France and Korea, I can't believe it. They just love my books. China, I sell more books, they just don't pay me. I have seven publishers in China, but only one of them is mine.
You're in 20 different languages.
No, I'm 45 different languages. I've just traveled to 20 countries.
And you came to Louisville Park to talk to us.
That's right. You're special.
I can live here.
Anyway, so the whole idea of vulnerability, if you're at any age, you make estradiol, if you allow yourself to be vulnerable, and a man can help you, or somebody, it comes to you immediately. And the thing about immediacy is when you're living with somebody. So you're a single woman and you're alone in your house, you're not going to make estradiol. It literally means that in an instant somebody is there that will produce the estradiol. Because if you stay in that state of elevated stress, you will immediately shift into your male side. And now you don't shift back. Okay? You take it on yourself. I'm gonna have a little danger, I'll do it myself. So you need to have somebody who's there for you. I mean, let's just do a poll. How many women like firemen? Raise your hand. Yeah, they're heroes. Everybody likes firemen. According to my daughter. Of course, she really likes firemen. It was in the paper when her house burned down. And it was a really sad day. And they came and rescued her and took her out. And then she didn't know the rest of the house was on fire. And they came up and a big thing. She was terrified, the house was on fire. And they took her out. And then she said, but my book is on the computer. And the fireman went back into the fire to get her computer. It came back out. It got in the paper. Fireman goes into the house to get the computer. So you say fireman to her, and she's. Then she married a man who looks like a fireman. But that danger is somebody's there, and you have bonding. But it doesn't have to be your fire is burning down. It has to be vulnerability. And vulnerability with immediate reaction. So one of the techniques in the new book that just should be out this maybe on the October 15th, I think it'll come on Amazon. Be happy with or without a man. The technique in there is, one of the techniques is the 5-finger ask. And so what you do is you have a man living in your house with you. You make it a practice where he's doing something where he doesn't want to be bothered, and you bother him. You basically just do this. And his response is to instantly say, what is it?
Oh my God.
And you ask him to do something for you that takes less than 5 minutes that you can do for yourself. Not something he's used to doing, not something you could do for yourself, that in many cases that you would like for yourself, that you would normally do for yourself. And all you do is you just say, would you get me a glass of warm water? And he goes, absolutely, right away. And he'll run into it.
Not happen. What man does that? No.
Would you do that? Would you do that?
Yeah.
Really?
In a room full of women.
Yeah, I don't want
Right.
to.
Now, you have to explain. Let me tell you how this man right here. Now, if I told you that you want your wife to be happy, and women today, it has to be an explanation to go with this. It's so simple. Which, first of all, just to say, if taking 5 minutes to make your wife happy every day, it's not something you're willing to do. It's only 5 minutes.
But
But-
not if they're in the middle of something, interrupting them.
But there's a subject
That's
there
not-
that I want you to explore.
Yeah, let's try. Here's to understand. See, women are not designed to be on their male side all day long. They're not designed to be driving cars. They're not designed to be in danger. They're not designed to have these deadlines. They're not designed to be experience stress the way we are. I'm designed. My testosterone goes up when there's danger. That lowers my stress as long as I'm confident. See, we need danger. You don't. You're the opposite. You need safety. So there's one. Danger man, safe woman. We protect you. We take care of you. Now you're now doing it yourself. So the world is dangerous. I mean, you need money. Every one of you, and not only everyone, but many of you women in this room, deep down inside, you see a bag woman on the street. You think, is that going to be me? This is a scary world. This whole money thing, depending on money, who's going to pay the bills? I have to move out of my house. Where am I going to go? What's going to happen? There's a lot of fear in this world. It's not a nice little jungle area. See, they have moderate danger. You're a woman, you're pregnant, you go outside and you hear a tiger in the forest. I could feel it. Out in the forest, there's no fences, there's no guards. It's there. You see some eyes there. Ooh, okay. And the first thing you want to do is go find somebody to protect you. You can't protect yourself. You're pregnant, you've got babies. They're vulnerable women. So they go to the man. And then the men get together and they protect and whatever. You have your man to protect you. That's how you're designed to be. And now you're doing it. You're the soldier out there. You're the airplane pilot. You're driving the taxi. You're doing the Uber car. If I was a woman, I'd never drive an Uber with the crazy men that are out there today. This is a scary thing. I interview all my Uber drivers when they're women. They say, I never go out at night. But they got their cameras and everything. But still, it's a dangerous world and not a dangerous world. Okay, we're all safe here in this room and so forth. Okay. So women are not designed to be solving problems consistently where there's danger involved. You're designed to solve problems consistently where there's no danger involved with children. See, you actually have way more energy access than men. Your brain never turns off, by the way.
That's right.
Men don't understand. Our brain turns off. Mine just goes off.
How lucky you are.
Yeah, we're lucky. No question about it. And that also is truthful. There are men that see when men go to their female side. That's why you can't make absolutes here. Man can be out of balance. Man can be more on his female side. I see, these guys as they get older, they get their bellies. Everything I do, as far as for me, is to keep this belly from getting bigger. See, all the older men in their 70s, they get these little bellies. That's just an estrogen machine. That's what our bellies do. It's an estrogen machine.
So.
Yeah.
I thought it was beer.
No, I'm just letting you know. I'm just trying to get the facts here. Belly fat is designed to make estrogen. That's what it does. In men, it produces and it lowers testosterone. You can measure all the men with belly fat, and their testosterone goes down.
The more angry they get.
Not necessarily.
You said when the men.
But anger is not the only symptom of high estrogen in a man. But when a man is angry, his estrogen's going up. So they do tend to become what's called grumpy old men. Have you ever heard that expression? That was actually the first time I started really understanding the belly thing. And as men get older in our culture, men's testosterone levels go down. I tested mine. My testosterone levels are 50% higher than when I was a young man. A very, very healthy testosterone, a very healthy sex life. It's never stopped it. It's because I practice not indulging in my estrogen side. Anytime, if I was to complain out loud, like be upset and complain, my estrogen would go up. If I was to get angry, my estrogen would go up. If I was to get mad at somebody or feel victimized by somebody, my estrogen would go up. And for me, I don't want that to do. I don't want that. I do everything I can. I'm an intermittent faster as well. I basically eat one meal a day. That's another thing that allows me to keep my belly from getting so big because
15 minutes.
Oh my goodness. It never happens. Everybody leaves. So stretch.
Yeah, wave goodbye, you ladies. Yeah.
I won't take it personally.
Like,
I've enjoyed the conversation. I want to give you some really important things to learn. Okay, so just some basics of Men from Mars. Many of you haven't read the book. One of the differences between men and women. One of the differences between men and women that women don't understand about men is that men will completely disappear. We shut down. We have no heart at all. At those times, you should know it's not the same as when a woman completely shuts down. When a woman shuts down, it's because one offense, another offense, another offense, another offense, another offense. And finally, when she shuts down, nothing's going to open me up again. Can any women relate to what I'm saying here? You understand what I'm talking about?
Kind of the light switch method. We say, I don't know if it was me. It dims, it dims, it dims.
Yes, it does dim.
Give up.
Yeah, you give up. I have nothing left to give. That's it. You drain out, nothing left to give. Then you will shut down. Men shut down when they have a ton to give. It's an automatic reaction that happens if our estrogen starts to flare. If estrogen starts to flare, we either attack or we retreat. That's fight or flight. And if we haven't been taught to fight, and you don't want one who's taught to fight, you want one who'll go to his cave.
Yeah.
So it's the only ones that fight are the ones that witnessed fight as children. And even still, you can realize it's really stupid to fight with your wife. You're never going to get good sex. So forget about it. I think that was the comment last time that somebody left on. As soon as you mentioned sex, some people don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's through sex. What you have to understand, it's through sex that men open their heart the most. Remember I said men need women for love?
Yeah.
You look at these mirror neurons in the brain. For women, they're open all the time, unless she shuts down. It takes a lot of time for them to shut down. For men, they close on a dime and they open up very quickly. He can shut down for 3 hours and he'll come out like nothing has happened. But then he'll go back. You know why he goes back? Because you're over there going, he must still be mad at me. And if you say he must still be mad at me, you're giving a message of he's dangerous. You don't trust him. And that's one of the biggest sources of stress for men. So he'll go right back in because he's under stress. So he'll go back into his cave. He'll come out of his cave like nothing has happened. Everything's fine. And you can't believe that everything is fine because you're a woman. And if you were to pull away, everything is not fine. We need therapy. We need to talk. We need to share. So now you're living in a world of mistrust. The 3 types of love that open a man up, that raise his testosterone, is when he does something, you appreciate it. When he does makes a mistake and you make no big deal out of it, that's called acceptance. He's not perfect, but he's mine. And the third one is trust. I trust him to be there for me. And this little 5-minute thing will constantly reinforce your feelings of trust because women are designed to, their brain doesn't turn off. They're always doing. You've noticed that with her, right? She's overwhelmed all the time. Busy. Would you like her to relax more?
Yes.
Okay. So now you relax. This is a technique that within 3 to 5 minutes every day, you can help her relax. Will you do it?
What are you gonna do? Give her a massage.
No, just 3 to 5 minutes.
Listen, 3 to 5 minutes.
I haven't defined what it is yet. Would you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, you say, what would a man do? If it's you present it to him, I'm like, if you come to a man with humility and say, I'm like a crazy woman today, and I'll always be
happy, right? That's the whole idea, make her happy.
Yes. And so she has to tell him what will make him happy. So that's easy.
Yeah.
Because, here you are going on, struggling as a man, doing everything you can to make her happy, and she doesn't seem happy. So what more do I have to do? I can't do more. So if you want, but you have to do more for women. Women always want more. Okay. That's just the nature of life.
Or you have to tell exactly what will make her happy.
That's it.
And he has to do that, not something else.
Well, we just start with, you start with something he can do.
Yeah.
Any man can do this. It has the biggest effect. I've got clients, they love this, but you know who stops? Men love doing it. It's the women who won't do it. It's amazing. It's the, you gotta, they eventually will with my clients, but maybe they're more challenging. That's why they have to pay more. But, smart woman, this is going to work. Do it. It says, you have to explain to them, with humility, I'm stressed out and it's not you, it's me. And I need your help. And I've read this book, whatever, I'm learning about my brain. It never turns off. So it's like a snowball going down a hill. This is a very great metaphor. Help to say to a man, it's a snowball going down a hill. It just gathers more with it. Now, what happens if there is a snowball going down? If you can just put your hands on that snowball for a couple of minutes, you stop the momentum. That's all she needs. It's called in psychology a pattern interrupt. You just interrupt the pattern. That's it. And the pattern is that she's in is I have to do everything myself. Her brain is just cooking into I have to do everything myself. And all it takes is you realize I'm doing everything. I'm overwhelmed. Put your hand up, go find him, put your hand up. And don't just do it when you're overwhelmed. Do it every day at random times. My wife occasionally, I just love it. It's so sweet. She walks into the bedroom and I'm already in bed. She walks in the bedroom. She goes, would you get me a glass of warm water from the kitchen? That's where the purified water is. It's 30 yards to the kitchen. So I'm going to get up out of bed, go get that, come back, the whole time pretending like I'm so happy to do this. I'm the fourth person in my life. And after doing that a few times, I am so happy to do it. What you don't know is that this is what men are about. Give me an emergency. Let me go beyond my comfort zone. See, the worst thing, I was just hearing a quote from Lincoln, the worst thing you can do is live in your comfort zone. This is for men, not for women. You should be in your comfort zone. Men need to step out of your comfort zone. Those guys in the gym, they're hoping to build their testosterone up. They're going out of their comfort zone. Okay, so you'll do it. So I give a list in the book. What would be some things? It would be make me a cup. You're watching TV. You just say to them, would you make me a cup of tea? I'd like this tea. So you have to ask. He's not going to do it. See, many men will say, but I do so much. Why do I have to do more? I said, yes, you do so much. It's just, I'm a crazy woman. I need your help. It's just a little bit more will make the difference. And right away, and treat me as if I'm the most important person in the world. So that's it. Because she is the most important person in the world. And it only takes 2 minutes to show her that if you're, and you hide your grumbles, they'll be, oh, are you bad? You have to pick this time. And to ground this in, stream the movie of, what's the movie? Probably shouldn't be singing it, but it's,
War of the Road.
Pink Panther.
Oh.
How many of you have seen Pink Panther? You haven't seen it. You're too young to see it, right? Okay. Watch Pink Panther. Pink Panther. Clouseau is this very funny comedian. And whenever he comes home to his apartment, his sidekick, Kato, attacks him. And I'm like, as a kid going, why are you attacking him? To keep his skills, keep him vigilant at all times for impending danger, so he never stops. And that's what it is. And they make hilarious fights and whatever. But it's like, I never know what my wife, when she's going to do it. But it can't be staged. It can't be the same thing over and over. You have to come up with little things. And you can repeat them, but just not within 7 days. Because what happens, as soon as you ask a man to do something, you as a woman will be delighted by it. But if you ask again, you won't be as delighted by it. It's called habituation.
When he shuts down for 3 hours.
When he shuts down for 3 hours.
He said, we should go and see him and say, can you help me with this?
Well, if he's actually shut down, 5 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
If he's actually shut down, great question. What you would do, that's a different technique, okay? If he's in his cave, he's pulled away, and you get that, you can feel it. See, when a man's mirror neurons close, you feel it.
Yeah.
And you misinterpret it for what you imagine it to be this terrible thing over there inside of him, because for you, it is a terrible thing inside of you. Rarely do your mirror neurons, a terrorist comes in or Donald Trump comes in and you're from California, your mirror neurons are shut down. Okay, so if you didn't vote for him. So it's just literally danger. Women will shut only in big danger, and it has to be over and over like that. But for a man, it would just shut down instantly. And that's why even when you're talking about problems, he'll just start interrupting you. He'll start solving your problem because he wants to make you happy, but he stops feeling what you're feeling. This is why women are so into saying, I don't want you to solve my problem. I want you to just hear me. What you want is to be connected. You want to feel that connection. If you say to him, I'm just going to talk for 10 minutes, that's a man's general length of ability to keep his neurons open while you're talking. But you have to be very clear. You say, that's another hand signal. You do this. Say, oh, what do you want to talk about? Because you don't want to say, I need to talk. If you say, we need to talk, immediately his stress level goes up. It's a major stressor in relation. We need to talk. So you do this. He said, oh, what do you want to talk about? It's a super amazing zone where you're going to talk about things that don't have to do with him. See, that's the thing one of my friends, she's a best-selling author. I told her to do this with her husband. I said, you have to talk for 10 minutes about other problems in your life, other things that are upsetting you that are not him. And she says, if I can't talk about a relationship and him, there's nothing to talk about. That's the state of affairs. This is what, every time women say we need to talk, it's always some problem him that you're going to criticize and complain about him, compare him, condemn him. You should have done this. You should have done that. I lost 2 others. I get the stage where the wisdom comes. I know. I just gave you 4. They're not available yet. I know. I have to write it out and look at it. It just came to me while I was walking today. I want more C's. Okay.
Control. We're always trying to control what happens.
Yeah, control is one. Yeah, that's what it is. Control. And control, most women don't know when they're controlling, but you don't realize. I'll give you an example of control, which is psychology teaches you this. I feel hurt when you want to spend time with your friends. And so he says, well, I want to just go fishing with my friends. And she says, but when you go fishing with your friends, it's a weekend. It hurts me. Do you want to hurt me? Can you see the control in that? But she doesn't know that. She's just, do you want to hurt me? Do you want to hurt? My bottom line is never, ever say to a man, when you do this, it hurts me. What you just did is knock down his testosterone. You made him evil. He's not evil. You can just say, all complaints are really just requests. So if he's going to go with his friends and it hurts you, you don't go and say, when you're gone and go fishing, it hurts me. You can just say, next time you want to go fishing with your friends, will you tell me in advance so I can schedule something for myself? Or you could say, oh, you're going to go with your friends? Recently we haven't had much time together. Tomorrow, can we plan something special? Turn every complaint, criticism, control into requests. You got to let men know. And that's a big hurdle because women think, don't you already know? I know. You should know. Yes, your girlfriend knows. Men don't think like you. And we have a big thing inside of us that we don't want your help. So if you want us to change, we just assume that if you're not asking us, we're doing everything right. So there's this so many times men are just taken completely off guard. She wants a divorce. Why would she want a divorce? I thought everything was just fine, just like she was having orgasms. Yeah, but yeah, sure, real. Whatever. Okay, so 5 hands, one other one's 10 fingers. You just say to him, sometimes I just need to talk because talking creates estrogen. Now you said, how do you keep a man from being angry? When you're in a conversation with him, he starts to get angry. Don't ask him questions. So women, you're like the ultimate interviewers. You always say, well, why would you feel that? What are you thinking here? Why did you say that? How could you know this? It's like instant. You're like the best interviewers ever. If a man is angry, don't ask him questions. And if he's starting to escalate the slightest bit, just say, I'm going to think about what you just said. It makes sense, and walk out of the room. Just walk out of the room. Do not stay in the room with a man who's angry. You can do this. And if he follows, same thing for men. I'd say if you get angry, you say to your wife, I need to think about what you said, and walk out of the room. And then when I teach men's courses, they say, she follows me after me. I said, well, just tell her you have to go to the bathroom. She'll walk into the bathroom with me.
It's like I think a private detective following question.
That's right. You can't ask many questions. And so the whole thing is, we're ready to go out?
We're ready.
No, we're not going to continue. In the lobby, people just spread. So what I want to do is end properly. I've had a pleasurable time. I'd like to see a show of hands who many people learned some interesting, helpful things here today. Thank you so much. Thank you. What thing did I say, if somebody's willing to speak out loud, that was helpful to you or you liked?
All of it.
All of it? Okay, thank you. I got that. Okay, remember the estrogen technique is every time you do this, your estrogen is going to go up. What you train a man is with this. That's why men start realizing instant reaction to a woman is what will produce her estradiol.
I have a nice book. In response to that, it's.
I know men will do that, but if you have a relationship, a man, you explain to him he's going to be helpful for that. It's just a few minutes and make it really easy. Like, would you make me a cup of tea? Then it turns into, would you give me a foot massage? Would you do something out of the ordinary? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you so much. Okay, you're very welcome. Okay, everybody, my website.
Is this like
If you want to be on my website, you can put your email here.
Is this like evolution to some of this stuff, just from nature and animals and how we're
I think
born?
we're evolving.
Yeah.
So the whole idea is that we all want to be balanced,
Yeah.
which is masculine and feminine. And that's really why we're attracted to each other ultimately. Is men are drawn to women, to their femininity, so that they can have a balance of their masculinity and their femininity. And women are drawn to men because they can connect with their they can be in their female side and connect with their masculine side. It's a little different, but it's finding wholeness within ourselves. That's what relationships can provide for us.
In the beginning of when we started, you said it's always good to be with someone that's smarter than you.
Yep, that's
What about the other one?
No, well, I think for women, you need to be with a man, always a man, ideally who's older. Ideally, it doesn't have to be, but I'm giving you the ideals. He's older, he's taller, he's stronger, he has some competence that you respect, that you admire. If you cannot admire a competence a man has, pretty hopeless to be in a relationship
But
because you will treat him like a child.
Yeah. But is he looking for someone smarter than you?
No, men are never looking for someone smarter. We're never looking for anybody who has, makes more money. You know, sometimes women go on dates and they like want to reveal how successful they are. You can if you want, but it's not what he's looking for.
Right.
He's looking for a woman that he feels I could help her be happier. That's vulnerability. And that's challenging. I wrote the whole book is how to be vulnerable. And there's an exercise, there's an app that I've almost got out, which will produce estradiol.
Wow.
The app will, you basically complain to it for 5 minutes. It asks you certain questions. And then based on the data and the prompts that I give in AI, it will write a letter. I call it feeling letter. And it will write 10 lines of what you're angry about, 10 lines of what you're sad and hurt about, 10 lines of what you're afraid and scared of, and 10 lines what you feel bad about. And then it will write 10 lines on what you want, what you need, what you wish. And then it will write 10 lines on what you love and what you're grateful for. And then it will write another letter to you. Let's say you're writing it to your partner or to God or Jesus or a friend or a therapist. You have to write the